PMITV audiobook. It had been a long time since I ran into a vampire, so I was looking forward to it. But it seems I was excited for nothing. You're not even stronger than an intermediate monster. The knight scoffed while holding onto the figure's hair. He desperately stretched out his hands towards the knight, but it was in vain. Eugene bathed in anger, despair, and regret in the pouring rain. He continued waving his amputated arms in the air to no avail. You killed quite a few, didn't you, you dirty beast? Clark. Clark. He could not even speak properly any longer, most of his blood having drained already. The only reason he could still hold on was due to the fact that he had sucked dozens of people's blood in the past 6 months, during his days of escape. If he had been caught on the first day of his escape, he would have been killed immediately. You can die proud, knowing that you bestowed the honorable title of Vampire Slayer to Lord Dirt. Do you want to know a secret? The Templar, the Holy Knight, the one who always cried out for noble faith, finally grinned while revealing his desires. The fact I joined the trackers after a few months, and the fact I've been letting you roam around. I did it on purpose. Since you are a relatively new vampire, it was better for me to hunt you down slowly to make the church and myself known. It also served as a warning for the unbelievers. KUGHH. This is where your role ends. God will not tolerate any more than this. Then burn in purgatory forever, monster. Crunch. The silver-plated long sword sliced through Eugene's neck. Crimson red blood spilled from the cut and was greedily engulfed by the pouring rain. The evil, vicious vampire is dead. God has given us victory. We won. Where? The voices of the mercenaries accompanying the Templar violently resonated in Eugene's head. Light was slowly fading from his eyes, and his vitality disappeared. Eugene's past days swept past his mind like a flash. If only he had not spent all that time in the mountains like a poor, helpless beast. If only he had learned and practiced earlier what he learned during the past half year. If only he realized earlier that sucking blood was not just a simple act of fulfilling one's hunger. If only he had overcome his fears and somehow challenged stronger beings to win and devour their blood. If only. If only. If only. The last thoughts of life approached him like pouring rain and scattered into vain reminiscence. After realizing that he was not a regular human being, he had lived hidden away in the mountains for 12 years. The vampire Eugene finally breathed his last. Asterisk. Yet, Eugene woke up in a dark room without a speck of light. Breathing heavily, he ran his hands over his entire body. Was it a dream? It could not have been. Half a year on the run. Just a moment ago, he had been captured and killed in a miserable fashion by Jung Dirt. The Templar captured him after persistently tracking him in his final month of escape. The pain and humiliation were still vivid in Eugene's memories as if it were a slave's brand. What is going on? Eugene mumbled blankly, then quickly looked around. Is this my house? He was currently in the cabin that he had built as a child, the same cabin he repaired repeatedly when it wore and broke down. Eugene hurriedly approached the door. Vampires possessed superior senses compared to humans, and as such, this level of darkness posed no problems for Eugene. He glanced at a calendar he personally produced. 12 years and 192 days. Knowing that there were 365 days in a year, he marked a blank space with an X mark before sunrise every morning. Thus, according to the signs on the calendar. Almost half a year ago. Before everything happened. Did I really come back to the past? Eugene muttered dazedly in the darkness. I am not dead. Thick, hot tears started flowing from Eugene's eyes. He was overcome with complex and violent emotions as a vampire who was subjected to a violent death. Blooded tears continued flowing as he convinced himself of the miracle. After a while, Eugene wiped the tears that soaked his rough cheeks. Now was not the time to be relieved. 192 days right now. So 5 days from now. An event would completely transform his fate 5 days from now. Of course, at that time, he never imagined it would have such an effect on his life. It had simply been someone else's business. 5 days. 5 days. Eugene whispered softly, then bit his lips. I will never die like that again. If I really am back in the past, then by all means. Eugene made up his mind. He learned and realized many things during his half a year of escape. A vampire like himself could never live quietly. Even if he lived in hiding without consuming human blood, he would one day be caught and prosecuted as a miserable fugitive. He learned the hard way in his previous life. So he would not hide anymore. He would grow stronger, strong enough to fight confidently even if his identity was revealed. I will never regret anything again. Eugene's eyes glowed even redder in the dark. 5 days. It was short, but enough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Keek. Eugene carefully opened the door after making all the preparations. Heavy clouds colored the sky in the rainy season, so fortunately, he was not exposed to direct sunlight. But even this level of sunlight restricted the activities of vampires. Eugene once again confirmed his outfit. A dark mask that completely covered his face and a black leather robe that covered even his ankles. He was dressed in a thick, black shirt and pants inside the robe as well. Vampires could be active during the day as long as they weren't exposed to direct sunlight, and it was much easier for them on a cloudy day such as this. Although they could not express their unique strength, their physical abilities were still superior to that of ordinary humans. Eugene carefully left through the door with his coverings. He was in good shape. He felt so comfortable that it felt almost luxurious, considering the past when he was being tracked and chased by the enemies. Eugene locked the door tightly and inspected the cabin, though he knew no one would stumble upon it. Then he started moving towards the mountain. In the distant past, he consumed human blood on a single occasion when he was driven by instinct. Less than 2 days later, mercenaries were out to find him. Eugene had been small enough to hide in the sewers during the day to avoid their search. On the 5th day of hiding, knights armed with torches and terrifying weapons roamed the village at night. Their weapons emitted a divine power so immense that he felt weak just by looking at them. It wasn't until he ran into junk dirt that he learned their identities. They were Templars, natural enemies of vampires. He was stricken with fear and escaped. He crossed mountains and fields every night before eventually arriving in this place, and after that incident, he sustained himself by consuming the blood of the animals he hunted in the forest. For 12 long years. I will not do such stupid things anymore. The red glow of his eyes could be seen within the mask. Twice, he became prey and ran. Then, he realized. The law of the jungle: the strong would survive and the weak would die. It starts today. He would no longer be chased around as a monster but would become the predator himself. The first offering needed to be the one who provided him with unparalleled power in the past, even with just a few sips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene crossed the mountain and entered the forest after a couple of hours. The forest had served as his hunting ground for a long time, and it felt like his front yard. The forest was dark and damp, and usually devoid of much sunlight. It provided a more comfortable state for Eugene than an open field. Anyone else would get lost and wander for several days in the dark, deep forest. But Eugene recognized the surroundings with his vampire senses and quickly crossed the forest. After another few hours, he finally arrived at the end of the forest. What spread out in front of him was a wetland surrounded by a dense forest. This was his destination, a dirty wetland littered with dangerous swamps. But he did not immediately enter the wetlands. He reached for a piece of leather hanging from his back and perched it at an angle using a branch. After setting up a simple tent where 1 or 2 people could avoid the rain and the wind, Eugene placed his bag in the establishment before entering the forest with a dagger. Within 10 to 20 minutes, he returned with a large mouse and a few rabbits. He weaved the animals together with branches and tossed them inside the tent. Disregarding the frightened cries of the animals, he gazed at the wetlands. 2 or 3 more hours. The day was long in the current season, but the sun would completely set by then. And the night was the dominion of vampires. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The dying sun dyed the looming dark clouds over the western sky with white, then finally disappeared completely. Pitter-patter. The drizzling rain began to pour in earnest after the sun went down. Eugene's 5 senses became more sensitive, and strength poured over his body as he listened to the sound of rain pouring over the makeshift tent. In his current state, he could easily deal with 2 or 3 mercenaries. But he knew this wasn't enough. Eugene took off his mask. His burning red eyes were normal, but the same could not be said for the rest of him. Only a few strands of hair remained on his head, and his haggard eyes, nose, and mouth made appear like a horrible, rotting corpse. Eugene stretched out his hand without hesitation. The big mouse and rabbits had been unmoving since a while ago. As his hand neared, they struggled helplessly. Eugene slit their throats and drank their blood in turn. Hot blood gushed down his esophagus. The heat provided by fresh blood quickly transformed into vitality and permeated Eugene's body as heat. His eyes glowed crimson, and his fangs and nails grew longer in an instant. Kawawa! Eugene slowly walked towards the wetland. The rain showed no signs of abating. He moved along the waterfront with his body lowered, and his red gaze swept through the surface of the water, which was constantly disturbed by the rain and the wind. Eugene continued along the waterfront, sometimes kicking or throwing stones at the waters. His vision was several times better than usual, and he did not miss even the tiniest movement on the surface of the water. One leg was deliberately placed inside the water, which he was using to sense movement inside the water. Suddenly, he stopped. The surface of the water, which had been swept along the direction of the wind and the heavy rain, suddenly soared upwards like an explosion. Simultaneously, Eugene's body rose into the air. Quora! A monster appeared from the midst of the soaring water. Its body was covered in dark brown and green. Although its entire figure wasn't revealed, what could be seen was even larger than a bull. The monster opened its jaw with a glimmer in its eyes. Kuwa-urup. Its gigantic jaw snapped in the air. Its giant, sharp teeth were reminiscent of dozens of stinging daggers. The creature missed Eugene by a tiny margin. Crack! After avoiding the creature's gaping jaw by jumping high into the air, Eugene plunged his dagger into the creature's eye while coming back down. Kuwa-uwa! The monster roared and struggled, which caused huge waves to break through the surface of the water. However, it was a vampire who was holding a dagger that penetrated its eye. Moreover, the sun had set completely. Although he avoided drinking human blood for a long time, he had been rejuvenated by the blood of the animals a short while ago. His strength far exceeded that of an adult man during the night. Kawawa-UK. Eugene held on by wrapping his other arm around the creature's large head. Kuwa. The creature rose high into the air and turned its body. Eugene would have been crushed to pieces if the creature hit the ground at its current angle. However, he quickly realized the monster's intentions with a vampire's maximized senses, and Eugene changed his position like an acrobat with his arms wrapped around the creature. Simultaneously, he stabbed the monster's other eye with the dagger. Thwack! As the monster's eyeball burst, its body collided with the water's surface. The vampire and the monster sank below surface. The short, fierce battle could no longer be found, and only the sound of rain hitting the water could be heard in the wetland. A little later. Kuvualuaf. Eugene's upper body burst through the surface of the water. Kiep. Kyork. His eyes were still emitting a red glow, and he growled like a wild animal while struggling to climb out of the water. His left arm was already broken, but his right hand was holding onto the monster's large tail. Hyung-jun slowly dragged the monster out of the water with all his might. He observed the monster's body like a hungry beast, then dug his dagger into the monster's eyeball without hesitation. As he dug out the eyeball, blood welled up in the empty socket of the monster, and the vicious vampire hurriedly gulped it down. For a long while, Hyung-jun savored the blood of the monster in the cold rain. His body transformed during his long-awaited meal. Firstly, the various injuries he acquired during the battle were quickly recovered. Luscious hair quickly covered the various patches on his scalp, and his chapped, wrinkled skin regained its vitality, reflecting the pale glow of the moon in the cold rain. That was not the end. He had been smaller than a regular adult. As he relished in blood, his body grew in size, his limbs became much longer, and his body became toned and gained some muscle. Flat. Hyung-jun finally raised his face, sweeping back his long, black hair. The red blood staining his nose and mouth quickly washed away in the heavy rain. His transformed face was completely revealed. His red eyes shone like two flawless rubies, emitting a perfect harmony of madness and killing intent under his straight forehead. His straight nose and bright red lips struck a perfect balance with the slim lines of his face. The two protruding fangs betrayed his identity. Kerf! The vampire roared in the pouring rain after regaining his true identity as a member of the tribe of the night. After savoring the monster's blood for quite a while, Hyung-jun stopped himself after realizing that his body's transformation was over. The rain, which seemed to pour endlessly, had stopped as well. Under the dusk of the moonlight, Hyung-jun stared down at the body of the monster. It was terribly crumpled. Although he used this very forest as his hunting ground for 10 long years, he did not know about the existence of the monster in the past. It was not difficult to find game as soon as he passed the mountain, and the water of the wetland was dirty, which made it unsuitable to drink. As such, he never had any reason to approach the wetlands. But when he was forcibly dragged away by the mercenaries, he discovered the presence of the monster. Of course, the mercenaries had not known about the monster. All those who discovered the monster in the past had been eaten, so no stories had ever spread. Originally, the wetland was smaller than this as well. The surface area of the water had increased due to the monsoon and the heavy rain, which caused a corresponding increase in the monster's radius of activity as well. That was the reason why the mercenaries had encountered the monster. The unknown monster with 6 legs had torn apart 7 mercenaries and escaped deep into the wetlands after losing an eye. At that time, Hyung-jun spotted a severed toe of the monster and satisfied himself with a mouthful of blood amidst the mercenaries' confusion. A powerful burst of energy had circulated through Hyung-jun's body back then. The blood of the monster provided strength incomparable to the power given to him by the blood of ordinary beasts. That was when he first came to his senses as a true vampire. Naturally, he couldn't realize his full strength because the amount of consumed blood was too little. Moreover, it had been before sunset. However, it had provided him with enough power to rip through the rope that tied his hands and feet. Afterward, he knocked down a few of the mercenaries and escaped. That was the beginning of his half a year of running. If he had not taken a sip of the monster's blood at the time, escape back then would have been impossible. But on the contrary, it also meant that he could gain much more power if he managed to completely consume the blood of the monster. Just like this. Hyung-jun observed his body. He wasn't completely certain, but it felt as if he had grown about a palm taller. Toned muscles could be found all over his elongated limbs, and his skin, which had always been dirty, was clear and spotless. Accentuated blood vessels could be seen on his limbs, and he could clearly feel boundless energy wriggling all over his body. It was a powerful force that he never felt before. With his current strength, surely he could even deal with Jung Dirt, the Templar responsible for cutting off his head. No, I cannot become arrogant. Dirt was strong. Furthermore, he used silver-plated weapons containing divine power. Although ordinary weapons were somewhat ineffective against vampires, silver weapons containing divine power were different. Eugene clearly remembered the fiery pain he felt when he was cut by Dirt's weapon. I cannot get involved in a fight that I cannot win. Let's just focus on becoming stronger until I am certain of victory. He could live a repeat of his past life if he got caught up in emotions. Moreover, Jung Dirt was not the only Templar in the world. One at a time. Plan it out. Eugene calmed himself down. The tattoos are still here. He had more than 10 tattoos engraved on his body ever since he was a child. He had no idea who engraved it and when it had been engraved. Perhaps he had it since birth. Maybe I will find out about the tattoos one day as well. He removed his gaze from the strange characters and shapes that littered his body, then wiped his dagger clean before looking at the reflection. Vampires could not be seen in reflections. However, that was only limited to the vampire's original body, which meant that costumes and accessories could still be seen. Moreover, a vampire's reflection could be seen by themselves. I look like a human. Eugene had no standards for beauty. He spent most of his life alone, and he never had any reason to distinguish between different individuals based on their appearance. As such, he was satisfied that his face was properly decorated with eyes, nose, and a mouth just like any other human. Still, I will have to continue wearing a mask during the day. Eugene muttered softly, then moved to throw the monster's body back into the wetlands. No matter how deserted this place was, someone could approach the wetlands to acquire water, just as the mercenaries had done in the past. He could never leave behind evidence after hunting as a vampire. It was one of the things he learned during his previous life on the run. A glimmer appeared in Eugene's eyes as he grabbed the slimy tail of the monster. The monster's body was black and blue. However, there was a strange red light coming from a spot in the monster's back. It doesn't seem to be the original color of the leather. Eugene carefully examined the source of the red light. Is it inside? It seemed that the light was being emitted by something located inside the monster, rather than the hide having a red hue. Eugene stabbed his dagger into the monster's corpse. Originally, it would be difficult to pierce the monster's hide with a simple dagger. However, Eugene was able to rip it apart quite easily after having awakened as a member of the Knight's tribe. Moreover, the monster had been sucked dry of its life. This is... Eugene slightly raised his eyebrows upon identifying the source of the mysterious red light. He would never have known the identity of the object in his hand if he had only ever stayed in his cabin. However, Eugene learned many things about the world while on the run. He had a good guess as to the identity of the bright red ore in his hand. A mana stone. I knew this one was special among the Romas. Roma. Roma was a term given to monsters that wandered or resided in forests, mountains, streams, and other areas rather than mazes, dungeons, or ancient ruins. But unlike the monsters that resided in the evil lands, only special Romas possessed mana stones in their bodies. Mana stones were considered more precious than other precious metals or jewelry in the human world. However, mana stones were quite useless to ordinary humans. They were only useful for decorative purposes, and in some ways, they could adversely affect humans. However, after mana stones were purified by a priest or a wizard, they could restore people's strength, slow the process of aging, and even extend the human lifespan. As such, humans, especially nobles, always searched for mana stones with fire in their eyes. I thought all mana stones were supposed to be green. And it's this big. All the mana stones Eugene encountered in his past life had been green and smaller than pinky nails. However, what Eugene was holding now was red and thumb-sized. It seems rather special, but it's a pie in the sky for me right now anyway. There was no way for Eugene to purify the mana stone right now. It would be best for him to keep it and sell it to a human nobleman when he got the chance. was what Eugene thought until the mysterious mana stone started talking to him. Eat it. It is for you. Eugene became wide-eyed as an intense emotion penetrated his mind. The mana stone had not actually talked to him. The moment he gazed at the mana stone, a voice had resonated in his head. Eugene slowly lifted the mana stone as if he were possessed by something. The redness of the mana stone resembled the color of blood and his eyes. It is yours. Consume it. Eugene opened his mouth wide and swallowed the mana stone whole. He felt an even hotter and stronger energy flowing down with the stone, something even more intense than when he feasted on the monster's blood. It was quickly moving towards his right chest. Kugh. Eugene instinctively grasped his right chest as a sharp pain struck him. He knelt on one knee. But when he touched his chest, a strange feeling was conveyed. It felt as if he was touching cold, hard metal, rather than his skin. Eugene took off his hand and looked down at his right chest. A black, hard shell the size of his palm lay over his skin. What is this? Ha! Suddenly, the shell extended its reach beyond his chest, covering his back, arms, and legs. The black skin was exactly the same as that of the wetland monster he just defeated. It quickly expanded and covered Eugene's entire body. What the hell? Eugene murmured with a ridiculous expression while stroking the thin, hard shell that perfectly covered his body. Even his hair felt like the skin of the monster, though it appeared normal. If anyone saw him, he would have been mistaken for wearing a one-piece scale, male armor. Disappear. Begone. Eugene shouted in desperation. To his surprise, the shell covering his body instantly melted into his skin. Eugene examined his body in disbelief. Then he spoke hesitantly, imagining that his body would become firm. Become hard. Appear. The missing shell reappeared and quickly covered his body once more. After testing it out a few more times, Eugene realized that the newfound ability could be expressed by imagining it with strong concentration. He soon clenched his fist in uncontrollable excitement. This will be a great weapon. The monster's shell had been unscathed against the weapons of the mercenaries. It would surely be of great help in defending against attacks, though Eugene wasn't certain how it would fare against the silver-plated weapons of Templars. In addition, there was another important thing. It's black, so maybe it could block sunlight. He would have to wait until morning to test the theory. For the first time in his life, Eugene waited for sunrise with an eager heart as he dragged the monster's body towards the wetland. At that time, he saw a blue luminescence floating near the water in a place overrun by bushes. Is it a firefly? He disregarded the light and twisted his body to hurl the monster's body to the far side of the marsh. That's perfect. Dirty alligator bastard. The fish will feast tonight. Keek. A voice shouted in a frivolous voice. Eugene turned his gaze towards the voice like lightning, but there was nothing. All he could see was a blue firefly hovering over the bushes. You should have known your place, you insect. The voice appeared to be coming from the firefly. Moreover, the talking firefly continued to chatter while hovering above the bushes, completely disregarding Eugene's approach. A bastard who used to roll around in dung water got a big head, huh? A fitting end for trash that didn't know its place. Hey, you. My area's gotten so dirty because of you. It's so bad that it'll take me eons to return it to. The firefly continued talking excitedly. Then, its voice died down. The firefly, or rather, a small humanoid creature with 2 pairs of blue wings, met Eugene's eyes. Both of its hands were wrapped around its waist. Is he looking at me? No, that's impossible. How could a vampire bastard see a spirit? Of course not. Wait, didn't this bastard just swallow the crocodile's mana stone a little while ago? The self-proclaimed spirit continued talking to itself with furrowed brows, then looked up at Eugene. The spirit changed its attitude in an instant and put its hands together calmly before speaking. Am I visible to you by chance, O exalted member of the tribe of the night? Yes. Then did you happen to hear what my humble self was saying? All of it. Even how you called me a vampire bastard. The spirit flinched before bowing with a bright smile. Ah, I see. Your exalted self seems to be quite busy, so I'll leave you be. My humble self is a little busy, so I will take my leave. The spirit flapped its 2 pairs of wings and darted away like lightning. However, a vampire's reflexes could not be underestimated when the moonlight was coating the world. As soon as the spirit opened its small wings, Eugene stretched out his hand. The spirit was instantly caught in his violent grasp. After savoring the monster's blood for quite a while, Eugene stopped himself after realizing that his body's transformation was over. The rain, which seemed to pour endlessly, had stopped as well. Under the dusk of the moonlight, Eugene stared down at the body of the monster. It was terribly crumpled. Although he used this very forest as his hunting ground for 10 long years, he did not know about the existence of the monster in the past. It was not difficult to find game as soon as he passed the mountain, and the water of the wetland was dirty, which made it unsuitable to drink. As such, he never had any reason to approach the wetlands. But when he was forcibly dragged away by the mercenaries, he discovered the presence of the monster. Of course, the mercenaries had not known about the monster. All those who discovered the monster in the past had been eaten, so no stories had ever spread. Originally, the wetland was smaller than this as well. The surface area of the water had increased due to the monsoon and the heavy rain, which caused a corresponding increase in the monster's radius of activity as well. That was the reason why the mercenaries had encountered the monster. The unknown monster with 6 legs had torn apart 7 mercenaries and escaped deep into the wetlands after losing an eye. At that time, Eugene spotted a severed toe of the monster and satisfied himself with a mouthful of blood amidst the mercenaries' confusion. A powerful burst of energy had circulated through Eugene's body back then. The blood of the monster provided strength incomparable to the power given to him by the blood of ordinary beasts. That was when he first came to his senses as a true vampire. Naturally, he couldn't realize his full strength because the amount of consumed blood was too little. Moreover, it had been before sunset. However, it had provided him with enough power to rip through the rope that tied his hands and feet. Afterward, he knocked down a few of the mercenaries and escaped. That was the beginning of his half a year of running. If he had not taken a sip of the monster's blood at the time, escape back then would have been impossible. But on the contrary, it also meant that he could gain much more power if he managed to completely consume the blood of the monster. Just like this. Eugene observed his body. He wasn't completely certain, but it felt as if he had grown about a palm taller. Toned muscles could be found all over his elongated limbs, and his skin, which had always been dirty, was clear and spotless. Accentuated blood vessels could be seen on his limbs, and he could clearly feel boundless energy wriggling all over his body. It was a powerful force that he never felt before. With his current strength, surely he could even deal with Jung Dirt, the Templar responsible for cutting off his head. No, I cannot become arrogant. Dirt was strong. Furthermore, he used silver-plated weapons containing divine power. Although ordinary weapons were somewhat ineffective against vampires, silver weapons containing divine power were different. Eugene clearly remembered the fiery pain he felt when he was cut by Dirt's weapon. I cannot get involved in a fight that I cannot win. Let's just focus on becoming stronger until I am certain of victory. He could live a repeat of his past life if he got caught up in emotions. Moreover, Jung Dirt was not the only Templar in the world. One at a time. Plan it out. Eugene calmed himself down. The tattoos are still here. He had more than 10 tattoos engraved on his body ever since he was a child. He had no idea who engraved it and when it had been engraved. Perhaps he had it since birth. Maybe I will find out about the tattoos one day as well. He removed his gaze from the strange characters and shapes that littered his body, then wiped his dagger clean before looking at the reflection. Vampires could not be seen in reflections. However, that was only limited to the vampire's original body, which meant that costumes and accessories could still be seen. Moreover, a vampire's reflection could be seen by themselves. I look like a human. Eugene had no standards for beauty. He spent most of his life alone, and he never had any reason to distinguish between different individuals based on their appearance. As such, he was satisfied that his face was properly decorated with eyes, nose, and a mouth just like any other human. Still, I will have to continue wearing a mask during the day. Eugene muttered softly, then moved to throw the monster's body back into the wetlands. No matter how deserted this place was, someone could approach the wetlands to acquire water, just as the mercenaries had done in the past. He could never leave behind evidence after hunting as a vampire. It was one of the things he learned during his previous life on the run. Home. A glimmer appeared in Eugene's eyes as he grabbed the slimy tail of the monster. The monster's body was black and blue. However, there was a strange red light coming from a spot in the monster's back. It doesn't seem to be the original color of the leather. Eugene carefully examined the source of the red light. Is it inside? It seemed that the light was being emitted by something located inside the monster, rather than the hide having a red hue. Eugene stabbed his dagger into the monster's corpse. Originally, it would be difficult to pierce the monster's hide with a simple dagger. However, Eugene was able to rip it apart quite easily after having awakened as a member of the Knight's tribe. Moreover, the monster had been sucked dry of its life. This is... Eugene slightly raised his eyebrows upon identifying the source of the mysterious red light. He would never have known the identity of the object in his hand if he had only ever stayed in his cabin. However, Eugene learned many things about the world while on the run. He had a good guess as to the identity of the bright red ore in his hand. A mana stone. I knew this one was special among the Romas. Roma. Roma was a term given to monsters that wandered or resided in forests, mountains, streams, and other areas rather than mazes, dungeons, or ancient ruins. But unlike the monsters that resided in the evil lands, only special Romas possessed mana stones in their bodies. Mana stones were considered more precious than other precious metals or jewelry in the human world. However, mana stones were quite useless to ordinary humans. They were only useful for decorative purposes, and in some ways, they could adversely affect humans. However, after mana stones were purified by a priest or a wizard, they could restore people's strength, slow the process of aging, and even extend the human lifespan. As such, humans, especially nobles, always searched for mana stones with fire in their eyes. I thought all mana stones were supposed to be green. And it's this big. All the mana stones Eugene encountered in his past life had been green and smaller than pinky nails. However, what Eugene was holding now was red and thumb-sized. It seems rather special, but it's a pie in the sky for me right now anyway. There was no way for Eugene to purify the mana stone right now. It would be best for him to keep it and sell it to a human nobleman when he got the chance. Was what Eugene thought until the mysterious mana stone started talking to him. Eat it. It is for you. Eugene became wide-eyed as an intense emotion penetrated his mind. The mana stone had not actually talked to him. The moment he gazed at the mana stone, a voice had resonated in his head. Eugene slowly lifted the mana stone as if he were possessed by something. The redness of the mana stone resembled the color of blood and his eyes. It is yours. Consume it. Eugene opened his mouth wide and swallowed the mana stone whole. He felt an even hotter and stronger energy flowing down with the stone, something even more intense than when he feasted on the monster's blood. It was quickly moving towards his right chest. Kugh. Eugene instinctively grasped his right chest as a sharp pain struck him. He knelt on one knee. But when he touched his chest, a strange feeling was conveyed. It felt as if he was touching cold, hard metal, rather than his skin. Eugene took off his hand and looked down at his right chest. A black, hard shell the size of his palm lay over his skin. What is this? Huh. Suddenly, the shell extended its reach beyond his chest, covering his back, arms, and legs. The black skin was exactly the same as that of the wetland monster he just defeated. It quickly expanded and covered Eugene's entire body. What the hell? Eugene murmured with a ridiculous expression while stroking the thin, hard shell that perfectly covered his body. Even his hair felt like the skin of the monster, though it appeared normal. If anyone saw him, he would have been mistaken for wearing a one-piece scale, male armor. Disappear? Begone! Eugene shouted in desperation. To his surprise, the shell covering his body instantly melted into his skin. Eugene examined his body in disbelief. Then he spoke hesitantly, imagining that his body would become firm. Become hard. Appear. The missing shell reappeared and quickly covered his body once more. After testing it out a few more times, Eugene realized that the newfound ability could be expressed by imagining it with strong concentration. He soon clenched his fist in uncontrollable excitement. This will be a great weapon. The monster's shell had been unscathed against the weapons of the mercenaries. It would surely be of great help in defending against attacks, though Eugene wasn't certain how it would fare against the silver-plated weapons of Templars. In addition, there was another important thing. It's black, so maybe it could block sunlight. He would have to wait until morning to test the theory. For the first time in his life, Eugene waited for sunrise with an eager heart as he dragged the monster's body towards the wetland. At that time, he saw a blue luminescence floating near the water in a place overrun by bushes. Is it a firefly? He disregarded the light and twisted his body to hurl the monster's body to the far side of the marsh. That's perfect. Dirty alligator bastard. The fish will feast tonight. Keek. A voice shouted in a frivolous voice. Eugene turned his gaze towards the voice like lightning, but there was nothing. All he could see was a blue firefly hovering over the bushes. You should have known your place, you insect. The voice appeared to be coming from the firefly. Moreover, the talking firefly continued to chatter while hovering above the bushes, completely disregarding Eugene's approach. A bastard who used to roll around in dung water got a big head, huh? A fitting end for trash that didn't know its place. Hey, you. My area's gotten so dirty because of you. It's so bad that it'll take me eons to return it to. The firefly continued talking excitedly. Then, its voice died down. The firefly, or rather, a small humanoid creature with 2 pairs of blue wings, met Eugene's eyes. Both of its hands were wrapped around its waist. Is he looking at me? No, that's impossible. How could a vampire bastard see a spirit? Of course not. Wait, didn't this bastard just swallow the crocodile's mana stone a little while ago? The self-proclaimed spirit continued talking to itself with furrowed brows, then looked up at Eugene. The spirit changed its attitude in an instant and put its hands together calmly before speaking. Am I visible to you by chance, O exalted member of the tribe of the night? Yes. Then did you happen to hear what my humble self was saying? All of it. Even how you called me a vampire bastard. The spirit flinched before bowing with a bright smile. Ah, I see. Your exalted self seems to be quite busy, so I'll leave you be. My humble self is a little busy, so I will take my leave. The spirit flapped its 2 pairs of wings and darted away like lightning. However, a vampire's reflexes could not be underestimated when the moonlight was coating the world. As soon as the spirit opened its small wings, Eugene stretched out his hand. The spirit was instantly caught in his violent grasp. Keek. My humble self is small, so it's not worth sucking my blood. I lived in dung water, so I probably taste like dung. Please let me live. Do you know the saying? That it's better to be alive than dead, even if you have to roll around in dung. Please. Ki-eek. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So you are telling me that you're the original owner of this wetland. But after that monster settled down 15 years ago, you became a slave. I prefer the term strategic partner. I wasn't exactly a slave. No prey would wander here if the water was completely dirtied, so the water near the ground was recognized as my property. The spirit spoke submissively while rubbing its hands together, and Eugene responded in a cold voice. Having to do what you're told, that's called slavery. Yes, yes. If your exalted self says so, then that is what it is. Anyways, please accept my gratitude. Since that crocodile bastard is dead, the water should be purified. It is all thanks to you, sir. The spirit even kowtowed. Some might have taken it as an act of gratitude, but Eugene knew it was acting out of fear. The spirit continued stealing glances, even with its head touching Eugene's palm in a kowtow. Eugene could see that the spirit wanted him to leave this place as soon as possible. I guess it doesn't matter, since I won't be coming back to this forest again. I will let you go, so live your life. Ah. Your grace is as white as I would have expected from someone as gorgeous as you. Your exalted self is truly a member of the Knight's tribe. Bless you. The spirit sprang up to its feet and groveled. Eugene dusted his hand and sent the spirit away as if he were chasing away a bug, then spoke after turning around. It must have been pretty painful for you to have been stuck with only that monster for over a decade. Anyways, take care. Yes. The spirit quickly flapped away in excitement even before Eugene finished speaking. Then, it paused before quickly returning to Eugene. Excuse me, sir. What do you want? Do you perhaps need a portable spring or anything of the sort? What? Eugene responded with a creased forehead. The spirit wanted to run away just a short while ago, so what was it playing at? Although it may not seem like it, I'm still a water spirit. Do you need clean water? I can make it for you right away. Like this. The spirit flew away and returned with a broadleaf before Eugene had a chance to answer. Then it leaned back before. Karak. Holwabuk. Chewy. 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 Large drops of water poured down from the spirit's mouth, and soon enough, a mouthful of water gathered in the center of the broadleaf after a moment. What do you think? I could make enough water to last you an entire day in just a short while. It's very clean and delicious. The spirit spoke proudly after spitting out a bunch of phlegm and spit. Eugene gazed at the spirit for a moment, then turned around. I don't need it. Ah. Yes, sir. Please wait. I can purify things as well. I can make any water drinkable in an instant. Ah, are you not satisfied with my speed? I can make water a lot faster if I excrete it rather than spitting. Scram. Sir. Oh, exalted member of the Knight's tribe. At first, he thought about disposing of the mercenaries in the village. There were 30 villagers, and to kill them all, there would be at least 5 or 6 mercenaries, or even more than 10. No matter how many times he thought about it, there was no possibility of killing all the mercenaries without ensuring no harm would be done to the villagers. So there was only one way. He would kill all of them in the middle of nowhere. What is it? The young mercenary was located right behind Eugene. He shouted in panic and pulled out his short sword. Eugene quickly turned around and dug his arms into the mercenary's body. Puck. The mercenary took on a shocked expression as the long nails pierced through his heart. At such a close distance, it would have been much better to put up his shield instead of choosing his sword. It seemed he was rather lacking in experience compared to the other two. Hayek. You fucking monster. The reaction of the remaining mercenaries was divided. Eugene's bare body was covered in black scales, and he was like a monster as he instantly slaughtered 3 mercenaries. Huarug! Save me! 3 of the remaining mercenaries fled without looking back. It was obvious from their poor equipment that they were inexperienced. However, the other 2 rushed in with expressions of fear and excitement. Cure! Die! A wooden club embedded with sharp, metal pieces flew towards Eugene. Clang! Eugene avoided one strike and deflected the other with his arm. He pierced his dagger into the jaw of the surprised mercenary and flung him away. Boom! Wah! A mercenary collided with the body and rolled on the ground. A vampire's brute strength was not to be underestimated. Whoosh! Eugene's black nails clawed across the fallen mercenary's face and throat, and the man was dead in an instant. Kawawawa! Eugene brushed off the blood and flesh on his claws, then turned around. Fucking hell! I can't see anything. I can't see. Cure! A red-haired mercenary shouted in frenzy. He had lost his eyesight after having his face clawed at the very beginning. Fuck! Eugene knocked out the red-haired mercenary with a well-placed kick to the throat, then shot off towards the rest of the escaping mercenaries. Each stride allowed him to cross a distance equivalent to 5 or 6 steps. In an instant, Eugene narrowed the distance between himself and the mercenaries, then drew his claw horizontally while emitting a glow from his red eyes. Cure! Ugh! The mercenaries fell forward while letting out terrified screams, blood erupting from their backs. Hayek! Please, please. Save me. Let me live. The young mercenaries begged for their lives while blood soaked their backs and piss drenched their pants. But the vampire had been hunted by humans in his past life. Their pleading words meant nothing to him. Eugene slashed with his hands. The 3 bodies were completely split from top to bottom, then fell to the ground one by one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, you were trying to feign the one named Ziegler as a bastard son. You were going to kill all of the villagers and even your young underlings to frame them as perpetrators. Ziegler was the name of the young mercenary whom Eugene took care of the 3rd. It was ridiculous. In the past, the villagers of Broadwin had been slaughtered, which had, in turn, led to his identity being discovered and him being captured, which finally resulted in him being beheaded after a long chase. Everything was triggered by the greed of the mercenary named Timothy and his men. Please forgive me. I wanted to create a scene because I thought it was a good opportunity. If I knew that someone like you were in Broadwin, I would never have done such a thing. Never. Please, spare my life. The red-haired mercenary, Timothy, who was now blind as well, begged for his life. If you tell me everything you know, I will spare your life. It was a boring line Timothy used countless times until now. Of course, he never actually spared anyone's life. But when the same line was used against him after he lost his eyes and became subjected to torture, he realized why all of them would say anything at all with tears and snot running down their faces. Did Lord Tywine make the request himself? No. Lord Tywine fell ill last year due to a disease. I received the request from his 2 sons. Sons? Yes. Camera Tywine and Bertil Tywine. The daughter have all been married off, so the 2 of them practically manage the land. Bertil Tywine. In the past, he had persistently chased after Eugene. Although they never faced each other in person, Bertil Tywine was a young knight who appeared quite strong. Please. I will live quietly from now on, so please spare my life. Timothy pitifully kowtowed towards the wrong direction while begging, and Eugene slowly approached him. He could not believe that he had been discovered and chased because of stupid, greedy humans like Timothy. A long black fingernail pierced Timothy's head. Timothy died without ever getting a chance to scream. Eugene searched Timothy's body. This is it. He did not know how to read, but he knew the coat of arms of the Lord's family. He had seen the same symbol on the surcoat worn by Bertil Taiwan in the past. After finding the letter of instructions, Eugene gathered the bodies of the dead mercenaries in one place. Afterward, he ran towards a mountain in the distance. Only the faint outlines of the mountain could be seen. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The black wolves of the nearby areas were feared by even experienced mercenaries. They were big, strong, and agile, and they always ran without hesitation when faced with an enemy stronger than themselves. They were sneaky as well. But for an awakened vampire during the night, they were nothing more than just a couple of tricky, wild mutts. Eugene spent a couple of hours roaming the mountains with his 5 senses exerted to the maximum. As a result, he was able to find a group of 5 black wolves. 2 were fully grown, assumed to be the parents, and 3 appeared to be cubs. The wolves growled and showed their teeth even though they felt instinctive fear. Eugene used his dagger to catch the 2 mature wolves, then let the 3 remaining wolves escape. They were almost fully matured anyways, so they could live independently in the wilderness. He only needed 2 or 3 fully grown wolves anyways. With a large wolf on each of his shoulders, Eugene returned to the place where he killed the mercenaries. He then used the mercenaries' weapons to carve wounds all over the wolves' bodies, then damaged the corpses of the mercenaries with the claws and fangs of the wolves. After scattering the bodies of the humans and animals, Eugene took a step back and examined the scene of his creation. This would be a perfect crime. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After returning to the cabin, Eugene headed to the village chief's house along with Myrian. The chief went wild upon hearing Eugene's story, that a group of mercenaries and black wolves had massacred each other not too far from the village. The village men, led by the chief, hurriedly followed Eugene with torches and farming tools in their hands. When they arrived at the place, which was located about an hour from the village entrance, their mouths became agape with shock. Bewi. It's real. This is crazy. They must have been killed by the wolves on their way to our village. Some regurgitated their supper while others boldly rummaged through the bodies of mercenaries and wolves. All of the men created a huge ruckus over the shocking event. So, you found them on your way back from hunting. I found them on my way back from inspecting my traps. I would not usually use this path, but I had heard rumors of black wolves appearing near these areas. I did spot 3 young wolves and chased them away. Eugene intentionally left alone the blood on his body. The chief and the village men believed it to have happened while he was driving away the wolves. So that's what happened. The chief felt very grateful towards Eugene. The man had given his proper greetings as soon as he recovered from his disease, and he even chased away black wolves that the people were afraid of. By the way, why were these mercenaries heading towards our village? Well, actually, I did search through their bodies just in case I could deliver their belongings back to their homes. Eugene took out a letter while speaking. Isn't this the seal of Lord Taiwan? That's right. The chief saw the shield-shaped symbol decorated with a rose and a long blade. He hurriedly read the contents of the letter. He was the only one who could read in Broadwin. How could this be? What is it about, Chief? The chief shouted while looking around at the crowd of men. These mercenaries. They were coming to get Felid. Felid? Why? Felid could be the bastard son of our lord, Sir Taiwan. The men went wild once again at the chief's words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, you will take Felid to Lord Taiwan's castle? Yes. I think that would be the best option. There may be black wolves wandering around, and we could run into monsters and beasts on the way to the castle. I know how to fight. The reason Eugene wanted to take Lord Taiwan's bastard son, Felid, to the castle it was to gain proper identification. If he completed the commission on behalf of the dead mercenaries, the Lord would compensate him that much at the least. Well, that is true. The chief nodded with a grim expression. The chief traveled to a larger village with a traveling merchant 2 or 3 times a year. He knew the dangers of the wild better than anyone else. Even though monsters and predators rarely ventured outside of their territory, robbers and mercenaries were problems. Mercenaries could turn their backs at any time without hesitation, and robbers were, well, real robbers. Besides, what about the knights? They would cut down 2 or 3 commoners without blinking an eye. They did not care even the slightest bit for the country folk. Knights had treated even his past superiors carelessly with contempt. Excuse me. Pardon my words, but are you from a knight or noble family? The chief asked with utmost caution. He recalled Eugene's unusual beauty, and combined with the fact that he defeated several black wolves on his own, it was hard to believe he was an ordinary person. Eugen was taken aback by the unexpected question. However, he immediately nodded, thinking that this could serve as an opportunity. That is correct. I am Jan of the Eugene family. Although the only thing he remembered about himself was the name Eugene, the name Jan came to mind at that moment as well. He combined the 2 names to come up with a first name and a family name, just like the aristocrats. Please forgive me for being so rude until now, Sir Eugene. Well, you're as good at lying as you are at killing people, aren't you? Well, I guess vampires are technically nobles known as the tribe of the night. Ignoring Myrian's words, Eugene shook his head. No, it is fine. Since I did not tell you, it was only natural. Thank you. Sir Eugene is so kind and merciful. Eugene felt a little bewildered by the chief's attitude, who was still acting so subservient even after getting up from the ground. Why is he acting like this? Eugene did not know that the chief had witnessed countless narcissistic, arrogant, evil knights and aristocrats in his youth. Anyways, I will do as Sir Eugene suggested. Since you are a knight, you will be safe even if you are alone. Moreover, Lord Tywine will surely trust the words of someone who is so dignified. Dignified? Me. Eugene was puzzled. Rather, he had been relieved that his skin was somewhat clear and his nose and mouth were in their proper places. However, the chief saw even great nobles during his youth, and his thoughts were different. Even the direct descendants of the Grand Duke of Cosa weren't this handsome. He must be a descendant of a family with a story and history. The chief rubbed his hands together while having such thoughts. Sir Eugene, you must be exhausted after all that you did today. Why don't you get some rest? Yes. Then I will leave first thing tomorrow with the Lord's son. Yes. Have a safe trip. And I will write a letter for Lord Tywine explaining today's matters and hand it to you tomorrow. You can pass it on to Lord Tywine. Thank you. He was somewhat puzzled that the chief accepted his sudden lie without having any doubts, but it did not matter as long as the man believed it. I'm glad the chief believed me, but this is not enough. Real aristocrats and knights are less likely to believe me. Then, should I learn how to write? Eugene heard that very few commoners knew how to read and write, just like the village chief. Even a majority of knights were illiterate as well. Since he was pretending to be a knight, his credibility would only increase if he learned to read and write. Oh, you ignorant vampire. You'll live at least 200 years unless you get a stake and a silver blade pierced through your heart, so learn to read and write. While you're at it, learn the ancient texts and the imperial language as well. You're right. Eugene nodded. He turned his gaze towards Myrian as a sudden thought struck him. So that means you know how to read and write. Nope. Spirits don't have to know about insignificant things such as writing and reading. I'm never going to write anything, and none of the other humans can see me anyways. So why should I? Myrian spoke confidently with her hands on her waist. Were all spirits so brazen? Anyhow, I should learn to read and write when I have the chance. He still had many things to achieve and far ways to go. But Eugene was confident all of it would act to his advantage as he overcame adversities in the wide world. The next day, although it did not matter greatly whether he slept or not, Eugene rested for a couple of hours just in case, before waking up early in the morning and packing up. As a vampire, Eugene did not need to eat and sleep like humans. As such, he only packed some clothes, weapons collected from the dead mercenaries, leather from hunted game, and a simple tent. However, once he gathered everything, it was quite a considerable bit of luggage. Perhaps he would look like a peddler from a distance. Will I ever have a chance to come back? Eugene became lost in thought as he looked at the cabin. He once thought he would spend the rest of his life in this small shack. He worked hard for half a year to erect the cabin. Now that he was about to leave it behind, it felt a little strange. This place isn't half bad, but a vampire should live in a decent castle. Have a few brides and slaves at your beck and call. Moreover, if you ever get your true name back, you can even summon familiars. They'll do your dirty work for you and beat up anyone who tries to come for you. Vampire Lord Eugene. The Count of Blood Eugene. That's what they'll start calling you once you get ahead. Myrian immediately transformed the gloomy atmosphere with her endless chatter. Eugene turned his cold gaze towards her. You know quite a lot despite having lived only in the wetlands. Where did you learn all that? I told you already. All spirits live in the spirit world before they get their own territory. Though it's just a simple place where we get together and have fun. Anyways, that's beside the point. Sometimes, seniors return to the spirit world from the material world, you know. They tell us a lot of things. Good advice that will be of immense benefit in the world. But you forgot most of it. I only remember things that I'm interested in. Not because you're an idiot. Nope. Myrian took on a grumpy expression before heading into a leather pocket. You don't even know anything. Chewy. Chewip 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 chewy. Kiawak tilde tui. It was uncertain whether Myrian was creating water or throwing a tantrum. After closing the cap of the leather pouch, Eugene took one last glance at the cabin before departing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My name is Felid. Please look after me, Sir Eugene. A boy who looked to be about 15 or 16 bowed to Eugene. I'm Jan Eugene. I look forward to it. Felid had his brown hair tied back in a nonchalant manner, and he looked as the stories had it. Although he was still young, he would certainly grow to become a handsome young man. But Eugene only thought of Felid's appearance as balanced. And such a balanced appearance, by Eugene's standards, was good. He looks a bit similar to the knight named Bertil Tywine. Felid looked softer overall, but his stubborn lips bore a striking resemblance to the young knight of the Tywine family. It seemed to be a characteristic of the Tywine family. Here you are. The chief bowed after handing over a letter written to Lord Tywine. Then farewell, Sir Eugene. Eugene answered with a nod. The chief seemed convinced that Eugene would leave for good. Take care as well. Yes. Please take care of this brat, or rather, young Master Felid. I will let you know when I get there, Chief. Oh my. Please speak comfortably. And I hope you can put in a good word to the Lord. Yes. This is my hometown after all. I will let him know for sure. Yes, yes. Thank you. The chief bowed repeatedly. He was immensely relieved that he chose to accept Felid and his mother into the town 8 years ago. Brother Felid. Goodbye. Send a mail. Don't forget your promise. You have to make me your aide once you become a knight. Eugene left Broadwin alongside Felid while leaving behind the shouts of the village boys. It would be different this time around. He was no longer being chased. He took the first step towards the world with his own will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After nearly half a day of walking, Eugene finally came across a proper village. The village beyond the ridge was incomparably vast compared to Broadwin. I think we are almost there. Yes. Felix followed Eugene diligently without ever falling behind or complaining, perhaps because he had become disciplined after farming. To be exact, he followed behind Eugene without speaking a single word unless he was spoken to. Well, you are weird, but that guy's personality is really strange as well. Eugene ignored Myrian's words and continued to walk silently since Felix was right behind him. How could he ever be so silent? I thought he lived in that town all these years. It must have been years since he's ever left, right? Isn't he excited? Shut up and go make some water before I throw you away in a random pond somewhere. Yes. Did you just say something, Sir Eugene? He had tried his best to speak quietly, but it appeared Felix had overheard as well. No, it's nothing. I was only speaking to myself. That is the town of Brahms, right? Yes. I saw the sign earlier. That is indeed Brahms. What? Can you read? Yes. My late mother taught me. This was rather surprising. Even the majority of knights were illiterate, so how could a boy know how to read and write when he stumbled into Broadwin and lived there ever since he was young? Was your mother a noble? No, I heard that someone she loved taught her when she was young. So she taught me and... Felix spoke with awkwardness. Eugene noticed that the one she loved was referring to Lord Tywine. I see. That's great anyway. You would have had to learn to read and write in the future anyway. Ah. Eugene turned his head towards Felix and spoke after suddenly thinking of something. Can you teach me how to read and write? What? Me. Teach Sir Eugene. That's right. I ran away when I was much younger than you after my family fell. So I never had a chance to learn, though I learned how to fight. Eugene was weaving lies without much effort now. But the innocent Felix believed his words and took on a sad expression. Ah, I see. But I heard that you can get ahead as a knight even if you don't know how to read and write. So are you willing to teach me or not? I will teach you. If you don't mind me teaching you, of course. Good. You can teach me after we set up camp later. Yes. Felix nodded vigorously. He felt as if he had grown a little bit closer to the quiet, blunt knight. This feels strange. Felix tilted his head curiously while staring at Eugene's back. Although it wasn't hot, it was still a warm day. But the knight was dressed in pitch-black clothes and even wore a mask. The red-eyed monster of the mountainside cabin was famous among the children of Broadwin. The adults always warned the children to never approach the cabin. The monster always caught and brought game to the village once every 2 months or so. Everything surrounding the red-eyed monster, or rather, Knight Jan Eugene, was strange and mysterious. But now, Felix was on his way to Lord Tywine's castle by the knight's side. Felix could not believe it that he could be the son of Lord Tywine and that he was traveling alongside Eugene. Should I make some small talk? No, they told me not to relax because all knights are bad-tempered. Felix shook his head inwardly as he recalled the words the chief spoke to him before Eugene arrived in the morning. It wasn't only the chief either. His late mother, who passed away last year, and the traveling merchant said similar things. Knights are almost always like predators. Never go against them and if you can, avoid making any eye contact with them. But wouldn't he let it slide and be more lenient because I might be Lord Tywine's son? And somehow, Sir Eugene seems very different from the knights I've heard about. Felix held his breath while quietly observing the knight. The tall knight was striding forward without rest even while carrying a large bag overlaid with several layers of thick leather. There is no way a knight like that would be a normal person. Let's not say unnecessary things and try to get close to him whenever I get the chance. Hey, he's looking at you weirdly. Where did I see that expression before? Ah, that's right. Those naked people who were busily sucking and biting each other in the pond had a similar expression. I don't know about others, but I was so grateful that they were killed by that crocodile bastard. Tap. I'm sorry. When Eugene suddenly stopped, Myrian scurried away into the leather pouch. But when nothing happened, Myrian stuck out her head and quietly stole glances at Eugene. Eugene's eyes shone with a light from inside the mask. But his gaze was headed towards the front rather than Myrian. What is it? What is it? Feel it, stay back. Yes, Sir Eugene. Eugene took a step forward while placing his hand on the handle of a sword located inside his robe. It was the short sword that belonged to one of the dead mercenaries. It had been in the best condition out of all the armaments. What is your business? A group of people suddenly stood up from behind a large boulder. What else could it possibly be in a place like this? If you give me everything you have, I'll let you keep your life. The 5 robbers grinned and threateningly swung their blood-stained clubs and maces. Hey, what are you doing? Quick, so that we can. Shuik. Indeed, Eugene moved quickly. However, unfortunately for the robbers, he had moved much more quickly than what the robbers demanded. Eugene narrowed the distance at once and drew his short sword. SHHK. The leading robber's head was decapitated in an instant, and blood gushed from the stump. The body slowly fell backward, still holding a wooden club in the air. Then. Wah. Shuik. 2 others were beheaded in an instant. One of them had been about to say something but died before he could finish his words. 3 people were dead in the blink of an eye. The silence was short. Huara. Save me. The remaining 2 robbers panicked and began to run away in a frenzy. But Eugene was armed with black scales and dressed in thick, black clothes. Without the sanctions of sunlight, a vampire's physical abilities exceeded a normal human's by several times. KUGH. The sword slashed 2 times, and the robbers collapsed with holes in their heads and chests. Eugene looked over the dead bodies after shaking the blood off the short sword. Then, he examined the blade. This was in the best condition out of all of them, but it's still quite pitiful. He knew it was too much to aim for a long sword like the one used by Jung Dirt, but he needed to find a better weapon. Eugene sheathed his sword and spoke. What's wrong? Eugene became puzzled and spoke to Felid, who was trembling with a pale blue face. But Felid did not respond. Or rather, he could not respond. After asking a single question, the knight just slaughtered 5 people in broad daylight. Felid's gaze contained both fear and relief. He was scared that Knight Eugene was in fact a being greater than a predator, but relieved from the fact that the incredible knight was currently his guardian. Is this your first time seeing someone die? No. Felid came to his senses and hurriedly responded while desperately holding back his urge to vomit. But what should we do with the bodies? Should we notify the people of Brahms? Or just throw it somewhere where it's not very visible? It's not like we have a shortage of scum like these in the world anyways. Someone will find them one day and take care of them for us. Having experienced and seen such a world for half a year, Eugene spoke calmly. Yes. Then I will clean it up quickly. Oh, wait. Felid forced himself to walk towards the bodies while holding back vomit. The corpses were still spewing fresh blood. Eugene interjected. They may have some useful objects on their bodies, so search them. Yes. Although Eugene was quite distinct from the knights he heard about, Felid obeyed his words. I thought knights lived by honor and died by honor. But like Eugene, Felid only knew about knights from stories. He did not know yet that a knight's honor was only kept in places with watchful eyes. Whether you were a knight or a mercenary, looting was an essential part of a battle. ******. Brahms was a fairly large village. The farmland and pastures were incomparably vast than those of Broadwin, and dozens of proper buildings could be spotted all over the place. It was a stark contrast from Broadwin, which only consisted of a dozen households huddled together. This is my first time here. He had stopped by large villages in other areas during his run in the past, but it was his first time inside the Taiwan territory. Wow. 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 Unlike Eugene, who observed the surroundings with uninterested eyes, Myrian burst into continued exclamations while on top of Eugene's shoulder. Even Felid, who acted mature until now, seemed a little excited to visit such a big village after a long time. The group continued walking down the wide road for a while, then Eugene stopped in front of a place where skins of animals and monsters were piled up. Eugene walked up to a middle-aged man with a shaggy red beard and a round hat. I would like to sell some leather. Eugene was dressed in a dark mask and emitted a red glow from his eyes, and the merchant flinched upon seeing him. But as soon as he saw the pile of leather on Eugene's bag, the merchant's eyes glimmered. Is that what you are carrying? All of it is leather. That is right. The chief of Broadwin told me that the red-bearded leather merchant was reliable. Oh, you mean Mr. Gev? The leather merchant's expression loosened as he mentioned the village chief's name. The chief was the only one from Broadwin who traveled outside on a regular basis, and he had mentioned the leather merchant to Eugene. That was why Eugene had chosen to stop at this place first. That's right. Eugene laid down the skins of the animals he hunted and the 2 black wolves he killed before leaving the town of Broadwin. Oh. These are skinned rather well. Did you do it yourself? Not half bad. But the black wolf skins are quite damaged, so I can't give you too much for those. The other ones are in good condition. For all of them. The leather merchant stole a peek at Eugene, but he could not gauge Eugene's expression at all due to the mask. In addition, his red eyes were quite hard to read. They were quite burdensome. TSK. Given the atmosphere, he must be quite an experienced hunter. Since he's coming here at the instructions of the chief of Broadwin. The merchant finished his calculations in an instant, then spoke coolly. 27 kingdom silver coins and 50 bronze coins. You won't get a better deal anywhere else. Let's do that. Eugene nodded, knowing that 5 bronze coins could buy a meal with a mug of beer. Ha ha. You hide your face, but you have a straightforward personality. Here it is. Soon, dozens of coins the size of a thumbnail and silver coins, which were twice as large, entered Eugene's pouch. Eugene was satisfied with the fact that he no longer had to avoid silver coins thanks to black scales. This is our first trade, but you seem to know the business. Stop by often. I can proudly say that I'm the best when it comes to leather around here. Do you have leather robes or anything similar? Something that completely blocks the sunlight, something preferably black. A robe. Ah, well. The merchant saw Eugene's robe, which was essentially pieces of untanned leathers glued together. He quickly searched through his stockpile of goods before pulling something out. You're lucky. I recently came across a very precious object. It's made of cowhide and lycanthrope leather. It's waterproof and completely blocks the sunlight. It is quite expensive, but it provides more protection than a decent set of leather armor, so I would say it is worth the money. The robe took the form of a long cape. It even had several ornamental straps and fur decorations. Eugene felt rather sorry to even compare his current robe to it. It was a piece of garment that was a result of exquisite craftsmanship. I will take it. Ha ha. You truly are forthright. Good. I thought I would never sell it in this town anyway, so I was going to send it over to Meron. I like your personality, so I'll just take 8 silver coins. Here you are. It was enough money to buy dozens of ordinary clothes, but Eugene presented the silver coins without hesitation. Come again. Leaving behind the leather merchant, Eugene headed towards a sign engraved with a sword and a shield. What are you doing? Let's go. Ah, yes. Felix scurried along at Eugene's words. He had been dazedly staring at Eugene's back. That is amazing. Even the chief couldn't buy and sell this easily. Felix's respect for Eugene deepened after witnessing the trade just a moment ago. The chief had always struggled with the merchant, while Eugene worked out a deal all too easily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After spending around an hour purchasing goods in the market, Eugene left Brahms. He had a new robe, strong boots, and gloves made of cowhide, as well as a helmet that completely covered his face. His appearance was completely different from before. Anyone would assume him to be either an experienced mercenary or a free knight wandering the world. Not too shabby, Of course, vampires are all about silk clothes, but I guess this isn't bad either. Eugene didn't know what silk was, but it was clearly a very expensive material, seeing that Myrian was always trying to satisfy her greed through Eugene. For Eugene, however, the best clothes were ones that were durable and properly blocked the sunlight. Since dwarven-made weapons are only available in the cities, I'll hold on to this for the time being. The weapons of the mercenaries only netted him 2 silver coins. Most of them had been cheap goods. However, he was able to obtain 2 silver coins since he had so many of them, and adding on an extra silver coin, he purchased a decent short sword. The short sword, also known as an arming sword, was originally paired with a shield. It was a symbolic weapon of the mercenaries. If I want to look like a knight, it would be best to get a long sword, but it costs too much money and I'm not well versed in swordsmanship. Anyways, I should purchase a horse first when I get some more money. Any knight would have their own horse. However, even the cheapest of steeds cost over 50 silver coins, while he only earned 29 silver coins from selling all the animal leather and the mercenaries' weapons. Moreover, they weren't war horses for knights, but plain, regular horses. Sir Eugene, are you not going to hire any mercenaries? Felix did not doubt Eugene's skills, but he heard stories that knights usually hired mercenaries to assist them in combat or to perform chores. We aren't too uncomfortable right now and I don't have enough money. It would be ridiculous to spend a silver coin to employ 2 idiots. Ah, I see. Felix bowed his head and shut his mouth. He had been about to say that Lord Tywine would surely compensate that amount if he was officially recognized as the Lord's illegitimate child. Let's go. Yes. Eugene and Felix resumed their journey towards Lord Tywine's castle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is it usually this easy to learn to write and read? Well, you're just extraordinary, Sir Eugene. The bonfire crackled while emitting a warm haze. The ground next to the fire was full of scribbles and erased marks. Yes. It took me 2 days to memorize and write all the letters. Besides, the grammar and whatnot. It took me more than 15 days to figure it out somewhat. It's amazing that Sir Eugene finished it all in a couple of hours. Really? Eugene felt satisfied. Although he had never been certain, he always had a hunch that he was quite smart. When he first ran away in his past life, he always looked for deserted places in the beginning. But after 2 or 3 months, he realized it was better to hide in crowded places. As such, he overcame several crises while staying mixed in with humans using his judgment and improvising. At least, until the Templars showed up. He had no information available to him regarding the Holy Knights. Anyways, Eugene thought he would have lasted less than a month, let alone half a year, if he had a bad brain. But seeing as he learned reading and writing so quickly, he realized he wasn't just half bad, but pretty smart. Tell him to try it one more time. Just once more. I swear I can memorize it as well if I can see it one more time. Come on. Just once more. While Eugene mastered basic grammar as well in just a couple of hours, Myrian whined because she could not even memorize all the letters. You're not cheating, are you? I can't even memorize all the letters, but you're telling me you can already write them. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. Oh, yeah. After remembering something, Eugene searched for and took out a piece of parchment. It was the letter written by the village chief of Broadwin to Lord Tywine. Eugene read the letter out aloud while Felid looked on with curious eyes. My lord Sir Tywine. First of all, I apologize for having to convey this news. It is due to my inattentiveness and inability that this has happened. In fact, Felid nodded while listening to Eugene's voice and checking the chief's letter with his own eyes. As such, I requested a knight named Jan Eugene to escort Master Felid. I have never heard of the Eugene family before, but given their unusual appearance and skills, they seem to be a descendant of a fallen knight or a noble family. Of course, I wanted to hire mercenaries to do the job, but please understand the situation of our poor village. The loyal servant of our gracious Lord Tywine, Gev. You're great. It's perfect. Felid was overjoyed. Really? Yes. I think it was even better because you have such a nice voice, Sir Eugene. By the way, it is a neat letter. The chief wrote very well. Is that so? Eugene had no way of knowing whether it was well written or not, as he had just learned to write not too long ago. He just accepted Felid's words for what they were. That's that. Eugene glanced at Myrian, who was floating in front of him with a shocked expression. Ah. Myrian stood unmoving in the air absent-mindedly, then suddenly shook her wings. I knew all vampires were con artists. You almost had me fooled there for a second. Wow. You made up a story like that in such a short time. I'm sure you'll get ahead, Eugene. The spirit made a fuss while pretending to be calm. She even forced a smile on her face. The corners of Eugene's mouth lifted in a smile. Huh. What's with that rotten smile? What's with that funny look you're giving me? Why are you looking like that? Am I funny? Do you find this amusing? Huh. Keek. Eugene snatched Myrian out of the air like a flying bug, then placed her inside the leather pouch. Oh, was there a mosquito? How stupid. To think they would choose to hang around Sir Eugene. You will always find moronic creatures wherever you go. Keek. Kitty. Eugene closed the pocket and cut off the defeated cries of the spirit, then raised his head. What's wrong? I think someone is coming. Eugene sensed nearing presence. His 5 senses were much more sensitive during the night than during the day. The sound of rolling wheels. A total of 6 pairs of footsteps. The smell of leather and oil. Were they mercenaries? After a while, the group that alerted Eugene's senses arrived. 2 carts, and 6 men, who seemed to be mercenaries. There were others. Hello there, friend. A big man raised his hand. He was at the forefront of the group. His tight leather armor had multiple pouches, and he was armed with a short sword and a circular shield. He's wearing a chainmail inside as well. He's not ordinary. After leaving the town of Broadwin, Eugene had encountered the first real mercenary. Greetings. Eugene raised his hand in the same manner and greeted the mercenary. Is the boy with you? May I ask for your destination? Although they looked ordinary, the mercenary asked in order to accurately grasp the identity of the other group. Eugene knew from experience that if he lied or answered hesitantly, he could arouse suspicion. He answered with a nod. That is correct. We are on our way to Lord Tywine's castle. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. We are on our way to Lord Tywine's castle as well. Do you think we could share the spot with you? We can provide drinks, water, and some lamb as well. Hey Captain, why are you being so respectful to a nobody? Oi, we are going to set up a tent here. Do you have any complaints? A younger mercenary stepped out while indicating with his head. Shut your mouth and step back. The The young mercenary became startled when the captain growled with a completely different atmosphere. The mercenary captain immediately looked back towards Eugene with a good-natured smile, as if he had never scolded his subordinate. "I'm sorry about this. He's quite new. My name is Partik. What about you?" "Eugene. Jan Eugene." Partik's eyes filled with surprise at Eugene's answer. In addition, the other mercenaries also became wide-eyed and stole glances towards Eugene and Partik. Those who had surnames and dressed in unusual outfits were usually knights. But it wasn't clear yet whether the man was just an impersonator or not, so they would follow the judgment of Captain Partik. So it was Sir Eugene. "I apologize once again for my subordinate's rudeness." Lavin apologized to Sir Eugene. "What? But how is that person a real knight in any way? He doesn't even have a horse or proper armor." "Lavin, you bastard, I will. It's fine since he just doesn't know. But you, stop testing my patience. You will die if you doubt me one more time." "What? But... Kugh." Lavin did not get a chance to finish his words. Partik had punched his jaw with his fist. Thud. Partik bowed his head after turning his eyes away from Lavin. The young mercenary had fallen like a rotten log after being knocked out by the blow. "My apologies, Sir Eugene. We recruited him in a hurry because we didn't have enough people. He really doesn't know anything." "I see. You do not need to apologize anymore. You can take a seat." "Thank you. Bilmo, please give your greetings to Sir Eugene." At Partik's words, a middle-aged man rushed down from the coachman's seat. He had been anxious ever since Eugene revealed his name. "I am Blimoa of the Palin Association, Sir Eugene. I apologize again for the hired mercenary's mistake. Call me Jan Eugene will do. No more apologies are needed. You can set up your camp." "Yes. Then excuse us." The mercenaries began to move busily under the instructions of Partik and Bilmo, with the exception of Lavin, who was still out cold. One was setting up a tent after moving the carriage, another was starting a fire and gathering ingredients and water in a large pot, while yet another was scouting the area near the campsite with a torch and a weapon. Everyone acted with discipline and precision. It was evident that they were accustomed to working with each other. Everyone except the one who got knocked out is a proper mercenary. And although he had never heard of the Palin Association, a mercenary group escorting a merchant and a carriage with an association's flag was surely experienced and capable. But why did the Tywine family hire such scum instead of mercenaries like these? Eugene thought back to the mercenaries he killed near the town of Broadwin. Mercenaries like Partik were much stronger and more reliable than mercenaries like them, so why were they recruited instead? Or they could have sent their men as well. This is a little strange. But Eugene did not bother thinking too much about it. His purpose was to safely escort Felid and to have his identity guaranteed by Lord Tywine. If I want to avoid any suspicion, it would be best for me to prioritize becoming a knight. Let's focus on keeping Felid safe and meeting the Lord. After their rather awkward first meeting, Partik and the mercenaries purposefully avoided interacting with Eugene. Eugene reviewed what he had learned by going through the chief's letter, and Felid tended to the fire while stealing glances at the mercenaries and Eugene. About 10 minutes later, the mercenaries started conversing with each other. With his heightened senses, Eugene was able to eavesdrop. ******. What about that fucker Lavin? He's still out cold. Why didn't you go easy on him a little bit?" One of the mercenaries spoke while clicking his tongue, and Partik responded with a frown. "He shouldn't have acted like that in the first place. Can't you do your job properly? What are you teaching the kid? He's been with us for over a month already. He should know how to take care of his own shit. I'll make sure he learns, boss." "But Captain, don't you think that Lavin had a point?" "What?" Partik's forehead scrunched up in response to the subordinate's whispers. Really though, think about it. That night, even I think something's strange about him. The night is so silent, and the boy doesn't seem to be his child either. Besides, this is the first time I've seen a knight carrying only a single short sword. Have you seen anything like that before? No. See, I think he's just an impersonator. He doesn't even take off his helmet when he's resting. It's suspicious. You idiot. Look at the robe he's wearing. It's made of lycanthrope leather. What kind of a crazy commoner wears something like that? It must cost at least 10 silver coins. And don't you see him reading the letter? He even knows how to read and write. Why you rewrite? Moreover, he's going to Lord Tywin's castle. I heard they might be sending a group to a newly discovered dungeon soon. He's probably aiming to join them. Wow, I hear even knights have to risk their lives when exploring a newly discovered dungeon. I guess he must be quite skilled. By the way, Captain, how is Lord Tywin's condition really? I heard he's barely holding on. Well, they're literally dumping mana stones on him, but his situation doesn't seem to be changing much. But since the Tywin family doesn't have that much money, they can't continue spending so much on buying mana stones. I guess. If they discovered the dungeon just 1 year earlier, perhaps he could have lived a few more years. Don't you think so? TSK. Do you think it's that easy? Even if you discover a dungeon, you need troops to explore it, and you need money to maintain the soldiers. Is that so? That's right. And what if you send in some soldiers and they never return? The estate could collapse in an instant. They know that, which is why they are being so careful in opening it. And after Lord Tywin collapsed, the second son is the only knight left. Welp, no matter how good of a knight he was when he was younger, I guess it doesn't matter now that he's old and sick. That family's complicated too, huh? The knight is standing up. The subordinate gestured with his gaze while clicking his tongue, and Partik slightly turned his head. The self-proclaimed Sir Eugene stood up from his seat, then slowly took off his helmet. Whoa! Everyone became astonished at the sight. Although they had wandered around quite a bit and seen a lot of people, they could not help but be shocked by the handsome face that was revealed under the helmet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They should believe me now, right? Eugene became completely relieved after seeing the mercenary's reaction when he took off his helmet. Originally, he planned to take off his helmet as soon as he heard them mention it. He had to show them that he wasn't suspicious at the least. But as he continued listening to their conversation, while other mercenaries seemed to doubt him, Partik seemed certain of his identity. It certainly had been worthwhile buying and adorning an expensive robe, as well as learning how to read and write. He had taken off his helmet to cast away any remaining doubts they might have had. Their conversation regarding the Tywin family piqued his curiosity. The Lord is on his deathbed. Of course, the talk regarding the dungeon was interesting as well, and the mercenaries seemed to show more enthusiasm for it as well. But for Eugene, it was more important that Lord Tywin, who was believed to be simply sick, was actually in a much worse condition than he previously thought. Will he still be alive when we arrive? He can't already be dead, right? Eugene sank into thought. Then, he noticed that Felid was staring up towards him with his mouth agape. What's wrong? What? Oh, it's nothing. Felid's cheeks seemed to reflect the redness of the fire as he lowered his head. Is he actually a weirdo, like Myrian said? Satisfied that he had proven his identity by showing his face, Eugene returned to his seat. Wager. The fainted mercenary jumped up with a loud gasp. You're finally awake. Drink some water and sit down. We finished setting up camp. Did that bastard get knocked out on purpose because he didn't want to work? It's much better to take the night shift for 3 days in a row rather than getting your jaw knocked in by Captain Partik. You should know. As I would expect of someone who's been beaten up by the captain before. Lavin's face turned bright red as his colleagues giggled over the matter. Then, his gaze met with Partik's. What? Is there a problem? No, not at all. If there isn't, then eat. I restrained myself, so your face should be fine after a couple of days. Yes. Lavin was about to sit down with a sullen expression, then suddenly turned his head towards Eugene as if remembering something. We'll see what I do with that fucking. Huh. Lavin's jaw dropped to the ground with shock when he saw Eugene's face, which was faintly lit by the dying fire. He's fucking handsome. Right. That's the guy that a young, hot-headed mercenary tried to pick a fight with not too long ago. In case you didn't catch on, I'm talking about you. You. Partik poked at Lavin's temple while speaking, but the latter could not find a response. Lavin, you bastard, consider yourself lucky. If you had spoken one more word then, you could have lost your head. Huh. What kind of a joke? You bastard. Do you even know the stance that the knight had been taking when you were speaking? His right hand was inside the robe, and his left foot was pulled back slightly. Is that so? That's right, you punk. And knights can narrow a distance like that in the blink of an eye. And then, slice. Your head would have dropped on the spot. Does that mean he's stronger than you, Captain? Probably so. Lavin inhaled sharply when the captain answered without hesitation. He asked away, stealing a glance at Eugene's face. What if we all came at him together? Either we all die, or if we're lucky, I'll survive along with maybe one more. Lavin's eyes became colored with bewilderment. He was well aware of the skills of his seniors and Partik. Partik spoke in a cold voice. Listen carefully. In our line of work, if you run amok, you could easily end up dead. Of course, we will kill anyone who attacks first, but we want to avoid unnecessary clashes as much as possible. Do you want to pick a fight with anyone you see? Then feel free to join a bigger mercenary group. You can participate in real battles and wars. Fight with your life on the line and loot as much as you want. If you're lucky enough to last 5 years, then who knows? Maybe you can climb your way up to become a mercenary captain and serve some noble. Kick. Only if it was that easy. Why do you think all of us are here? Lavin, you really should count yourself lucky. I haven't heard of most of those who started working at the same time as us. We're the only group without a single death in 3 years. All right, I get it. That's enough. I'm going to eat. The mercenary's conversation ended in laughter. Eugene felt a sensation coming from his waist. Tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Myrian was asking him to open the pouch. Thinking that she had been locked up in the pouch for long enough, Eugene removed the cap. Myrian flew into the air with a sullen expression. How ignorant. It was for me to talk so much without knowing my place, sir. I'm so ignorant. I'm so ignorant that I can't tell when to hold my tongue and when to talk. I will try my best to not be so ignorant in the future and become intelligent. I will be an intelligent spirit who can be of help to Sir Eugene. Help. Yes, yes. I will be reborn as a spirit to be of great help to you and no longer be so ignorant. Huh. Hey. Where are you going? Eugene suddenly stood up and started walking. Myrian flopped down onto his shoulder. Excuse me for a second. The mercenaries took on anxious expressions as Eugene approached them. Partik also became nervous, but he took on a keen expression and responded. Do you need anything from us, Sir Eugene? Didn't you say your destination was Lord Tywin's castle? I was thinking if we could travel there together. They were now convinced that he was a knight. Perhaps he could join them. They have access to quite a bit of information. I'm sure it will be of great help. What are you glancing at? Why? Do you want to be friends because he's so good looking? You look like you would give your ass to him at night, Partik scolded Lavin, who kept stealing glances at Eugene's back since departure. Come on, I'm only looking. We're traveling together now. It's only for today. Don't get too interested in a night. A goblin will have his crotch ripped apart if he tries to go after an ogre. Really? You're calling me a goblin? It's not like he was born a knight anyways. Lavin grumbled, and Partik responded with a grin. They are indeed born as knights. What? No matter how stupid or weak a knight appears on the outside, he learns to use a blade at the age of 3 or 4. Captain, aren't you thinking too little of me? I'm telling the truth, you brat. A child born into a knight's family will start fiddling with a wooden sword as soon as they are able to take their first step. And if they have enough talent, they will receive systematic training once they are 7 or 8 years old. They will take classes from their father or older relatives. By classes, you mean swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, spearmanship, horsemanship, daggermanship, bare-handed fighting. Name it, and if it's a method of fighting, they've probably learned it. Really? And then they become a knight? No. After they learn enough, they become aides. That's when it really begins. Ah, you're talking about those little brats that follow around knights, right? Yes. You think little of them, but those 15, 16-year-olds are stronger than you. They could eat 2 or 3 mercenaries like you for breakfast. I see. That's right. Anyways, they usually spend 2 or 3 years as aides. Maybe even 5 if they meet a master with a crappy personality. They'll have to perform all sorts of chores while experiencing real battles and whatnot. Once they have a recommendation, they will finally qualify to become a knight. Wow. But even that's not the end of it. What's the point of only having a recommendation? You only get acknowledged as a real knight once you're sworn in. Sworn in. Either they defeat monsters, participate in a war, a jousting tournament, or fight in battles. After they build up experience over a few years, they can get sworn in once they catch the eye of an aristocrat with a title. Now then, here's a question for you. Lavin already looked rather terrified, but Partik continued with a huge grin. Out of all the children who first played with a wooden sword, how many do you think made it all the way to the end? Which stage did Sir Eugene, who looks to be about 22 or 23, reach? I'll just quietly follow you around, Captain. I'll be obedient. That's right, punk. Don't get big-headed for nothing. Knights are truly amazing. Now I see why that money grubber was so happy. Lavin passed the reins of the carriage to another mercenary and glanced at Bilmo, who was dozing off next to the coachman's seat, with interested eyes. Of course. It costs more than a pretty penny to hire a proper knight. Moreover, knights who are as broad-minded as Sir Eugene are quite rare. With a knight like him accompanying us for free, it's only natural that his jaws would drop. And we're lucky too. Naturally. Partik and the mercenaries grinned. When the knight suddenly asked to accompany them last night, they had been wondering if the gorgeous knight had gone crazy, or perhaps was plotting something against them. However, the mercenaries understood after hearing the knight explain his circumstance while showing them the letter that the chief of Broadwin had written for Lord Tywine. In any case, it didn't matter too much for them since it was just an additional escort on top of Bilmo and the wagon. Moreover, although the subject of the escort was a bastard, he was still Lord Tywine's son. A real knight was escorting him to the castle as well. I have a good feeling about this request. Aren't you glad you decided to trust in my gut feelings? The mercenaries nodded without hesitation at Partik's words. They knew Partik was a leader who was lucky, trustworthy and had experience and skills. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, a bear-like guy is grinning at you right now. Let's just knock them all out and take their horse. It'll be much faster. If you are caught stealing a horse, it's the death penalty. And that's a luggage horse. It can't travel fast anyways. Really? Aren't all horses the same? They have different purposes. There are horses that run fast, horses that pull wagons or carts, horses for battles. All of them are different. Wowzers. You sure know a lot, don't you, Sir Eugene? Yes. I certainly am better than you at reading and writing for sure. Keek. Shut up. Myrian shrieked loudly, then sat down on Eugene's shoulder and began chattering away. By the way, I'm glad the little brat is writing on the carriage. We can talk comfortably like this. It's much more comfortable riding a carriage, so I don't know why he insists on walking. What a weirdo. Eugene had a hunch that the stubbornness ran in the Taiwan family, but he didn't bother verbalizing it. So what kind of a man is Lord Taiwan? I do not know either. Only that he is the lord of this region, and he's not long for life. I heard he was a very strong knight in his youth. It would be problematic if Eugene could not meet with Lord Taiwan. He had been pondering about the issue since last night but failed to come up with any viable solutions. He was still deliberating. He's not long for life. Then what happens with the little brat? Is he going to be orphaned as soon as he arrives there? That's none of my business. Felid would not receive great treatment since he was a bastard son, and if the mercenaries' words were true, the territory was currently quite poor. Not much would fall to Felid. No, rather, if the family had no money and was riddled with chaos due to the discovery of the dungeon, perhaps he would be dragged off to the dungeon as a soldier and face a dog death. But I guess you're still better than me. At least you will get to see your father's face. Home. Eugene suddenly realized. Perhaps not me, but Lord Taiwan will certainly meet with Felid. There was no parent in the world who would not meet their child after finding out they existed after 16 years. So how do I use this? Eugene mulled over the thought. He gained more than simple beauty after awakening as a vampire. Eugene was beginning to recover the intelligence of the Knight's tribe, who were second to none when it came to being smart and crafty. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After traveling for an entire day, Eugene and the mercenaries finally arrived in the village of Martella, where Lord Taiwan's castle was located. Martella was a town slightly larger than Brahms. However, the Lord's castle located in the middle of the town wasn't very big. Inside the moat and the high walls, there were only 3 buildings, including the main structure where the Lord's family resided. Still, Myrian could not keep her mouth shut. It was a great spectacle for a small wetland spirit. Sir Eugene. You need to get ahead in life and get yourself a castle like that. The Earl of Blood Eugene. Eugene, the Count of Darkness. Geek. I would love to see a few gargoyles over there. We can have gals roam the walls. Stop talking nonsense and get in here. I will open the cap if I need you. Oh, by the gods. You are a man with no romance or ambitions. Even while muttering grumpily, Myrian obediently flew into the leather pocket. Eugene's group was led by Bilmo, a member of a large city's merchant association. As such, they had no trouble passing through the drawbridge into the castle. Once they entered the small castle of the Taiwan family, which was also known as the Rose Castle, they instantly caught the attention of the castle's residents. Among the onlookers, a group of nicely dressed men and women approached the carriage. They appeared to be the high-ranking people of the castle. Are you from the Palin Association? A man who appeared to be around 30 asked, and Bilmo answered while putting his hands together. Yes. I am Bilmo of the Palin Association. And may I ask for your name, sir? I am Camera, the successor of Taiwan. I don't need introductions from the others, so get unloading. Yes. Partik and the mercenaries began to unload the carts. But since it had nothing to do with him, Eugene took out the letter of introduction to give to Camera Taiwan. Camera's gaze turned to Eugene. What about you? Why aren't you getting to work? Yes. Yes. Felid started to move with an anxious expression, but Eugene stopped him by grabbing his arms and leading him forward. Nice to meet you. I am Brother Camera. A clear voice resonated and cut off Eugene's words. A young man wearing a grey surcoat over chainmail strode forward while being accompanied by 2 soldiers. Bertil Taiwan. He was a knight of the Taiwan family. In Eugene's past life, Bertil Taiwan had troubled Eugene in many ways along with Jung Dirt. Although it had been Jung Dirt who actually killed Eugene, Bertil Taiwan had been responsible for leading the tracking team. What are you doing now? What does it look like? Goods arrived from the Palin Association, so I was overseeing the unloading process. Brother, why are you personally doing such things? You take care of matters regarding the troops, and I, the successor to the family, handle everything else. Isn't that obvious? Why? Do you want to be the one to oversee these things as well? Perhaps you even want to play successor. You know that is not what I meant. If not, then mind your own business. The brothers glared at each other like mortal enemies. Eugene realized that the stories he overheard from the mercenaries were true. The Lord was about to die, and the family's finances were in a mess. Meanwhile, a dungeon was newly discovered, but the brothers were at each other's throats when they should be joining forces. So, what are you? At that time, Bertil's gaze shifted towards Eugene. His expression was rather unwell, perhaps after being told off by Camera. Eugene took 2 pieces of paper out from his arms and pushed them towards Camera, rather than Bertil. One was in the hands of a mercenary named Timothy, and the other was sent by Chief Gev of Broadwin. What? Camera became visibly surprised and snatched the letters from Eugene's hands with a flinch. Then he hurriedly read the letters. This. What is going on? Read it. Camera frowned and held out the parchments. Bertil's face quickly stiffened after reading, confirming the contents. The mercenaries were attacked by black wolves and wiped out. And this, sir, brought back the Lord's illegitimate son. That is correct. This is Lord Taiwan's illegitimate son. Everyone's heads followed Eugene's gaze. Nice to meet you. My name is Felid. Felid bowed his head. People in the castle shifted their attention to the Lord's bastard son, whom they had only heard about. They began to murmur with curiosity. Take this guy with you. Get him washed and put some proper clothes on him. Yes. Please follow me, young master. A neatly dressed servant of the castle stepped out at Bertil's words. Yes. Felid looked back towards Eugene as he followed behind the servant. It wasn't until Eugene gave a slight gesture with his hand that Felid moved on with a relieved expression. Sir Eugene. Bertil spoke. I am grateful for your hard work. There was a set of unfortunate events. The request could only be completed because you decided to take it up. I will pay you the appropriate amount tomorrow. It must have been a rough journey, so please rest for today. It was a polite response, but he was essentially asking Eugene to leave tomorrow. Thank you. By the way, is it possible for me to meet with Lord Taiwan? It will be difficult. The Lord is in bad condition. Is there no way? Unfortunately. A clear refusal. And it did not seem that the eldest son, who reminded Eugene of Jung Dirt and his shitty personality, would allow it either. However, what's so hard about meeting him for a short while? Although he was born from a different womb, this man still returned our brother to us. Camera, the eldest son, shattered Eugene's expectations and suddenly sided with him. What do you mean by that, brother? Father is awake for less than an hour each day. Then he can see this sir during that time, home. He is going to be meeting our new brother anyways, so we can say hello together. Brother. What? Why? Sparks seemed to fly as the two brothers glared at each other. Then Camera shrugged before speaking to Eugene. I apologize for this, sir. I made a mistake in not recognizing your identity earlier on, so I was going to arrange a meeting with the Lord for you, but it seems like it will be quite difficult. Because of a certain someone. Camera glanced towards Bertil, as if screaming because of this bastard, then continued. Anyways, take a good rest today. If a certain someone changes their mind, then I will let you know right away. Then. Camera quickly moved away with his servants after speaking. He never had any intention of letting me see the Lord in the first place. He merely used me to provoke his brother. Camera simply took the chance to transfer the responsibility for the matter to his brother. Eugene gave up on the idea of meeting the Lord through the Taiwan brothers. Do I have to go through feel it then? It was then. Oi. Sir Bertil. Are you busy? A loud voice resonated from the side of the stairs built along the wall. Eugene was rather surprised to discover that the voice belonged to a man as big as Partik. It's a knight. The man was dressed in leather armor and a long sword hung from his belt. Such weapons were usually favored by knights. In addition, a rondel dagger, which was shaped like a large fang, was attached to the opposite side of his waist. Not at all. I will be with you right away, Sir Galfredic. After answering the large knight's call, Bertil turned to Eugene. The servants will guide you to your room, sir. You can either have your meal at the dining room located in the annex or ask any servant to bring it to you. After speaking, Bertil headed towards the big knight along with two soldiers. He spoke with the knight while glancing towards Eugene's way, then the two of them headed into the main building together. In the meantime, Partik and the mercenaries finished unloading the carriage and approached Eugene. Sir Galfredic placed third in last year's tournament that was held by Count Evergrove. Is that so? He certainly looked very big and strong. They say his strength is unparalleled. It's just that Sir Lou Gates, who won the championship, is an overwhelmingly strong knight. I hear he is definitely a knight who would be recognized for his abilities anywhere he goes. Eugene was rather glad he became acquainted with someone knowledgeable. He responded. I see. But why did such a great knight come to this place? Perhaps it's true that the Taiwan family is planning to open the dungeon soon. If the first expedition is successful, the knight who led the expedition will surely gain enormous fame and reputation. So Sir Galfredic will become a knight of the Taiwan family. Lavin asked carefully while stealing a glance, and Partik shook his head. As the youngest member of the group, Lavin was still inexperienced and rather lacking in information. I don't think so. I heard Sir Galfredic is an ambitious man. He probably wouldn't be satisfied with a little estate like Taiwan. He'll leave when he receives his fair share and gains the reputation of successfully conquering a dungeon. Then he could be recruited to a noble family with a title on better terms. I'm jealous. Save it. You have to risk your life to explore a newly discovered dungeon. Since no one has ever been inside, the way is unknown and you don't know what kinds of monsters might pop out. Is that so? That's right. He will have to slay at least 40 or 50 monsters in there. 1 or 2 intermediate monsters such as trolls or large dungeon spiders as well to boot. If he only kills a few weaker monsters in the dungeon, people will call him a coward. It's an unacceptable outcome for a knight. Isn't that right, Sir Eugene? Well, yes, that's about right. Although it had nothing to do with himself, Eugene wondered what good fame and fortune were in exchange for one's life. But he agreed with Partik for now. But no matter how great Sir Galfredic is, do you think having a single knight will be enough? I heard it takes at least 20 people, including the workers, to enter a maze or a dungeon. That's only true for dungeons that have already been opened and conquered once or twice. Since this dungeon is unexplored, they will need at least 2 times that number. Besides, it's not like they can grab every Tom off the street, so they will be hiring men who already have a reputation or have proven themselves. To do that, Bilmo, how much money would they need? If they hire about 2 or 3 knights on top of 30 mercenaries, it will be about 800 silver coins in advance. The pay for a successful expedition would have to be calculated afterward, depending on the number of mana stones they gain from killing monsters. Phew. Lavin became speechless. The huge sum was way beyond his imagination. But if they fail, they will have wasted 800 silver coins. That is why the Taiwan family has no choice but to be cautious. It's not like they are very wealthy either. If they fail, they will go bankrupt. Well, although that is only if they manage to gather all of the required troops. Partik stole a glance at Eugene after finishing his words. Naturally, the gaze of other mercenaries also headed towards him. Eugene was well aware that Partik and the mercenaries thought him to be a knight who was interested in the Taiwan territory's dungeon. He remained silent. Eugene was still busily pondering about ways to get an audience with Lord Taiwan. Then, a servant of the castle carefully spoke. He had remained silent thus far while standing behind Eugene and the mercenaries. "Excuse me, Sir Knight. My apologies for interrupting your conversation, but I can show you to your room. Why don't you continue the conversation over there?" "Fine. All right, this way, sir." The servant was expecting to be scolded or even struck by Eugene. He was greatly surprised by the unexpectedly gentle response and quickly moved his steps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That was so suffocating. Myrian spoke with a large breath after finally being released from the leather pocket while flying circles around Eugene's head. "Huh. This is the room they put you in." It was a small room with only one window and a few old hangers lying on a simple desk. It was said to have been originally used by the butler of the castle. I asked for a room with the least amount of sun, and this is what they gave me. At least there are no fleas or lice. This is enough. Of course, such pests would not bother a vampire in the least either. TSK. You have a long way to go, mister. You have to get ahead and live your life to the fullest, TSK. Speaking of which, why don't you join the dungeon expedition? I'm not interested. Why? You can score both money and honor. My priority is to get a proper identity. A knock interrupted the conversation between the two. "Come in. Sir Knight, the bath water is ready." "Thank you." The servant bowed his head as if finding Eugene's answer generous, then poured in hot water into a large wooden barrel situated at the bathroom, which was attached to a corner of the room. Steam bloomed into the air, and the servant lowered his head after placing a clean cloth on the bathroom table. "Please let me know when you are done. I will clean it up right away." "Ah, what will you do for dinner, sir?" Eugene thought for a moment before responding. "I would like to eat with the company I traveled with. Is it possible?" "Yes. The mercenaries are using a large room, so I will have the food on the table as soon as it is ready." When the servant left, Eugene took off his clothes and sank into the steaming bath. Clat. "This is the stuff." Myrian quickly followed suit and splashed around in the water, then drifted across the water while groaning like an old man. Surprisingly, however, any trace of dirt or muck disappeared wherever she floated across. She definitely was a spirit of water. Artilda, I know I said this before, but no matter how hard I think about it, not going into the dungeon seems like such a waste. I told you before. Identity comes first. That doofus said something about fame bestowed to the first knight who successfully conquers a dungeon, right? Then you won't need to be recognized by the Lord here. Isn't that right? Eugene paused amidst washing himself. She certainly had a point. As Partik said a while ago, those who successfully conquered an unexplored dungeon would gain both wealth and fame. The knight named Galfredic, who seemed rather famous in the nearby regions, was here for that exact purpose as well. But there are too many unknown variables for me to enter the dungeon. I don't know if those two brothers would accept me, and above all else, I cannot reveal a vampire's abilities in the presence of other knights and mercenaries. But a dungeon was a dark place without sunlight. A vampire like himself would be much more advantageous in such a space compared to a regular human being. What if he subtly used his abilities depending on the situation? He would use just enough to avoid any detection. That is not a bad idea. You can be useful sometimes, And I thought you were only good for making water. Muhahaha. Of course. Lord Myrian, Myrian was about to go off on her rant with enthusiasm and pride, then suddenly began to jump angrily with realization. Are you looking down on me? Don't look down on me. Keek. Yeah. Eugene answered half-heartedly, then lifted himself up from the wooden barrel. As he wiped himself dry, Eugene noticed his reflection in a copper mirror. He observed the well-balanced, muscular body, then narrowed his eyes at a peculiar sight. His body was always full of mysterious tattoos. He did not know when they were carved in, or who had been responsible for them. But now, one of them, a tattoo that should have been on his right chest, was gone without a trace. Why did it disappear? What happened? Eugene was baffled by the sudden situation. Not realizing his concerns, Myrian continued to speak. Come to think of it, the dungeon should have a few high-ranking monsters. Like that crocodile bastard. Well, the crocodile bastard was still a little weak because he wasn't fully grown, but... Keek. Myrian had been leisurely floating around the bath water as she blabbered on. She shouted with shock as Eugene picked her up with his fingers. He spoke quietly. There are others like the wetland monster in the dungeon. Well, that's what I was just saying. That crocodile bastard was a high-ranking monster. I know, shocker, right. But you killed it and ate the mana stone, right? The red one. Do all high-ranking monsters have red mana stones? Not all of them. Just a few special ones, I think. I'm not sure why. But can you let me go now? Eugene released his fingers while frowning. I acquired black scales after consuming the red mana stone from the wetland monster. That's when I started feeling pain in my right chest, right? If I can kill another high-ranking monster and eat their mana stone. He wasn't sure exactly what it would be, but he could gain the ability of a powerful monster. Above all, his tattoos could disappear, the tattoos he failed to remove or to erase until now. Then what happens when all of my tattoos are erased? He did not know. But there was only one choice to be made if he wanted to find a clue. Let's go into the dungeon. An excellent choice. Sir Eugene, Count of Blood. Geek. Asterisk. Here you are, Sir Eugene. Partik greeted Eugene. Even in the Lord's castle, he did not take off his leather armor. Various foods were prepared on the table, which was large enough to seat 5 or 6 people. There was bread, some roasted ducks, and stew with big chunks of meat and vegetables. In addition, a large jug of beer and wine was present as well. The Thai wine family isn't treating us too shabby. It is all thanks to you, Sir Eugene. Is that so? Of course. The kitchen gave us all this food because Sir Eugene said you would eat with us. If it were just us, they would have told us to dip our bread in the stew. We wouldn't have seen even a pig's tail in the stew either, never mind chunks of meat. And could we even dream of alcohol? We would have been relieved if they didn't bring us water the maids used to wash their privates. Wouldn't that be a reward for you? You little rascal. The mercenaries burst out laughing at someone's comment. They seemed to be slightly more comfortable in Eugene's presence after accompanying him for a few days. Naturally, they still knew him to be a knight from a noble family who could even read and write, so they never crossed the line. But unlike other knights, they found that Eugene had a gentle personality. He never mistreated them or looked down on them. Perhaps because of this, the mercenaries felt a sense of comradeship with Eugene. Moreover, they were able to indulge in such a scrumptious dinner thanks to Eugene. They felt even more grateful. "Let's eat." "Yes." The mercenaries started eating while talking amongst themselves. The mercenaries were young and big, and the food quickly disappeared. Eugene put down a wooden mug of wine and spoke to Partik. "Are you finished with the request now? We will have to take Bilmo back to Meren for now. And then, if the Palin Association gives us another request, we will take it. Or else we will have to head to the guild. Unless you are participating in a battle or a war, it's best to receive commissions from the guild." "But why do you ask?" "It's not a big deal, but I was wondering if you would like to conquer a dungeon with me if you had nothing lined up after this." Partik and the mercenaries froze at Eugene's words. "Aid, are you being serious?" "I am." Partik spoke with disbelief and Eugene nodded in response. "Excuse me for being insolent, but are you referring to the dungeon that was recently discovered in the Taiwan territory?" "That's right. There is no way that you do not know what it means to explore a new dungeon. Are you confident?" He knew how rude it was of him to ask such a question, but Partik had no choice but to ask. Moreover, Partik was convinced after being acquainted with him for the past few days that the knight would not become angry at such a question. "I will be just fine, but the problem will be with your men. I am the one who suggested it after all." "Yes. But," Partik continued after taking a short breath to organize his thoughts, "it is questionable whether the Taiwan family is prepared for the endeavor. They do not have enough soldiers. Even if Sir Eugene decides to participate. Then why do you think Sir Galfredic decided to come? Didn't you say yourself that he was quite famous in this area? Ambitious too. I do not believe he came all this way without thinking about it beforehand." Partik almost slapped himself on the forehead. As Eugene said, Galfredic would have come to the castle after receiving a price worthy of his reputation. And if Galfredic was going to act as an anchor for the exploration, they could easily gather 20 or even 30 mercenaries. Rather, it was highly likely that a sufficient number of mercenaries had already gathered. "Anyways, are you going to accompany me or not? Please give me some time to think about it." "Okay, but I need to know sooner than later. I would like an answer by tomorrow morning." "All right." Eugene stood up after hearing Partik's answer. The mercenaries stood up along with Eugene, then flocked to Partik as soon as the knight left the door. "Hey, are we really going to do it?" "Captain, this is not a good idea. No matter how good the pay is, being the first to explore the dungeon is a no-go. No one knows the way, and no one knows what's going to pop out. Even if we succeeded in exploring the dungeon, half of us won't come back alive." The mercenaries raised their voices. But Partik remained silent without answering his colleagues and subordinates. After a moment, he raised his head. "I know you guys may have different thoughts regarding the issue, but I think of this as my last chance." Partik continued while looking around at the shocked faces of the mercenaries. "I will be turning 34 next year. Although I never suffered any major injuries and lived quite a long life for a mercenary, all of you should know that this is nothing to brag about. If I were in a larger mercenary group, I would have become a vice captain by now. Of course, I could have died early on as well." The mercenaries were well aware of Partik's skills and his keen judgment. They thought the former possibility would have been more likely but remained silent while nodding their heads. No, brother, I've been stuck here too long. But that doesn't mean I can quit everything and join a big mercenary group as a new recruit at this age. If I retire after working as a mercenary for 3 or 4 more years, I could open a small pub in Meren. But I don't want to live like that. Then. So far, I always chose the path that guaranteed our safety, but this time, I want to walk my own path. So I will not force any of you. Make your own choice. You can either bet your lives on Sir Eugene and me, or you can go back to Mirren. The mercenaries remained silent while sharing glances. They were faced with perhaps the most important decision of their lives. The first to break the long silence was Glade, who had been with Partik the longest. I will stick with Captain, no, with our brother. Let's give it a try. Okay. What about the rest of you? I can't do it. I'm sorry, Captain. Me too. Brothers, I'm sorry. 3 mercenaries lowered their heads. You brats, what are you sorry about? It's only natural to be cautious since it's a matter of life and death. I'm sorry that I could not be with you until the end. You guys can take Bilmo back to Mirren. Share the balance of this request amongst yourselves. Think of it as your severance pay. Captain. Tears started to appear in the eyes of the 3 mercenaries. Partik reassured them with his gaze, then turned his eyes towards the last remaining person. Lavin, you should follow these brats for a while as well. Even if you don't make a lot of money, you should not have to worry about starving. Work hard for a year or 2, then you can find a bigger group too. I will be staying behind as well. What? Partik was surprised at Lavin's words. Although he had allowed the young man to join their group because he was quick and had a good hand, Lavin was still quite inexperienced. It's only been a month, but I believe in Captain's guts. You are following your gut feeling this time as well, right? That's right, but you could really die if you're unlucky. I don't know anymore. I want to be successful too. I joined the group because of you in the first place, Captain Partik, so I'll stay with you until the end. What more is there to life? No, well. Partik attempted to respond, then laughed instead. Who would he listen to at that age? When Partik was about Lavin's age, he also stole his family's money and ran away from home. Do as you like. A kid like you will live longer if you stay by my side. Why do you have to put it like that? Lavin attempted to retaliate, but the mercenaries who would head to Mirren ruffled his hair. That's true, kid. We don't want to deal with a little brat like you anyways. Who knows what you're going to do? I would rather tame a goblin than try to make him listen. Kikik. The dark atmosphere soon subsided and the mercenaries were chuckling once again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Camera Tywine is looking for me. Eugene answered in a puzzled voice when a servant came to visit him. Yes, sir. He wanted to discuss something with you, so he wants to see you. Right now. Yes. Eugene nodded after a moment. All right. Then please allow me to guide you there. Eugene followed behind the servant, who was holding an oil lamp. Camera. That's the older brother from before, right? Why is he looking for our sir? Myrian whispered into Eugene's ear from his shoulder, but he was ignorant of the reason as well. After a while, Eugene arrived at a room located on the 2nd floor of the main building. He opened the door. Sir. Please, come in. Camera approached Eugene with delight. He had been sitting beside a wide-open window with a glass of alcohol in his hand. I heard you were looking for me. Ha ha. I wanted to apologize for not recognizing your identity earlier in the day. Also, I had a few things I wanted to discuss with you. Camera clapped his hands after speaking. The 2 maids in the room quickly left. Let's have a drink. Thank you. After pouring blood-red wine into a grey metal cup for Eugene, Camera grinned. I am sorry about earlier. I did not know you were a knight since you were not wearing a surcoat nor riding on a horse. I understand. Eugene once again convinced himself that he should prioritize purchasing a horse as soon as he had the money while he nodded. By the way, you appear to be in quite a complicated situation from what I heard from Felid. It seemed Camera had already spoken with Felid. It made sense once Eugene thought about it. Since they were meeting each other for the first time, it would be natural for brothers to at least have dinner together. It is just as Felid told you. My family collapsed when I was a child. In addition, I was ridden with a horrible disease after being poisoned, though I am completely cured now. That was why I somehow ended up all the way in Broadwin. I apologize for not mentioning it to you earlier, Sir Tywine. Ha ha. It is only natural. I understand that you may have been surrounded by enemies ever since you were young. And my father is not one to punish someone for something so trifle. Rather, he would surely reward you handsomely for safely bringing back Felid. Are you saying I will get a chance to meet with Lord Tywine? I would want nothing else, but Bertil insists on being stubborn. Even I am no match for his bullheadedness sometimes. By the way, are you going to keep that helmet on? Are you not going to drink the wine? Eugene took off his helmet. Camera's eyes widened. Hoo. So this is why you were wearing your helmet until now. I can't even think to be jealous. Ha ha. Come, let's have a drink. Camera raised his glass before taking a large swig of the wine. He promptly got straight to the point. By the way, sir, do you want to have your identity verified by meeting our father? Eugene nodded. Camera was more tactful and quick-witted than he expected, perhaps because he was the successor of the territory. That is correct. I knew it. I am sure that you must have forgotten those who destroyed your family by now, and of course, you won't have any property or fortune. Are you perhaps thinking of going on a full-fledged journey as a knight after having your identity verified? I do need to make a living. Amazing, just as I expected. Eugene scrunched his forehead. He did not understand why Camera seemed to be in awe. Wouldn't you say so as well? Felid told me that you killed 5 robbers near Brahms, right? With a single short sword. That's correct. That means your skills are considerable. It's not easy for someone like that to decide to prove their worth by having their identity verified then faithfully going on a knight's journey. I am only trying to do what I learned when I was young. That is why I am amazed. Anyways, that's why I want to talk to you about something, sir. Camera's voice reduced to a whisper. Eugene realized that Camera was about to bring up the real reason for their meeting. You probably already know that a dungeon was found in our territory. Do you perhaps know about the state of our family? I do not know the details, but I heard some rumors. Then that will make this easier. Sir, why don't you join the expedition? This was exactly what Eugene had hoped for, but he pretended to be surprised. Camera continued excitedly. We do not have any money right now. But as you know, money will no longer be an issue if we successfully explore the dungeon. We will be procuring literally hundreds of mana stones every month. Once we successfully open the dungeon and explore it, the rest will be no work at all. So sir, will you not participate in it and lead the troops? Oh, of course, I am not asking you to do it without compensation. It won't be much, but I will be giving you down payment as well. In addition, if you kill 50 lower-ranking monsters and 2 or 3 intermediate-ranking monsters, we will give you 20% of the mana stones and any goods obtained in the dungeon as a reward. It was fine that he would let Eugene enter the dungeon. However, Eugene did not know whether Camera's offer was lucrative or not, and he was also curious as to why Camera was suggesting such a thing. However, Camera quickly realized why Eugene remained silent. He continued. All you have to do is say yes and we will verify your identity as well. With the seal of our family, you will have nothing to worry about. At least, not in any of the nearby territories. This is a chance for you to gain wealth, fame, and even status. What do you say? He was still slightly unsure, but it did seem to be rather generous conditions. However, Eugene was not a fool. He would not accept the kindness of an unknown noble. They had only met a few hours ago. These are quite generous conditions, but first, let me ask you a question. Why me? There is no need for you to trust me, is there? Camera's expression stiffened. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be easy from how he looked. It seemed the new knight could think for himself, unlike Galfredic, who probably had muscles for brains. Camera had suggested conditions that any free knight, especially a free knight without proper identity, would have jumped at. Very few would have hesitated in agreeing to his conditions. Moreover, he had even buttered up the night beforehand. Camera was forced to speak a bit of the truth. Sir, do you happen to know Sir Galfredic? I saw him in the castle earlier. He appeared to be quite close to your brother, sir. HMPH. I am sure they are. Bertil was the one who brought Sir Galfredic here in the first place. Apparently, they became close during the tournament hosted by Lord Evergrove last year. Anyways, that is beside the point. At this rate, Sir Galfredic will be leading the clearing party. What does that matter? Isn't it all the same if we succeed in clearing the dungeon? I'm telling you this because it does matter. Why would I be doing this if Sir Galfredic is going to swear allegiance to me and remain in our estate after the dungeon? From the way I see it, as soon as he is finished. Camera continued talking with agitation. Although the story lasted for quite a while, the main point was rather simple. He did not want to see his younger brother Bertil acting all high and mighty after Galfredic successfully broke through the dungeon. But he could not postpone the opening of the dungeon any longer, nor could he kick Bertil out of the territory. Bertil was his brother, as well as the only knight of the territory. Camera was asking for help so he could take the initiative in opening and clearing the dungeon. He needed to save face as the next lord. He was not very intimate with other nobles in the vicinity, since they were always thinking of ways to devour the territory. It made it difficult for Camera to seek assistance. It went something along those lines. In the end, Eugene was an unexpected lifeline for Camera. It was the only hand available to Camera right now. I understand. Can I give you an answer by tomorrow? Of course. Then I look forward to hearing good news. Camera proposed a toast with a grin. Eugene laughed inwardly as the two glasses clinked together. He already achieved the goal of entering the dungeon, and if he was lucky, he could achieve small revenge on Bertil, who had been largely responsible for his death before he returned. Ah, our Sir Eugene. As the days go by, you are starting to regain the cunningness befitting your status. How cool. You'll get ahead soon, right? Kikekikik. Even Myrian's excited, silly comments did not bother him today either. Then have a safe journey back. I apologize for not being able to finish the job personally. It is fine. You've done plenty for me until now. I am sure Miss Priscilla will understand as well. Anyways, take care. May God bless you. God bless you. Bilmo climbed onto the coachman's seat after saying his farewells to Partik. The three mercenaries had already said their goodbyes the night before, so they left alongside the carriage after wordlessly shaking hands with Partik. Once the carriage completely crossed the drawbridge, Partik, Blade, and Lavin approached Eugene. Let us go, Sir Eugene. Home. Eugene headed towards the main structure of the Rose Castle along with the three. Ah, you're here. Camera welcomed Eugene in a bright voice. He had been waiting for the knight's arrival since earlier on. After stealing a glance at the two mercenaries and Partik, he continued in a slightly excited voice. So you decided to accept my offer? That is correct. I have decided to hire these three men as well. Ha ha ha. You made the right choice. By the way, how much are your wages? Eugene answered instead of Partik. 100 silver coins for all four of together. And after we succeed, Give us our pay in the materials gained from monsters. I don't need any mana stones, so give us half of the materials gained from monsters. Huh. You don't need mana stones. They are hard to dispose of. I prefer other materials. Well, if that's the case. Camera accepted the proposal with puzzlement. It had been Partik's proposal to ask for the raw materials from monsters rather than mana stones if they succeeded. Mana stones had to go through a purification process. But if an individual requested purification from the church, rather than an organization or a merchant association, the process became complicated, and the church took 30% of the products as the fee. It would be better to be compensated with materials that they could sell off to a merchant association. Materials gained from monsters were quite useful. If they could acquire half of the total gains from the expedition, they would not be making a loss. It's a good thing I chose to bring Partik along. In addition, Partik already had a plan to deal with the materials. It also had to do with why Bilmo returned to Meran without making a fuss, although 3 of the 6 original members had deserted the mission halfway. Bilmo was worried about his performance within the association, so Partik had promised him to sell all of the monsters' materials to the Palin Association through Bilmo. But are you sure you don't need any more men? We could hire 2 or 3 more. Thank you for your concern, but it will be fine. Wouldn't Sir Galfredic hire over 10 men anyways? We are short on numbers on our side, so he will likely hire around 20 men. TSK. It will be troublesome if our side contributes less. Although Camera complained, he had no choice. Where could he find another knight who was capable of killing 5 armed robbers alone? Galfredic was an unusual case, and outstanding knights usually headed to serve under rich, high-ranking aristocrats. They would rarely visit a place like this. Knights or mercenaries. If any of them are too outstanding, they could covet the territory as well. It would be better to sit on a pile of debt after failing to explore the dungeon. He could not risk such a horrible outcome. And this is a meaningless condition, but... Eugene shrugged while speaking. It felt as if he was verbalizing a flitting, unimportant thought. If I kill any high-ranking monsters or anything stronger in the dungeon, I will keep its mana stone. Ha 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 ha. A truly meaningless condition. Do as you want. Ha ha. Camera, as well as the mercenaries, felt rather amused. Humans did not journey into the evil lands only for the sake of gaining mana stones. It was to control the population of the monsters in advance. If left alone, the number of monsters would continue to increase, which would ultimately result in the monster encroaching on human territory. Humans usually killed a few intermediate-ranking monsters before withdrawing. High-ranking monsters usually resided in the heart of the evil lands, and if the humans messed with such creatures without thinking, it could cause the entire group to be annihilated. But now, a no-name knight was claiming he would kill a high-ranking monster after entering a newly discovered dungeon. It truly was a meaningless condition. Ha ha. Well, I like your confidence. You need to have at least this much guts to call yourself a knight. Anyways, let's do our best. Ha ha ha. Camera did not stop chuckling, seemingly finding the situation quite amusing and ridiculous. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Eugene. That's right. It will be better to have more knights than not, right? The others were hired by the Palin Association, so they should be decent as well. What about their terms? The down payment will be 100 silver coins, including Sir Eugene and the 3 of them. They want half of the monster materials as the success pay. He said he doesn't need mana stones. Is that so? Bertil stared at Eugene with cold eyes. He had heard about Eugene from Felit as well during the dinner last night. Although it was likely exaggerated, the fact that he defeated 5 robbers with a single short sword was enough to prove his identity as a knight. The terms are not bad either. But I don't have a good feeling about this. He would have been rather relieved if Eugene was as arrogant and reckless as other knights, but it was difficult to gauge the unknown knight's true intentions. The eyes that shone from inside the knight's helmet felt ominous to Bertil. "What are your thoughts, Sir Galfredic?" Camera shifted his attention to Galfredic. "I always welcome a skilled knight." "Good to see you, sir. I am Rowan of Galfredic." Galfredic was even bigger than Partik. He stepped forward and extended his hand forward. "Nice to meet you, Jan Eugene." The two knights shook hands with their gloves on. Squeeze. Eugene strengthened his grip after feeling Galfredic's powerful grasp. Galfredic's raised his thick eyebrows in surprise. "Your strength is quite formidable. I look forward to your performance." "Likewise." Galfredic grinned while speaking to Bertil after letting go of Eugene's hand. "I do not know about his swordsmanship, but I can guarantee you his strength." "I see." Galfredic himself was reassuring Bertil of the man's capabilities. As such, Bertil had no justification to refuse Eugene's cooperation. Furthermore, it was just as Camera said. It was much better to have another knight. My older brother's influence will increase slightly, but it's not a bad outcome. More than anything, there is no guarantee that man will come out alive. Bertil decided to accept Eugene. "Welcome to the opening of the dungeon, Sir Eugene." "Ha ha. Now that we have everyone here, why don't we start discussing things in earnest?" At Camera's words, Eugene, Galfredic, and Bertil each took their place at the ends of a square table. "Sirs, we will be outside." "Yes." Partik's group left after bowing, and Bertil started the conversation. "As all of you know, we have 3 knights, Sir Galfredic, Sir Eugene, and me. But I cannot participate in the expedition. Someone has to protect the castle." It appeared Camera and Galfredic already knew of the fact, as they nodded in acknowledgement. But Eugene heard this for the first time. There will be 23 men in total, including the 3 that Sir Eugene brought, and the men gathered by Sir Galfredic. The down payment will be paid as discussed previously, as well as the success pay. The minimum conditions for clearing the expedition will be 70 low-ranking and 3 intermediate-ranking monsters. Feel free to make judgments accordingly for anything past that. The minimum conditions were literally the bare minimum. But no self-respecting knight would be satisfied clearing the minimum conditions. It was customary to defeat at least 1.5 times more than the minimum number of monsters. If they were successful in killing 1.5 times the number of monsters, they could take away about 30 to 40% of the profits after paying off the knights and the hired mercenaries. But it was only if they succeeded. There are 6 porters. I will prepare water and food for 7 days. Mercenaries will arrive within 2 days at the latest. Then we will depart right away after taking the day off. According to what he heard from Partik, a group usually stayed inside a dungeon for 3 or 4 days after entering. However, this time around, they were opening a dungeon for the first time. Since they needed to map the dungeon through exploration, it was required to prepare plenty of drinking water and food. "Do any of you have any questions, sirs? What about a dismantler? And don't you think we will need more porters? Even the low-ranking monsters leave behind quite a bit of resources as well. The dismantling will be of no issue. 3 of the porters were originally hunters. And..." Bertil sank into thought for a moment, then continued. "I will hire 2 more porters. We can leave behind anyone who is seriously injured. What about others who are injured? Can I do whatever I want with them? I will leave it to your judgments, sirs. What do you think, Sir Eugene? Don't tell me you are one of those philanthropists like those among the nobles of Carl's Baggins. They are mercenaries, not my men. I don't care. I don't think anyone would become involved in something like this without being resolved." Eugene spoke in a cold voice. It was rather comical that Bertil would ask a vampire if he was philanthropic towards humans that he barely knew. Ha ha ha. I like the sound of that. The short meeting was concluded with the sound of Galfredic's hearty laugh. Then, sirs, please rest easy and maintain your peak conditions until we leave. My body will become stiff if I rest too much. Is there a hunting ground nearby? Hunting is the best way to warm up. Galfredic started speaking while walking forward, then suddenly turned around. Sir Eugene, what say you we warm up together? Eugene remained silent, unsure as to what Galfredic was referring to. The burly knight continued with a big grin. I'm asking for a duel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Galfredic is dueling the new knight from yesterday. Really? Are you sure? Are they really fighting a duel? They are about to start right now. The people of the Rose Castle gathered in the courtyard of the castle. The castle walls and the stairs, which were the best seats available, were already filled to the brim with spectators. A circle of people was formed in the middle of the courtyard. Since it was a rather small castle, the courtyard felt quite packed and bustling with even 60 to 70 people. Look at how big he is. That's Sir Galfredic, right? Who do you think is going to win? A duel of this caliber was rare in the Rose Castle, where Bertil was the only knight present. As such, the people of the castle watched Eugene and Galfredic with anticipation and wonder. Obviously Sir Galfredic. He lost in the semi-finals of the jousting competition, but he made it to the finals in the swordsmanship competition. I heard he is incredibly strong. In particular, everyone was expectant of Sir Galfredic. Making it to the finals in the swordsmanship competition proved his prowess, since none in their territory had ever won a competition since Lord Tywine. Huh. Are you going to fight like that? I don't have any armor. Well then. Galfredic grinned before stretching out his hand. He held the pommel of a wooden sword similar in shape and length to the long sword he used. Although they were both using wooden weapons, he adorned a helmet like Eugene and plate mail on his upper body. Let's end it with a single round. It will be troublesome if you break your bones, so let's take it easy. I will try as well. KUK. I'm getting more and more fond of you. Shall we get started? Galfredic swung his wooden sword in an X shape. Shitting. A sharp sound resounded throughout the area. It was hard to believe that he was only swinging a wooden weapon. Galfredic brandished the weapon back and forth a few times before starting to move in a circle. Eugene's eyes narrowed as he observed Galfredic's actions. At first, it appeared as if the knight was using both hands to wield the weapon, but he quickly realized the knight was moving his weapon back and forth between his two hands. It is an unusual sword technique. Different from Jung Dut. When he had been on the run in his previous life, he discovered that knights used similar, but slightly different styles of swordsmanship from each other. Galfredic was a knight who made it all the way to the finals in a competition held by a count, although they were in the countryside. He would surely be adept in his own unique, powerful swordsmanship. Shing. Without warning, Galfredic's wooden sword shot towards Eugene in a straight line. Eugene reflexively twisted his body and raised the short wooden sword in his hand. Tung. Shitik. Galfredic's weapon was deflected slightly, then bounced back into a slice. It was a precise attack aimed directly at Eugene's forehead. Eugene would have been helpless in the past against a similar attack. But thanks to Black Scale, Eugene could exert physical abilities surpassing wild predators even during the day. He leaned back to avoid the attack. Whoosh! As if he had been anticipating Eugene's move, Galfredic changed the trajectory of his weapon and swooped down at a right angle. Bang! A clear sound echoed in the air. The spectators had been watching the battle unfold with mouths agape and eyes full of shock. They flinched at the reverberation. An incredible sight was unfolded in front of their eyes. Galfredic was stumbling back several steps while holding onto his helmet. Eugene had kicked Galfredic's chin the same time he leaned back to avoid an attack. Phew. Galfredic took off his helmet, then shook his head left and right. Wow. Amazing. Sir, where did you learn something like that? I consider myself quite capable at bare-handed fighting, but I never even heard of a technique like that. Eugene was a little taken back at the unexpected response. Weren't all knights supposed to be competitive, proud, and arrogant? I learned it from a senior in my family when I was young. To tell the truth, the attack was a combination of a vampire's superb athletic abilities and improvisation, but Eugene uttered an excuse he prepared beforehand. Is that so? I would like to learn it if I ever get the chance. However, if I had been wearing my real helmet instead of a practice one, the attack would not have had much effect. He had a point. The helmets that knights usually wore contained a close-fitting skull cap to protect the entire head. But it would have been enough to break your posture. I wasn't going all out either. I was afraid I would break your bones. Eugene relaxed the way he addressed Galfredic and spoke with sincerity. What? You ha ha ha. I like you more and more. Ha ha ha. Galfredic burst into laughter, then threw aside his wooden sword before striding towards Eugene. I don't know how it would have ended if we were in a real battle, but you won this time, sir. I apologize for thinking you would be an easy opponent. Eugene shook Galfredic's hand. The burly knight was dismantling his assumptions about knights. Galfredic raised Eugene's hand while shouting. Although it wasn't a fancy sword match, Sir Eugene won this battle. You little rascals. Show some respect for the victor. Hua wah wah. Cheers and applause rang out in the courtyard of the Rose Castle. 2 days passed since the duel between Eugene and Galfredic was held. During the 2 days, Eugene realized that people were starting to treat him differently than before. When he first arrived, the people of the castle had been afraid of him because of his status as a knight. But after he won a duel against Galfredic, he felt a different emotion in the eyes of the people. It was very similar to the expression that Felid had shown. The humans here, they seem to respect you. Respect. Myrian spoke while sprawled on Eugene's shoulder. He frowned while responding. Yeah. I heard some stuff while wandering around. They fear you, but they think you're super cool as well. I guess that big bear you beat up was really strong after all. Eugene concurred inwardly when Myrian mentioned Galfredic. His swordsmanship was no joke. Galfredic wasn't much weaker compared to the Knight Templars Eugene had engaged with in his previous life. In addition, just as he controlled his strength, Eugene was sure that Galfredic was also holding back. Anyway, I understand why you said we need to be careful of knights. If someone like him swings around swords and shields coated with silver, you could be in real trouble. It was obvious. In fact, he had been killed by such knights before. His body had been strengthened after drinking the wetland monster's blood. He felt that he could not be killed by regular, metallic weapons, though he might feel pain. But silver-plated weapons were an exception. He wasn't entirely sure, but the pain inflicted on him by silver metals was likely several times the pain that regular humans would feel. Moreover, the wounds did not heal. The question is, how far can Black Scales defend against such attacks? At least, he had a hunch that he would not be as helpless as he had been in his past life. Oi! Sir Eugene! Galfredic called out in a boisterous voice. I heard all the mercenaries arrived. Are you heading there as well? Home. The eldest son called. He. Since you have no previous experience with expeditions, let me tell you something. Galfredic drew closer to Eugene. After the duel, they had started speaking comfortably with each other. Galfredic was even acting quite intimate with Eugene. It's important to make a strong first impression in front of mercenaries. They will be respectful outwardly towards knights, but what do you think if the knight seems weak? They will try to meddle and step out of their place. Besides, sir, I heard you weren't very familiar with tactics, right? Knights were counted as aristocrats, although they ranked the lowest, and they weren't only educated in combat. Knights were also taught how to command subordinates in combat, various strategies, and tactics, as well as other things. But Eugene was a vampire, and he was ignorant of tactics. He made excuses by saying that he never had the chance to learn of such things because he lived alone in the mountains while training. Well, you only have to command 3 of them anyway, but you never know what could happen in an emergency. So make sure you break their spirits properly. Or you can learn by seeing what I do. Thank you for the advice. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, nothing at all. Galfredic slapped Eugene on the back while laughing energetically. Although his gesture contained enough power to cause ordinary people to sway, Eugene remained immovable. Galfredic felt even more favorable towards Eugene. He welcomed that he had a strong fellow knight whom he could rely on during the expedition. Moreover, he was rather fond of the red-eyed knight, who was quiet but powerful. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh. There you are. Sirs. Camera and Bertil greeted the 2 knights. The mercenaries instantly stood up and bowed their heads. Hello there, Sir Galfredic. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Galfredic. The mercenaries knew that he had placed quite high in Count Evergrove's tournament. It meant that he was one of the strongest knights in the region. Therefore, the mercenaries were cautious in how they acted towards Galfredic. That knight is. He's quite thin. Doesn't look very strong either. On the other hand, they seemed rather doubtful when they looked towards Eugene. Although it was a great feat to win in a duel against Galfredic, they had not seen the battle personally. Now, let's get started. When Eugene and Galfredic sat down, Bertil started speaking while looking around. We will depart tomorrow morning. The dungeon is about half a day's distance from here, so we should arrive by noon. We already sent soldiers, but just in case, we will send a scouting party first before advancing. And Bertil continued explaining in a dry voice. Naturally, we do not know what kind of monster we will come to face since we haven't opened the dungeon yet. But based on the location of the dungeon and the size of its entrance, we are expecting goblins, gnolls, and kobolds for the low-ranking monsters. For intermediate-ranking monsters, trolls and large cave spiders. Obviously, we cannot predict the high-ranking monsters. The mercenaries nodded. Even among some of the dungeons and labyrinths that had long been discovered and constantly cleared, it was unknown what kinds of high-ranking monsters dwelled in many of them. Anyway, take a good rest today. Alcohol and women are prohibited, but I promise you a feast when you return. If you want to gain wealth, fame, and want to enjoy the feast, come back alive. The mercenaries knew the weight of opening a dungeon, so they felt motivated even under moderate tension. A mercenary with a shaven head raised his hand. Sir, I have a question. What is it? Despite Bertil's sharp gaze, the mercenary asked undauntedly. How will we divide the units? Although it may not be as complicated as a maze, we are sure to run into some crossroads in the dungeon. That's. Bertil's eyes turned towards Eugene and Galfredic. Galfredic stepped up. Division of units will vary depending on the circumstance. However, we will always divide into 2. If we split up into more than 3 groups, it will become difficult to deal with unexpected situations. Will Sir Galfredic and Sir Eugene take charge of the groups? Why? Do you have any complaints? And not at all. It's just that, we all know of Sir Galfredic's abilities, but Sir Eugene is relatively unknown. The opening of a dungeon isn't just a regular mission and... Hoo-hoo. So are you looking down on a knight? You don't trust him. Your brain must have turned to mush from all the alcohol. Shall I take it out and see it for myself? When Galfredic reached for his rondel dagger while slowly standing up, the expression of the bald mercenary turned pale. Not at all. I did not know my place, sir. The bald mercenary hurriedly bowed his head. But Galfredic kept his hand on the dagger as he slowly looked through the mercenaries. Watch yourselves, all of you. If you challenge the authority of Sir Eugene or myself one more time, I'll make sure to check the contents of your head, expedition or not. Do we understand? Yes, sir. Galfredic finally loosened up after hearing the mercenaries' unified shout, then grinned while lifting his face. You cheeky bastards, do you see the swelling here? I have Sir Eugene to thank for landing a good blow on my chin. You all know that no one was my match in last year's swordsmanship competition besides Sir Lugates, right? But this man right here, Sir Eugene, almost blew my chin off. Galfredic's smile deepened as he placed his arm around Eugene's shoulder. I believe that none of you are foolish enough to not realize what that means. You don't have to believe me. There's no more sure way than to experience it with your body. Well, I guess it's a little problematic that experiencing it in the dungeon means most of you will end up dead. The mercenaries gulped nervously after finally comprehending the situation. Why did that bald fucker say something so useless? Did he not know Galfredic's temperament? What an idiot. The bald mercenary received the stinging gazes of other mercenaries, except for his own group. He was finally forced to turn his head. Galfredic grinned and whispered to Eugene. See. This is how you break their spirits, sir. I'll keep that in mind. Eugene nodded. Although he wasn't completely convinced yet, Eugene thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to build up his relationship with Galfredic. ****. After concluding the meeting, Eugene returned to his room along with Partik, Blade, and Lavin. He was greeted with an unexpected presence in front of the door. That base, mister. We will go ahead and retire, Sir Eugene. Partik led the two mercenaries away after seeing Felid. What are you doing here? Eugene approached Felid. They had not seen each other in the past few days, since Felid had resided in the main building of the castle. How are you, Sir Eugene? Not too bad. Did someone hit you? Eugene narrowed his eyes when he saw Felid's face, which was slightly swollen red in various places. Well, Brother Bertil wanted to teach me swordsmanship. Teach you swordsmanship? Something was off. Felid was a boy who farmed and raised pigs in Broadwin. Why would anyone suddenly try to instruct him in swordsmanship? He taught you swordsmanship as soon as you arrived in the castle. Did you get to meet Lord Tywine? Did the Lord give permission? I have not had the chance yet. Apparently, his disease is too severe. He is not in a condition to meet anyone. And for learning swordsmanship. Felid continued in a trembling voice after hesitating for a moment. Brother Bertil told me to enter the dungeon as a porter. Since it's a family affair, that at least one person from the family needed to enter. Wow. Look at that ice-hearted demon. Sir Eugene. Isn't this straight up telling the brat to go die in the dungeon? It was as Myrian said. Felid's experience with monsters would be limited to when he saw goblins snooping around town to steal the chickens or the pigs. But he was going to be joining the expedition group to open a newly discovered dungeon. Let's go in first and talk. Yes. After the two people entered the room, Felid quietly continued telling his story. ****. So he said he would let me see the Lord when I returned from the expedition. Felid's story was rather shocking. During the past 2 days, he slept only 3 or 4 hours each day, performing all sorts of chores in the main building. It appeared that Bertil had a hand in the matter, seeing as the servants addressed him as young master, but weren't hesitant in bossing him around. Moreover, he was discriminated against because he was of different status. I can bear being worked and bullied. But no matter how hard I think about it, I really don't think I should be part of the expedition. That's why. Sir Eugene was the only one I could talk to, so that's why I am here. I apologize. Felix bowed his head while stealing a glance at Eugene. Eugene, he is a bit of a weirdo, but he's not the one to lie or do bad things. Let's go find those bastards who did this to the brat and whip the... Geek. Eugene grabbed Myrian like lightning and forced her into his leather pocket. Felix had missed the gesture with his head held low. Eugene spoke. I'm only telling you this now, but the mercenaries who came to pick you up. They were probably sent by your brothers, not Lord Tywine. What? Felix abruptly raised his head. You know that Lord Tywine collapsed about half a year ago and that your brothers have been in charge of the estate since then, right? Yes. I heard from the people of the castle. So the mercenaries were sent by either of them. And 8 mercenaries couldn't even kill 2 black wolves and were wiped out. What? What do you mean by the black wolves? It was me who actually killed them. The mercenaries were wiped out because they couldn't even deal with 2. Eugene told Felix a concoct of truth and lies, and the young man became wide-eyed with shock. If they had been Partik's group instead, they would have killed the black wolves without much trouble. But those who came to pick you up were third-class weaklings that I would feel sorry to call mercenaries. So why would they hire such a group of weaklings? Ah. Felix seemed to have caught on. Eugene continued explaining the hypothesis he had been storming up until now. One of your brothers, perhaps both. They did not want you to safely arrive at the castle. And now, they are telling you to join the expedition. I feel quite certain of something. How about you? Felix shuddered with shock. Eugene knew Felix to be quick-witted and intelligent from their trip to the Rose Castle. He was certain that the boy understood his words. Then, are they sending me to the dungeon to die? Am I going to die there? Eugene did not answer. But he was certain it was highly likely. There were no good-hearted mercenaries who would protect a mere porter in a dungeon, even if they were the bastard son of the Lord. Since he had grown closer to Partik's group, perhaps they would protect Felix if they were facing a crisis. There is a way for you to live. What? How? Eugene had devised a plan to meet Lord Tywine before he decided to enter the dungeon. Felix Tywine, you just need to become my aide. Become an aide? Me. Felix replied with shock, and Eugene nodded. That's right. You are 16 and have already had the coming-of-age ceremony. You can choose your own path even without the consent of a guardian. Naturally, children of noble families seldomly decided their futures without consulting their parents or getting their approval. In fact, the nobles usually had set paths they needed to walk, and the children did not try to go against their parents' wishes. Young nobles feared banishment from their family the most. However, Felix was a boy who lived alone in a remote, mountainous village without his parents, or at least, until recently. He never even knew that he was the son of the region's lord. He would not be afraid of being kicked out from the Rose Castle. If you become my aide, I can order you as your master to stand by in the castle. I have that right. Your brothers will not be able to dispute it either. Besides, if anyone dares touch a knight's aide when the knight is away, they would be openly provoking the knight. They would be picking a fight with me if they touch you. Felix was an intelligent boy. He quickly regained his composure. I will do it. Felix nodded vigorously with determined eyes, and Eugene responded. Good. But I'm going to tell you beforehand. I do not intend to take you around with me. I already know. Sir Eugene isn't taking me in as an aide just because you've taken a liking to me and you want me to live, right? Is there something you want from me in return? You are quick to pick up on these things. That's right. I do not know what it's going to be, but you will have to do as I tell you to. I will do anything as long as it doesn't involve harming innocent people. And do you have the power to kill someone right now? Well. Felix had spoken confidently but was forced to blush after hearing Eugene's retort. No matter. It won't be a bad deal for you either. Yes. Felix answered vigorously after taking on a determined expression. But soon, he continued in an awkward voice. Well, sir, shouldn't we hold a ritual or something of the sort? Perhaps a swearing. Eugene stopped in his tracks. The face of a man naturally crossed his mind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha ha ha. What a surprise. You are going to take in the bastard of the Taiwan family as your aide. I'm fine with it. Galfredic burst into hearty laughter, then stood as witness to preside over the two people's vows. After the ceremony was completed, he excitedly spread the news, and soon after, the two Taiwan brothers rushed over to Eugene. Sir. What are you thinking? How could you take in a member of our family as your aide without permission? It's not so bad, is it? He's already had his coming-of-age ceremony, so it's up to him to decide his own future. Brother. Camera seemed a little surprised, but he was rather accepting. On the other hand, Bertil was fuming. So it was the second son. Eugene was convinced from the contrasting attitudes that Bertil was the one responsible for trying to eliminate Felix. Just as I do not involve myself in the affairs of the Taiwan family, it is not appropriate for you, sir, to dictate who I decide to take in as an aide, is it? Or has another knight already taken Felix in as their aide? Bertil's froze wriggled with annoyance, but he could not refute Eugene's remarks. Rather, it would have been appropriate for him to be grateful that a knight decided to take in a bastard son as their aide. Then sir, will you be taking our youngest into the dungeon? I did take him in as my aide, but I could not bring an inexperienced brat to the opening of a dungeon. Especially when he has not even learned the basics of swordsmanship. I am planning to have him train until I return. Well, it would be rather ridiculous and unbefitting to take him to the opening of a dungeon anyways. He's been farming and rearing pigs his entire life. Anyways, congratulations. And on behalf of the Taiwan family, I would like to offer my gratitude as well. Camera was genuinely pleased. Doesn't this establish a connection between the family and this knight? If the dungeon opening is successful, our Taiwan family will be able to save face, and not just that Galfredic. Having a successful expedition led by a visiting knight and mercenaries was completely different from a successful expedition led by a knight who was also the master of the family's son. Naturally, the latter was much more favorable than the former for Camera, since he would soon become lord of the territory. Huh. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Where did this golden goose come from? Camera held back a grin and spoke with dignity. Although we are born from different wombs, my younger brother has taken on a master. As the next lord, I cannot simply stand idle. Eugene took on a puzzled expression, and Bertil appeared shocked. Camera continued. Although I gave up on the path of knighthood due to lack of talent, my father had prepared armor and a sword for me. I need to pass down the sword as an heirloom since it was my father's, but the armor will be fine. Please take it, Sir Eugene. Brother. I am grateful. I will accept it. There were no knights without steeds, but there were no knights without armor either. Eugene answered immediately and accepted the offer without hesitation, regardless of Bertil's reaction. Ha ha. It's chainmail, not plate mail. But it was purchased from Marin's skilled craftsman for 30 silver coins, so I can guarantee the quality. It's reassuring to hear. Although he had black scales, he could never reveal them in public. No one could know. But if he was wearing chainmail on the outside, he would have an excuse after surviving an enemy's attack. In the end, Camera and Eugene ended up serving as each other's golden goose, even without any prior communication or discussion. Unfortunately, one person was left in the dust and seething in anger. Jan Eugene. What an unpleasant bastard. I need to get rid of him somehow after the expedition. Or else. He had no other choice. Bertil had a strong premonition that his grand plan would somehow be severely disrupted otherwise. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The morning of the dungeon opening finally dawned. Eugene and Galfredic were equipped with their gear, and they left the Rose Castle with mercenaries and porters. Although Camera was with them, everyone knew that the day's protagonists would be Jan, Eugene and Rowan Galfredic. The fruits of the victory, whether the event was a monster subjugation or a territorial dispute, would be earned by the lord and the nobles, but it was the knights who climbed the trees to acquire the fruits with difficulty. That was why the nobles exonerated and respected the knights outwardly, at least. That was also the reason why knights could be proud and boast. The warriors marched on proudly, tasked with the future of the Tywine family. 5 hours later, the group arrived in front of a leafy oak grove. The gloomy forest was rumored to house ghouls and ghosts at night, and even herbalists rarely entered the area. Wow. What a nice place. There must have been 1 or 2 seniors who resided here in the past. I can smell it, oh yes, I can smell it. Myrian became excited and buzzed all over the place, perhaps at the joy of finally seeing a proper forest after a long time. Even so, she did not leave Eugene's side, flying within a radius of 4 or 5 meters of him. Ah, let me show you the way. The serf responsible for discovering the entrance led the way with nearly 40 troops following behind. They crossed into the thick forest, which had no visible roads. The group of knights and soldiers created a loud racket and reeked of metal, oil, and leather, which deterred any beasts and monsters. As such, the group traveled for nearly an hour without coming across any difficulties. They finally came across a low hill full of primeval trees. Start the search. Yes. The mercenaries heeded Galfredic's orders and started roaming around the hill in groups. In many cases, monsters tunneled holes to escape from unopened dungeons to gain access to the outside. Such monsters were known as roamers. This way. While the mercenaries searched, Eugene, Galfredic, and the Tywine brothers climbed up the hill under the guidance of the serf. Hoo-hoo. Galfredic's eyes glimmered with light after he spotted a sunken spot on the ground. A rusty door with thick iron bars was decorated with all sorts of bizarre characters and shapes. Dungeons, labyrinths, and ancient ruins were always sealed in this fashion if they were yet unopened. No one knew for sure why they were created in such a way and why, but evil lands were both a threat and a blessing to humans. Humans would either kill the monsters inside to acquire mana stones and materials, or they would be killed instead. It was a very simple formula. I found 3 burrows, but given their small size, it looks like they were used by lower-ranking monsters. It is a relief that no intermediate-rank monsters have come out. Then we will take a short break before opening the dungeon right away. Yes. The mercenaries gathered in groups to rest. Eugene wasn't very tired, nor did he have things to take care of. He approached Partik's group. How are your conditions? Very good. It's just that this one is a little nervous. I am doing just fine. Lavin spoke in response to Partik's words with a stiff expression. Relax. We have Sir Eugene and Sir Galfredic. Besides, I don't know about others, but those men over there will be decently strong. Eugene shifted his gaze at Partik's words. He spotted 8 mercenaries, all armed with short swords and battle axes. They also had round shields on their backs, and all of them appeared to be warriors of considerable strength, just as Partik mentioned. They are the Black Sheep mercenaries. They branched off a famous mercenary group in Carl's Baggins. Do you remember the bald man who questioned you yesterday, Sir Eugene? His name is Breen, and he is their leader. Coincidentally, Breen turned his head and met Eugene's gaze. That bastard, it seems he still hasn't come to his senses yet. Partik frowned at the challenging gaze contained in Breen's eyes. It does not matter anyway. I don't care as long as he doesn't try to do something foolish against me in the dungeon. Although Eugene did not mention what the outcome would be if Green did try something, Partik did not need to be told what would happen. Gather around. We're going to open it. After the short break, the mercenaries gathered around the entrance of the dungeon. Shall we do it together? Let's do it. At Galfredic's suggestion, Eugene stepped up and took his place by the large knight's side, placing his hand on the large latch. 2, 3. Hyung. Galfredic pulled while grunting, while Eugene remained silent as he gave strength. Biwiwum. The mercenaries became wide-eyed as the two knights lifted up a long, thick 3-meter latch without much effort and threw it to the side. Boom. Now, take care until you come back out. See you in 4 days. I wish you luck. At this moment, Camera had full responsibility as the acting lord of Taiwan. He nodded solemnly towards the two knights. Ki-eek. As if to prove the weathering of the years, the thick iron doors opened with a loud squeak. Opening is successful. We're going in. The mercenaries lit their torches one by one, and the expedition, composed of 2 knights, 26 mercenaries, and 8 porters, entered the dark dungeon one by one. May God bless you. The trembling voices of Camera and the territorial soldiers bid them farewell. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You fucking retarded bastards. Keep the formation straight. Galfredic shouted in a loud voice. But his orders were buried by the bizarre cries of the kobolds. The creatures were similar to wild, rabid dogs. Keem. Kong. Keem. 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 The mercenaries had fallen into panic due to the kobolds' sudden ambush. The creatures had come from the darkness, and they wielded solid clubs while letting off distinctive cries. Although they were low-ranking monsters, they drove fear into the hearts of men. Get out of the way. 2 mercenaries were struggling to block the attacks of the kobolds. After roughly shoving them aside, Galfredic swung his battle axe. Shishishitting. The deadly weapon whistled sharply through the air. Keng. Keng. 2 of the creatures were beheaded and 4 collapsed after suffering serious injuries. Maintain the formation and dig in. Push them against the wall. The mercenaries quickly regained their senses after witnessing Galfredic's performance, then resumed their attacks with renewed vigor. It seemed rather disorderly, with each of the teams taking separate formations, but all the individuals in the groups had spent a considerable amount of time with each other. Their teamwork was good and their attacks were effective. Ki Lim. Ku Hung. In an instant, more than 20 monsters collapsed while spraying blood. In the first place, kobolds were smaller monsters adorning only simple leather clothes and wielding rugged wooden clubs. They were no match for properly armed soldiers. However, one would not have to risk their lives to open a dungeon if they were faced with a couple of dozen kobolds. Kikekeng. Ki-yin. There's more. Fuck. Not knowing how many monsters would rush towards them was one of the most dangerous aspects of opening a dungeon. But it was also unavoidable since no one knew how long the dungeon had been sealed for. And the monsters did not wait for the mercenaries to rest. Get back into the formations. Galfredic roared once again. Pa-pay-pay-pat. A figure kicked off the ground and emerged from the shadows, running headfirst into the newly emerging group of kobolds. As soon as he saw the dark grey chainmail revealed in the dark robe, Galfredic shouted. Sir Eugene. He could see more than 20 kobolds. To jump into the middle of such a large group of monsters in a dark dungeon, which was less than 5 meters wide, was akin to suicide. Flash! The short sword reflected the dim light of the torches and broke through the darkness. The cries of the monsters resonated without stopping. The mercenaries stood in place with blank expressions, as if time had stopped, and the glimmering light of the short sword continued to draw various trajectories. Perhaps 20 seconds passed. Although the cries of the kobolds had long subsided, the mercenaries still remained affixed. A knight with red eyes walked out from the cover of shadows. I killed 23. By the way, I saw a shining patch of grass around the corner. Is it expensive? Galfredic and the mercenaries were made speechless. The knight was truly a dungeon newbie who did not know the first thing about dungeons, that glowing grass was a type of plant found in dungeons that lost its light as soon as it was harvested. The skills of the porters, who also doubled as dismantlers, were outstanding. Although the kobolds were quite small, it took some time to fully take apart the monsters to separate the materials and the mana stones. However, the group's dismantlers managed to finish their work on the monsters' corpses in less than 10 minutes. In the meantime, the mercenaries took turns eating and resting in groups. One with a sprained ankle and one with a broken arm. Fortunately, it was his left arm, so he shouldn't have any issue fighting. One was bit by a kobold, but we treated him right away, so he will be fine. The one who was hit on the head died a while ago. A total of 26 mercenaries were divided into 4 teams. 3 of the leaders, aside from Partik, gave their reports one after another. TSK. Gather the dead man's equipment and bury him somewhere along the way. Galfredic spoke with a frown. A man had already fallen, although it had only been less than 2 hours since they entered the dungeon. What about your group? No issues. Heh. So there was a reason why Sir Eugene picked you guys out, huh? Galfredic responded with a grin. Perhaps they had avoided any injuries because they numbered so few, but he felt rather favorable towards the group. Since Galfredic took a liking to Eugene, his fondness extended to those that Eugene brought. Anyway, all of you, if you get distracted during the battle one more time and break formation, I will personally break your heads. And the team in the lead will follow and assist Sir Eugene regardless of the circumstances if he charges forward. Got it? Yes, sir. The mercenary leaders answered with one voice. Their gazes naturally shifted to a certain figure afterward. As they observed Eugene, who was silently mulling over something, respect and awe appeared in their eyes. In particular, Breen, the former member of the Black Sheep Mercenaries, licked his lips nervously. I can't believe I tried to do anything against a knight like that. A knight like him is rare even in Carl Baggins. I almost ran myself into a lion's den. Breen felt rather relieved and fearful as he gazed at Eugene. The evaluation of Eugene skyrocketed in the minds of the other mercenary leaders as well. Artilda, do you feel the hot gazes of those mercenary brats? They've already fallen too deep for you, Sir Eugene. Tilda, what cute little things. Ho 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 ho. Eugene looked down at the thick leather pouch while listening to Myrian's arrogant laugh. Apparently, the mana stones always stayed with the knights while the porters carried the other materials and byproducts. To be more specific, the mana stones were always carried by the leader of the expedition or by the strongest warrior. In other words, Galfredic was supposed to have kept the mana stones, but he had handed over half to Eugene to safeguard. His action was a sort of declaration towards the mercenaries. It was his official stance that Eugene's position in the expedition was equivalent to his own. It appears that the mana stone I consumed before was truly a huge one. The mana stones gathered from the kobolds were the size of peas. The mana stones of the intermediate rank monsters would be bigger, but they would still be quite small compared to the red mana stone that Eugene consumed. I have to kill a high-rank monster. He did not care much for low-rank or intermediate-rank monsters. Eugene's most important purpose in entering the dungeon was to kill a high-rank monster in possession of a red mana stone. A high-rank monster. Myrian buzzed over and sat down on Eugene's shoulder. Perhaps she had overheard Eugene's muttering. She started to speak. There's bound to be one. It's probably going to be stronger than that crocodile bastard, but I think you should be strong enough. You drank the kobold's blood earlier too. Just as Myrian said, Eugene had secretly sucked on the blood of the kobolds after killing them earlier on. Ever since he consumed the blood of the wetland monster, his urge for blood had decreased substantially. Still, it had been quite a while, so he decided to try the kobold's blood just in case. And the result was... It's nothing compared to the blood of the wetland monster, but the blood of monsters is pretty good too. He almost regretted not drinking the blood of monsters in his previous life. If the blood of low-rank monsters such as kobolds provided him with this much power, the effect would be more significant with the blood of intermediate-rank monsters. Eugene decided to attempt it when he had the chance. Galfredic's loud voice shook Eugene awake from his thoughts. "We're done resting. Move." The useless remains of the monsters went up in flames, and the expedition resumed their exploration. "Sir Eugene, let's take the lead together." "All right." The group's formation was slightly different from when they first entered. Eugene had been situated in the middle of the expedition along with Partik's group, but now he took the lead with Galfredic. The monsters that we encounter first after coming into the dungeon are usually the weakest. They're the ones that have been chased away from the heart of the dungeon. So, Galfredic generously provided Eugene with information about dungeons. He had also participated in several expeditions alongside the knight he served when he was still an aide. The monsters will only become stronger as we move deeper into the dungeon. Well, but they shouldn't pose any problems to you. I should count myself lucky to have run into a knight like you, sir. Ha ha ha. Galfredic felt incredibly fond of Eugene. He was impressed that Eugene slaughtered the kobolds so easily, but he was even more impressed that Eugene had the courage to jump into a group of monsters without fear. But you'd better pay attention to maintaining your stamina. We need to remain inside the dungeon for the next 3 or 4 days. Thank you for your advice. Eugene had already recovered his stamina after consuming the blood of the kobolds, but he nodded anyway. As Galfredic said, the dungeon expedition has just begun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About a day and a half passed since the group entered the dungeon. Although it was difficult to gauge the exact time in the dungeon without any sunlight, one of the porters kept the flow of time with an hourglass, which allowed for an approximation of time. During their journey, the group fought several more battles. There had been a group of 30 kobolds, who were slightly bigger and stronger than the initial group of kobolds the expedition faced. Then, there was a group of gnolls creatures that resembled bushy dogs. Even though gnolls were stronger and bigger than kobolds, they were no match for the expedition. However, the gnolls utilized a hit-and-run tactic instead of waging a frontal battle like the kobolds, which caused the number of injured soldiers to increase. In addition, it was unknown when the monsters might launch an ambush from the darkness. Hence, the soldiers were on edge at all times. The morale of the mercenaries has dropped way too much. Are you all right, sir? I'm completely fine. Well, I guess it doesn't matter since you have good night vision. I wish I also had an elf among my ancestors. Eugene lied, saying that one of his ancestors was an elf. It made for a convenient explanation for his unique appearance and his ability to see through the darkness. It was not very common, but there were a few elves who lived among humans, so Galfredic and the mercenaries accepted Eugene's words without much thought. It's been a few hours since they last ambushed us. They must have been scared off and gone into hiding deeper into the dungeon. It also means that intermediate rank monsters will start making their appearance soon. Eugene was attentive to Galfredic's words. As a knight who experienced dungeon expeditions previously while serving as an aide, Galfredic's words had value. We've run into kobolds and gnolls in this dungeon, which means there will definitely be goblins present as well. They love holes more than anyone else. But we haven't even seen a single toe of a goblin until now. Do you know what this means? As a first-timer, Eugene had no idea of knowing what it signified. Galfredic grinned and continued as if he were teaching his student. It means monsters that are at least intermediate rank are controlling the goblins as laborers or food. Perhaps both. Although we can't know for sure, there's probably hundreds deeper inside, serving their master. But that's not the case for every dungeon, is it? Is it because we were delayed in opening the dungeon? Or maybe for places without regular expeditions? I like how intelligent you are, Sir Eugene. That's right. We don't know exactly what, but I am certain that the intermediate rank monster of this dungeon will bring out goblins as its minions. Eugene agreed. He was starting to smell a different stench from deeper inside the dungeon, just out of sight. It was a different smell than the kobolds or the gnolls. Maybe about 200 meters. 30 pairs of the same kind, and 3 heavier ones. Eugene inferred the approximate number of monsters and their size with his heightened senses, then spoke nonchalantly. So why don't we let the mercenaries take care of the low-rank monsters, and we can deal with the intermediate rank ones? As we should. Do you know how to use a spear? Throwing, yes. Take one. Spears are better than short swords for intermediate rank monsters. Boy. A porter quickly approached the two at Galfredic's gesture. Since Galfredic had no aide, the Tywine family had provided a dedicated porter. The porter was carrying 5 javelins, each slightly longer than a long sword. I did bring an extra spear thrower just in case, so use it. You know how to use it, right? Eugene nodded. He had utilized a spear thrower and wooden javelins when he hunted wild animals in Broadwyn. A spear thrower increased the power and the speed of the javelin when compared to throwing it barehanded. It was custom made for me, so it is a bit on the heavier side. But you shouldn't have any problems with your strength, sir. As Galfredic continued to talk, the monsters narrowed the distance further and further. Eugene received the spear thrower. About 60 meters. And Eugene slightly turned his head. It may have been not visible to the mercenaries, but Eugene caught sight of goblins appearing in the distance around a curved corner. Goblins. What? Galfredic jerked around. There were no patches of glowing grass around, so all he could see was darkness. But a knight's senses were sharper than ordinary people. He shouted after noticing something. Monsters are coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. The mercenaries hurriedly organized their formations. Recognizing that the humans had noticed their presence, the monsters stopped sneaking and started charging forward. Kyok! 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 A woof. Threatening shrieks of the goblins were accompanied by the cries of trolls. Kugh. Intermediate rank monsters weren't only bigger than their weaker counterparts. Their gazes and roars contained a strange power called fear. Humans with weak mental strength would freeze up just by hearing the sound of the monsters' cries. Here they come. Kyok! The goblins, a little over a meter tall, rushed in. Mercenaries met their charge with their shields and short swords raised high, while Eugene and Galfredic loaded their javelins in spear throwers. Throw the torches. Several mercenaries in the rear had prepared torches beforehand. They tossed the objects at Galfredic's order. The flying torches instantly lit up the areas around the trolls, and as soon as their location was confirmed, Eugene and Galfredic reared back with their javelins. Huarap! Along with a fierce shout, the javelins pierced through the darkness. Thuk! Kuvualuayuhaf! Kuraf! As soon as the trolls cried out, Eugene ran forward. After easily cutting down a goblin with his short sword, Eugene leaped at the smallest troll of the 3. It was crying out after having its heart penetrated with the javelin. The troll attempted to swing its club while crying out in pain, but Eugene easily evaded the attack with his vampire's reflexes. Even though the troll was the smallest out of the 3, it was still well over 2 meters. Eugene jumped on the creature's back and slit its throat with his short sword. Kuwaweef. Although the troll struggled and thrashed, Eugene was strong enough to even withstand the rampage of the wetland monster. Moreover, he was much stronger now than he was back then, and his strength was not something that an immature troll could fight against. Crick. Crack. The troll quickly lost strength after having its vertebrae cut in half, and Hyung-jun secretly drank the blood that flowed from the monster's throat. He felt a strong power flow through him, power that was stronger than what he gained from the kobolds. Kuvualuaf. Perhaps they were the dying troll's parents. The cries of the two mature trolls resonated throughout the area. They appeared to be about a meter taller than the first troll. The smaller of the two jumped at Hyung-jun, seemingly unable to contain its fury. Hyung-jun pushed the limp body of the small troll towards the rushing creature. The rushing troll instinctively caught its child, and Hyung-jun did not miss the gap. The shoulder of the troll had been pierced by Galfredic's javelin, and its hands were occupied by the baby troll. Hyung-jun climbed over its shoulder, then used his elongated claws to dig into the creature's heart while hanging off its neck. Cure. The larger troll attempted to jump in as the smaller troll cried out. However, another javelin flew through the air and pierced into the stomach of the large troll. Sir. As soon as he saw Galfredic, Hyung-jun quickly retracted his claws and used his short sword to slit the troll's, or rather, chop the troll's throat. Kuuvuara. The smaller troll struggled with all its might, but Hyung-jun did not budge an inch. Take care of the other one. Even before Hyung-jun finished shouting, Galfredic rushed towards the bigger troll. It was about to pull out the javelin stuck in its abdomen. Almost simultaneously, the smaller troll was forced to its knees, and Hyung-jun tore its throat. Crack! The entire head of the troll was pulled out along with a portion of its spine. In the meantime, the mercenaries were about to approach the knights after taking care of the goblins. They were stunned. For a moment, the red-eyed knight holding the troll's head did not appear to be human. A devil. No one verbalized their thoughts, but they all thought the same. There are 5 dead, 5 injured, and 2 seriously injured. This is not good. 2 porters are dead already too. Although those who weren't seriously injured could still fight, almost half of the group had suffered injuries. Galfredic's expression remained stiff. It wasn't because he was concerned about the dead and injured mercenaries. It was because they had only fulfilled the minimum conditions for the expedition, even though they suffered this much damage. At least we passed the number of low-rank monsters. It's not half bad. What do you think, sir? I think it's about time we started to leave. The results are satisfactory for an expedition. Hyung-jun looked around at the mercenaries. The mercenaries were in bad shape. He assumed it was because they were exhausted from the series of battles, but that wasn't all. The environment of the dungeon was no different from the night, which empowered Hyung-jun. But the mercenaries were human, and they received contrasting effects from the dungeon. The pitch-black darkness and the constant ambush of the monsters caused the mercenaries to be on edge. Even though it had only been 3 days, the mercenaries reported sightings of ghosts. Some even swore they saw evil spirits smiling at them from a distance. In addition, the mercenaries' morale dropped significantly because they could not sleep well, rest easy, or eat properly. Hyung-jun could finally understand why humans tried to avoid being in a dungeon for over 5 days. It was because their minds, rather than their bodies, could not endure being exposed to the harsh element and environment of a dungeon. I think. The mercenary leaders shifted their pleading gazes towards Hyung-jun. No one doubted Hyung-jun's abilities anymore. Rather, he was now the hero and savior of the mercenaries. The image of Hyung-jun slaying and holding the head of a troll from a few hours ago was still fresh in their minds. Although it had only been for a brief moment, Hyung-jun had truly become like a devil. It had been truly a frightening and intense memory. The mercenaries knew that if Hyung-jun and Galfredic had not worked together to defeat the largest troll afterward, several more of them would have been sacrificed instead. I think it would be better for us to return now. But the passageway is getting wider and I can feel the wind blowing from the other side. We might be near one of those underground plazas you mentioned before, right? Why don't we explore a little bit more before returning? The expressions of the mercenaries brightened up before turning grim again. All right. Then why don't we send a smaller group? The porters can remain behind along with the rest. About 5 or 6 should be good. When Galfredic's gaze swept over the mercenary leaders, they slowly avoided his gaze as if promised beforehand. You weak little cowards. How many times have Sir Eugene and I saved your stinky little shitholes? Galfredic spoke with a distorted frown, and Eugene spoke up. Those men over there and I will be enough. Partik. Yes, Sir Eugene. Oi. Partik gestured. Lavin and Glade ran forward. Are you sure? Do you want me to tag along? You said at least one knight should always remain with the main forces, right? You can stay behind, sir. I will be back soon if there's nothing unusual. TSK. I guess there's no helping it. Then I will see you soon. He wanted nothing more than to explore further with Eugene, but Galfredic could not leave the mercenaries behind. They were already too exhausted and demoralized. He wasn't worried for them nor cared for them. Without the powerful anchor and deterrent known as a knight, mercenaries would most likely run away from the dungeon without hesitation. Then I will be back soon. Eugene handed over the pouch containing mana stones to Galfredic, in the case of an unforeseen event, then headed deeper into the dungeon with Partik's group. ******. View. Partik and the 2 mercenaries shivered at the cold breeze that accompanied an eerie echo. Dungeons never had comfortable temperatures. They were either hot or cold. Still, a cold environment was better than a hot one, where one would want to take off their leather armor. They carefully followed Eugene's footsteps while tightly wrapping themselves in their robes. He truly is a great knight. Partik thought to himself while closely following Eugene. Galfredic also showcased his great abilities that were befitting his fame, but Eugene was truly unrivaled. In particular, his performance against the trolls was unbelievable. Just thinking about it made Partik's hair stand on end. He had utilized a short sword to cut the spine of the baby troll, then used the monster as a hostage to cause the mature trolls to lose their judgment. Partik heard previously that hunters used younglings of beasts as bait to hunt, but he never imagined anyone would replicate such an action inside a dungeon against intermediate rank monsters. Moreover, Eugene nearly decapitated the adult trolls' heads with a single blow, then pulled out their head along with their spine. He truly possessed incredible power. No one would believe it if I told them. Once again, Partik felt reassured that following Eugene had been the right choice. It had been a fortuitous encounter. Partik encouraged his 2 colleagues. Hang in there a little longer. None of us died thanks to Sir Eugene, right? Hew. That's why I followed you here without saying anything. Black sheep mercenaries or whatnot. All of them are weak. How about you, Lavin? Are you doing okay? My palm is a little torn, but I'm fine otherwise. I'm going to buy myself a nice pair of gloves once we get out. I guess I learned that I shouldn't cheap out when buying myself equipment. Lavin responded with a half-hearted smile, and Partik responded while nodding encouragingly. I will buy you a pair to celebrate if we manage to get out safely. Yes. Ha. The mercenaries had been following diligently even while they conversed, but they suddenly stopped. Eugene, who was taking the lead, had suddenly stopped. Sir Eugene. As Partik called out to Eugene. PSSS. SSSSSSSS. A grotesque noise resonated from beyond the darkness. It was an eerie sound that caused their hair to stand on end. Partik possessed the most experience with dungeons, and he quickly inferred the source of the bizarre sound. Is it a giant cave spider? The giant cave spider was as big as a bull, and it was a monster that even trolls did not carelessly mess with. As an intermediate rank monster, it possessed formidable strength, but what was most dangerous about a giant cave spider was its poison. With one bite, the poison of a giant cave spider would cause one's body to be completely paralyzed. In addition, Giant cave spiders did not travel alone. Giant cave spiders were not distinguished into sexes. They would exhaust themselves to lay hundreds of eggs at a time, then devour most of their eggs to replenish themselves. The lucky eggs would hatch into spiders, then follow around the adult spider as soldiers and emergency provisions until they matured to an extent. Just like now. SSSSSSSSK. The mercenaries froze after spotting dozens of red eyeballs glimmering in the far darkness. Showing. Eugene unsheathed his short sword, then spoke while observing the surroundings. I will hold them off, so return to the main group and ask for backup. What? By yourself, Sir Eugene? Yes. We walked for less than 5 minutes. We don't have time. Run. But. Eugene jerked his head around. Feel free to stay if you want this place to be your grave. But if you want to save me, run and get Galfredic. Partik felt suffocated as he faced the red eyes that shone from inside the helmet. The gaze contained power and it felt as if he should not disobey Eugene's words. Not knowing that it was a type of fear specific to vampires, the highest rank undead, Partik nodded while trembling. Why yes, sir. Get to it. When Eugene turned away, Partik led his colleagues away after being liberated from fear. Run. Why yes. The mercenaries did not feel guilt at leaving behind their colleague, being dominated by fear. They sprinted without hesitation. Keek. Sir Eugene, are you going to show off your true powers now? Is that it? Myrian quickly jumped out of the pocket and flapped her wings. She had been waiting for a chance to speak. Eugene's senses were much more amplified after drinking the blood of the trolls, so he had been able to detect the presence of the monsters from further away. He had sensed that the monsters were even more powerful than the trolls. After sending Myrian ahead to scout, he then used exploration as an excuse to advance. Thud. Eugene threw his rope to the side, then cracked his neck. It's not just a regular giant spider. Yeah. It's a lord. Giant spiders are usually seen with their younglings, right? But you only see the small ones right now, right? It's actually still there, just invisible to the naked eye. According to Myrian, a giant cave spider obtained a single special ability after evolving into a lord. Camouflage. It could change its body color to assimilate with the environment. And Galfredic had mentioned that all evolved intermediate rank monsters had their ranks adjusted by 1. In other words, the giant cave spider lord was a legitimate high-rank monster, the main reason Eugene came into the dungeon. Hiding yourself. 5 long, black nails erupted from Eugene's left hand and broke through his glove as he growled. But you can't hide your smell and sound. Kuvuava. The vampire released all of his abilities to the limit, then rushed towards the swarm of spiders while emitting a red light. Sir Galfredic. Sir Galfredic. Home. What are those bastards doing here? Galfredic leaped to his feet when he saw the mercenaries rushing towards him with their torches. There is a huge problem. Sir Eugene. Breen. Philo. Get all the men and follow me. I'll personally break your heads if you disobey. Partik. Take the lead. Galfredic guessed the situation before Partik even finished his sentence, and he shouted while pressing down on his helmet. Yes, Sir Galfredic. Breen, the bald mercenary, and Philo followed behind Partik with about 10 mercenaries. Slap. Slap. The sound of plate mail and chain mail clashing resonated loudly along with Galfredic's steps. What kind of monsters? Giant cave spiders. I did not see the adult, but there were about 20 younglings. Fuck. Galfredic sheathed his longsword while running, then took out 2 battle axes from his back. They continued running with all their might, then finally spotted a torch on the floor. Galfredic screamed loudly as soon as he saw the torch that Eugene had been holding. Fuck. Everyone, charge. Warg. Although they were out of breath, the mercenaries faithfully charged forward. But as they neared the torch, the mercenaries' steps became slower. And when they were only a few meters from the torch, everyone stopped in their tracks and became wide-eyed with shock. There were dozens of cave spiders wriggling on the floor, split and cut. Each was the size of a chicken. Behind it, there were several logs that were around 2 meters long. It did not take the mercenaries long to realize that the logs were, in fact, the legs of the mature giant spider cave. You got here pretty fast. Eugene raised his hand while slouching on the floor. His long hair and pale face were covered with spider blood and various fluids. You. Galfredic took large steps towards Eugene with an angry expression, then erupted. What an insane night. Q ha 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 ha. Galfredic burst into laughter, then helped Eugene up before embracing him. Thud. Thud. Galfredic spoke loudly while patting Eugene's back. Motherfucker. I thought you really died. You just fought against a bunch of trolls, so how could you even think about fighting against more intermediate rank monsters? I thought you would come if I played for time. But it wasn't as strong as I imagined. Of course, I did break an arm. A single arm is a cheap price to pay for fighting against an intermediate rank monster by yourself. It's a bargain. But where is it? It ran away as soon as I cut off its legs. It was fast, and the younglings got in the way. I missed it. Galfredic felt rather regretful, then quickly shook his head. 2 or 3 nights were needed to kill an intermediate rank monster. It was already unbelievable for Eugene to have fought it off alone, not to mention he already fought against trolls a few hours ago. What a mad, insane night. Come on, let's go back. Can you walk? I'm fine. Galfredic asked with a grin, and Eugene strode forward by his side. The mercenaries became horrified as they looked alternatingly at the numerous corpses and Eugene. How many people would believe what happened today? No, more importantly. If I ever hear that he is fighting on a battlefield, I have to avoid it. Or I have to be on the same side as him. Who cares about compensation or whatnot? We're lucky that we got to experience this today. Although mercenaries were sellswords, they did not risk their lives in a battle without a chance, especially if they were facing a knight similar to the devil. Eugene, Galfredic, and the members of the expedition were hailed as heroes. The people of the Rose Castle gathered together to welcome the 2 knights and the mercenaries, and Camera held a banquet with joy. Although about 30% of the members were killed or seriously injured, the survivors ate and drank to their heart's content. This was just the way of life for mercenaries who sold their skills for money. By the way, Sir Eugene, are you sure you don't need any mana stones? None at all. I am satisfied with half of the materials gathered from the monsters, as we discussed previously. If you say so. Camera licked his lips. He wasn't regretful that he had to give away half of the materials gathered from the low-rank monsters, although the expedition killed more than he had expected. Rather, he genuinely wanted to compensate Eugene. I heard you contributed greatly. Did you really take care of more than 30% of all the low-rank monsters, Sir Eugene? I'm not entirely sure. I didn't bother counting all of them. Ha ha ha. I'm telling you that it's true. Sir Eugene killed nearly half of all the kobolds. Moreover, he killed an adult troll and a cub by himself. Just like this, he pulled out its head along with the spine. Oh my goodness. Galfredic recounted the event while pulling out the head of a roasted pig. The women of the Rose Castle and Camera were stunned by his actions. Women were usually absent from events with knights, but they were participating because this was a special banquet. But that giant cave spider you mentioned, the one at the end. It's a bit regretful. TSK. There's no need to feel regretful at all. If we headed in deeper to kill it, all of us might have been fucked over. You don't really think that the giant cave spider and the trolls are the only intermediate rank monsters present in a dungeon, do you? How could I? I'm just saying. It injured Sir Eugene, right? We need to get revenge. That's a job for the next expedition. By the way, Sir Eugene, is your arm really okay? It's not broken. But the bone seems to have fractured. I should be fine after resting for about 10 days. Eugene raised his left arm, which was tightly wrapped in cloth with a splint. Oh, my. It is a scar of glory, Sir Eugene. The gazes of the women turned hazy. But instead of focusing on his injured arm, their eyes were all fixated on Eugene's face. Eugene's face was incredibly handsome and mysterious. It was hard to believe that it was the face of a knight who ripped off the head of a troll. Whenever his red eyes met their gaze, the women felt as if their very souls were being swallowed. Of course, Eugene did not care at all. I'll have no choice but to keep it wrapped up for about 10 days. He placed his left arm on a table. It was rather annoying to pretend his arm was injured, but it was unavoidable if he wanted to fool everyone. He could not possibly reveal that he had, in fact, killed a giant cave spider lord, a high-ranked monster, and consumed its blood and mana stone. He had actually suffered various injuries while fighting the giant cave spider lord, but as soon as he consumed the creature's blood and mana stone, his injuries were healed and his strength was completely restored. Moreover, the giant cave spider lord Eugene killed had been one of the special monsters even among the high-rank monsters, as Myrian mentioned previously. The mana stone gained from its corpse had been red. I was lucky. According to Myrian, his fortunate encounter was likely due to the fact that it had been the first opening of a dungeon. But regardless of the circumstances, Eugene killed the giant cave spider and obtained its red mana stone. This time around, a tattoo located on the back of his neck disappeared, and he gained an additional ability. It was similar to when he gained black scales from consuming the wetland monster's mana stone. He gained the ability to camouflage. But, what the hell was that? When he consumed the red mana stone gained from the giant cave spider, a scene flashed through his mind. Someone had been holding his hand, and they were surrounded by a few people. The image was brief, so he could not infer who they were nor where he had been, but he clearly remembered that the hand he held was very soft. Who were they? Were they also vampires? It feels a little awkward seeing your face after all this time. No, rather, why were you hiding that handsome face inside a helmet all this time? Galfredic's remark interrupted Eugene's thoughts, and Eugene quickly responded. Because I don't like the sun. Ha ha ha. I've never seen a proper knight who had a pale face, but you're the exception. It was a cloudy day, but it wasn't without any sunlight. In the past, his face would have turned mushy and littered with blisters. But although Eugene was sitting near the window, his face was perfectly fine. He was protecting his skin with black scales. Utilizing the camouflage ability gained from the cave spider, he had changed the color of black scales to the color of his skin. No one would be able to tell the difference by sight. I can't change how it feels, but there's no reason for anyone to touch it. People would have found it suspicious if he was wearing a mask or a helmet all the time during the day, but he did not have to worry anymore. In the future, he would be able to show his appearance like any other humans during the day. Come on. Let's toast to Sir Eugene, Sir Galfredic, and the warriors who made this celebration possible. Yoo-hoo. Everyone raised their glasses at Camera's shout. For the victory of the Tywine family. Victory. Camera, Galfredic, and even Eugene gulped down their wine. All of them had achieved their goals. But there was one exception. Bertil continued stealing glances at Eugene, only pretending to drink his wine. He played a huge role in the expedition. Even more than Galfredic. It was an unbelievable tale. He had been truly dumbfounded. He even asked the mercenary leaders of the expedition individually, but all of their answers were quite similar. Even Breen, who previously held Eugene in disdain, answered while shaking his head. You will want to win Sir Eugene over to your side, rather than Sir Galfredic. I participated in a dungeon and an ancient ruins expedition during my time in the Black Sheep Mercenaries, but I have never seen a knight as strong as Sir Eugene. Even if you search the entire peninsula of Carlsbaggins, you will be hard-pressed to find him a worthy opponent. It was ridiculous. The peninsula of Carlsbaggins was an area where numerous cities and territories battled and waged war without rest. There were so many cities calling for independence that even the king had partially given up control, and the knights and mercenaries of the region were known to be of high quality. So how could it be difficult to find a match for Eugene? Although he had withdrawn from the Black Sheep Mercenaries now, Breen had been active for nearly 2 years. It was hard to disregard his words. If it had been me instead, I would have done as much as him. Bertil gazed at Eugene with an expression of scorn. Asterisk. The second son is glaring at you. I'm telling you that he's a weirdo too. Bwrg. Myrian whispered while plopped down on Eugene's shoulder as she let out a loud burp. She had been devouring mountains of food. That's understandable. Eugene became quite friendly with Galfredic in the dungeon. But that was only how Eugene viewed the relationship. Galfredic treated Eugene as not only a close friend but rather regarded Eugene as though the latter was his long-lost brother. As such, Galfredic had informed Eugene about his relationship with Bertil, and what he planned to do in the future. What do you think? My suggestion. Have you thought about it? I'm grateful, but I will have to respectfully decline. Galfredic nodded while looking at Eugene with a disappointed expression. It figures. You could find yourself a greater lord if you desired. Besides, even if you did decide to go to the Evergrove County, the knights there would pester you anyway. Galfredic asked Eugene to join him to be sworn in by Count Evergrove, and Eugene refused. So are you planning to remain here? For the time being. I am thinking of participating in an expedition once more. If you are going to be participating, it won't be difficult to hire mercenaries. They'll spread rumors even without you saying anything. Galfredic gestured towards the mercenaries, who were busily devouring food and drinks. The mercenaries gained a lot from the expedition, and they were surprisingly calm as they celebrated. It was because nobles from the Tywine family were present, but more importantly because Eugene and Galfredic were here as well. If you are going to remain here, sir, here is an idea. Galfredic whispered in a subtle tone. Those guys. Hire them yourself. About 10 of them, those that are capable. Myself. That's right. Galfredic nodded before lowering his voice even further. If the Tywine family wants to continue sending people into the dungeon, they will need to hire more mercenaries. But it will be better for them to hire a single group with a capable leader rather than gathering multiple different teams. In that sense, if you put them under your command, there will be no better deal for the Tywine family. Seeing as how the second son is acting, it seems like he will be hiring another knight like yourself, don't you think? Kuk. I got myself into this mess because I made a mistake while drunk after the swordsmanship competition, but it won't work with other knights. So what are they going to do, reach out to other nobles? No way in hell. Otherwise, they would have done it from the very beginning. I don't know about the second son, but the eldest has no intention of doing anything of the sort. Even more so now that the expedition was successful. I see. So what do I have to gain from this? Galfredic rubbed his index finger and thumb together in response. Since they worked together in the expedition, they will respond immediately to your orders in the future. And it will be much easier to take control of the expedition if you have about 10 men under your command. The newcomers will have to adjust to the atmosphere and play by the book. It will be comfortable for you in many ways. In addition, the down payment and the success pay will increase with more heads. Of course, it wouldn't be as much as the dungeon opening, but if you do as I say, you will be making quite a profit. Is that so? Eugene appeared rather doubtful. Galfredic continued with a smirk. Whether it be a monster expedition or a battlefield, the best thing for mercenaries is to have a strong captain. That way, they can live longer. And maybe the smarter ones would have noticed already. If you do well, sir, you might even become an actual lord with a title. Eugene nodded without understanding the full extent of Galfredic's words. For Eugene, it only meant he could earn more money, which would allow him to destroy Bertil with ease. Employing mercenaries. Eugene made a decision. He thought it would be useful in many ways to hire subordinates anyways. Sir Camera Taiwan. Can I talk to you for a second? Ha ha ha. Of course. Although he did not overhear all of the words exchanged between Eugene and Galfredic, Camera answered with a smile. He did indeed hear something about the next expedition. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Brother. Are you serious? You are going to let him meet father? And why not? He is a knight who succeeded in the opening of a dungeon. Everyone testified that he had contributed the most, and he's saying he will participate one more time. Wouldn't it be strange to not allow him to see father? I'm only doing things by the customs and traditions, which you seem to adore so much. But... Camera frowned and cut off his younger brother's words. But... You are acting a little strange. It's not like Sir Eugene is seeing him alone. Sir Galfredic and Felid will be with him as well. What's the problem? Bertil closed his mouth, and Camera smiled as if he had anticipated the response. Oh, don't tell me. Is it because Sir Galfredic, the knight you invited, did not contribute as much as Sir Eugene? But I heard he defeated a troll and did a great job commanding the mercenaries. Isn't that enough? KUGH. Just seeing various emotions appear on Bertil's face made Camera ecstatic. His younger brother had always maintained a cold front regardless of the occasion. If he could completely win over Eugene, perhaps he could finally expel Bertil. Bertil had always acted as if he were the head knight of the Taiwan family and always questioned his words. Anyway, get ready for the next expedition. Oh, the mercenaries hired by Sir Eugene are going to remain here for the time being. There are 9 in total, so try to find 10 more mercenaries and a knight. It would be great if Sir Galfredic could participate one more time. I'm sure it will be possible, since you were boasting to me about the great friendship you had, right? Camera left without waiting for Bertil's answer. Rather, there was no need to hear his answer. Earlier at the banquet, Galfredic had announced that he would be leaving right after meeting Lord Taiwan tomorrow. Now what are you going to do? Come on, show off your good connections and acquaintances. Camera's shoulders shook as he forcefully suppressed his laughter. Bertil glared at his older brother's back as if to devour him. He wakes up once in the afternoon but he isn't in a good condition. It will be difficult to see him for a long time. We're only giving our greetings anyways. Let's go in first and wait. Eugene, Galfredic, and Felid entered Lord Taiwan's bedroom, located in the main building of the Rose Castle, along with Camera. A few maids were situated inside the room, and they bowed their heads as the group entered. The room was dim. The smell. Eugene frowned involuntarily. It wasn't only due to the horrible stench. As a vampire, Eugene instinctively sensed the scent of death that originated from Lord Taiwan's bed. As the rumors had it, it appeared Lord Taiwan was not long for this world. How is father doing? Camera asked, and the Rose Castle's doctor responded with a grim expression. It was the same doctor who had bandaged Eugene's arm. He will wake up in a moment since we administered the medication. And, as I said before, you must prepare yourselves. Even if he continues to consume mana stones, we are only delaying the inevitable. We should allow him to ascend to God's arms peacefully. TSK. I understand. Camera answered, and the doctor bowed before leaving the room. Eugene shifted his gaze towards Lord Taiwan. The old man was lying on the bed, and his pale, blue face was covered with black spots. He already looked like a corpse. It was hard to believe that he had been one of the 5 strongest knights of the region until only 20 years ago. Do you know why I gave up on becoming a knight, aside from my lack of talent? Camera spoke in a soft voice, and Eugene shifted his gaze. I did not want to become like this. And I still share the same sentiment, as I will in the future. I will never become like this. Flame seemed to flicker in Camera's eyes as he observed Lord Taiwan. Eugene was a little surprised at Camera's expression. It seemed he wasn't simply an arrogant successor to a small territory. You may not know, sirs, but my father had displayed signs earlier on, even when I was but a child. He lived a life full of alcohol and violence under the guise of knighthood, so perhaps it's only the natural outcome. All he ever knew was to wear his armor, ride his horse, and fight. And that is the life that all knights live. At Galfredic's response, Camera turned his head towards the burly knight and grinned. Yes. And I am not criticizing it. Our territory was formed from the money my father earned from various expeditions and wars. But here's the catch. Camera's tone turned serious. Even our small, little territory never functioned properly. Even putting aside the aristocrats who always coveted this place, the man who always ordered our father around employed various tricks as soon as the dungeon was discovered. If you sirs had not succeeded in opening the dungeon, we would have gone bankrupt in a few months. Do you know what this means? Camera's smile deepened. Although my father was the one who founded our territory, he is also the one who ruined it. Our very own Lord Taiwan. Well, I guess he held on for 20 years. It could be considered long. And is it not the role of the eldest son to overcome the crisis? Since we succeeded in opening the dungeon, you should be able to properly manage the territory, sir. Right. Phew. I would love to. And I will do my best to do just that. But it is easier said than done. Why else would small territories similar to ours change their masters so often? I'm saying that everything is useless unless you have strength. The materials and the mana stones from the expedition. After paying you sirs for succeeding in the expedition, I will only have a few pennies left. Then it's back to debt. But since we succeeded in the dungeon opening, maybe the Palin Association will lend us some without as much hassle. Cuckoo. At Camera's helpless words, Eugene realized something. A lord was nothing without power, and being a lord of a small, distant territory was not worth much. If the Taiwan family had power, they would not have required the strength of an unknown knight and the capital of the Palin Association. Wait. What if I use this to my advantage? As Eugene sank into thought, Lord Taiwan's eyelids started twitching ever so slightly. It seems father is waking up. Who is it? Lord Taiwan spoke after managing to come to his senses, and Camera approached him. Father, it's me, Camera. I wanted to introduce you to the 2 knights who succeeded in the dungeon opening. Is that so? Assist me. Lord Taiwan raised his hand, and Camera quickly helped him up. After barely managing to prop himself against a pillow, his lifeless gaze met with Felid's eyes. That boy is... that's right. Vera had a son. Our youngest. My lord. You can call me Father. Since I'm going to die soon, when else will you get to say it? Ha. After patting Felid on the shoulder, Lord Taiwan turned his gaze towards Eugene and Galfredic. You sirs, succeeded in opening the dungeon. Yes, Lord Taiwan. It is an honor to meet you. I am Ruan, the 3rd son of Galfredic. I am the eldest son of Eugene, January. Galfredic slightly lowered his head after resting his hand on the pommel of his sword, and Eugene followed suit. I see. It must have been tough. And Sir Eugene, right? Yes, Lord Tywine. I heard you brought us the youngest, right? You wanted something, what was it? Sir Eugene wants his identity to be verified, father. I told you about it a while before. Ah, that's right. That was it. Here. Lord Tywine gestured with his hand and camera held out an object. It was a document verifying Eugene's identity, something camera prepared in advance. Lord Tywine stamped the document with the seal of a ring located on his middle finger, then spoke with difficulty. For a knight who already succeeded in opening a dungeon. I'm not sure if this will be of any significant help, but this should be more than enough to verify your identity around this area, Jan of the Eugene family. Thank you. Although he achieved one of the most important goals he set while bringing Felid to the Rose Castle, Eugene remained indifferent. Lord Tywine nodded slowly, then shifted his gaze to camera once more. He looked up at his eldest son with mixed expressions while stroking camera's hands with his rough, thin hands. You've gone through a lot. I only did what I had to do. No, I know it wasn't easy. You and I both know it. Cough. Cough. Lord Tywine gave a dry cough, then tightened his grasp on camera's hands. If father, this is. From now on, you are the master of this estate. Please lead Tywine, not as a knight, but as a proper lord. Thud. His head drooped after leaving the family's ring in his eldest son's hand. Father. Father. If father. Camera and Felid shouted with shock. Lord Tywin had drawn his last breath. Although he was an incompetent lord, he had drawn his mark on the world as a knight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I apologize for not being able to attend the funeral. It is fine. Since he met a brave knight like you before he passed, sir, I am sure he was satisfied. Camera responded while shaking his head, and the two people shook hands. Then, Galfredic turned to Eugene. Take care. I don't know if or when we will meet again, but I hope we will be on the same side. Home. Eugene shook hands with Galfredic. The burly knight had broken Eugene's prejudice against knights. He was a man of honor and promise, and he always gave his all in a battle. Then you as well. Galfredic turned to give his farewell to Bertil, then smirked. Bertil wasn't even looking towards him, as if he was discontent. Unbefitting a man. TSK. Galfredic openly criticized him and even clicked his tongue, but Bertil did not respond, only flinching at the remark. Then take care, all of you. Galfredic rode off on his steed. Although he was alone, no one would be crazy enough to attack a knight, especially when he was wearing plate mail, a long sword, and even battle axes. Now, let's go in. We need to prepare for the future. Yes, Lord Tywine. The people of the Rose Castle responded in one voice and bowed. As of today, Camera was the new Lord Tywine, and this castle belonged to him as well. Sir Eugene, I look forward to your kind cooperation. I'll do my best. It's in the best interest of the both of us. Camera exchanged a gaze with Eugene, then turned to Felid. Although it's only for a short while, take care. Don't talk too badly of us to your master either. Ah. That will never happen. By the way, the funeral. You saw him when he passed anyway, right? It's enough. Yes. Lord Tywine. I told you. Call me brother. Ah, yes. Brother. Felid answered awkwardly. After patting his younger brother on the shoulder, Camera walked towards the main building. Bertil, who glared at Eugene and Felid with malice, followed behind his brother. That icy bastard. I really don't like him. Can't you just sneak up at night and rip his throat out? As usual, Eugene ignored Myrian's nonsense and strode forward alongside Felid. Excuse me, master. Home. Why did you ask me to come with you? You said before that you had no intention of bringing me along. Well, yes. But there is something you need to do now. What? Felix answered with puzzlement, and his expression soon brightened. Mr. Partik. Hello there, young master. Partik, Blade, and Lavin were waiting for the two at the end of the drawbridge. They bowed as the two approached. What's going on? Partik smiled instead of answering, then spoke to Eugene. All the preparations have been made, Sir Eugene. What about the mercenaries I hired yesterday? I told them to stand by in the village until Sir Eugene came back. They obeyed without making trouble. Good. Let's go. Master. Were you not going to reside in the nearby village? Felix hastily followed the men while asking, and Eugene answered while turning his head. You're suddenly talking a lot. Isn't it customary for an aide to obey and follow silently, no matter what the knight does or says? Ah, yes. Yes, sir. Felix remembered his position and promptly shut his mouth. Lavin sneaked to his side and whispered. We are going to Brahms now, young master. Brahms. Why would we? For now, we are going to purchase Sir Eugene's steed. Ah. But our final destination is not Brahms. What? What do you mean by that? Felix frowned with frustration, and Lavin answered while smiling mysteriously. We are going to purchase a horse in Brahms, then head to Meran. Meran is Hugh. The eyes of the bastard son grew large with shock. He was but a hillbilly born in the countryside of Broadwin, and Meran was the region's largest commercial city. It would take 10 days to travel there. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Using up the money happens in the blink of an eye. Eugene examined the lightened purse with a disappointed expression before putting it away. More than half of the remunerations he received from the Tywine family had been used up to purchase a carriage in the village of Martella, which was located just outside the Rose Castle. Although it was required to transport the monster's materials and he would sell it after arriving at Meran, he still felt disappointed. It would have been nice if there was a war horse. Don't you agree, Sir Eugene? It would be strange for there to be a war horse in a town with only one knight. We will be able to find a decent horse once we get to Brahms. Eugene nodded at Partik's words. But people were fickle, and he felt a little greedy after obtaining some money. But would there not be a better horse in Meran? Perhaps a real war horse. That is true. Meran is incomparably bigger than Brahms. Should we just head straight for Meran instead of passing through Brahms? Eugene nodded after a moment of thought. That would be better. Although there was more than a month remaining until the next expedition, it would take more than 15 days just to travel to and from the Rose Castle and Meran. There was no reason to delay their trip and waste a day when he could find a better horse in Meran. Are you not going to ride in the carriage? It feels a bit weird for us to take turns and... I don't care. After consuming the blood of various monsters in the dungeon, Eugene's condition was at its peak. The blood of monsters was incomparably better than those of animals. When he lived in Broadwin, he had to feed once at least every 10 days to survive, but he felt as if he would be fine without having to feed for several months. The blood of monsters, especially of those intermediate rank and above, provided him with considerable amounts of power. But I should feed every couple of months just in case. It was absolutely unacceptable for him to be lazy or to be ill-prepared. He would always maintain his condition to prepare for any circumstances. As Eugene reaffirmed his determination, Felix climbed down from the carriage and spoke. Master. What? I apologize for asking again, but what is it that I have to do? No matter how hard I think about it, I can't figure out what there is to do for someone like me. He could not figure out why he was included in the group. He had no use in selling the materials, and the group was comprised of 3 mercenaries and a knight. Stories had it that his master had single-handedly pulled out the head of a troll, so they weren't short of gods. He wasn't worth much in performing chores, since Eugene and the mercenaries took care of their own chores and Lavin did the rest. In other words, the man named Felid Tywine was useless in the group. When we arrive in Meran, there is something for you to do. In Meran. Felid responded with shock, and Eugene nodded. Yes. On behalf of the Tywine family, you will manage everything that comes out of the dungeon. Felid's mouth opened agape with surprise. After spending 8 days crossing mountains, fields, and various stretches of water, Eugene finally arrived in front of Meran. It's big. Felid could not hide his astonishment. It was the same with Myrian, although she was of a different race. She could not hide her excitement. Now I can finally go back to the spirit world without any regrets. Even among my seniors, not many would have seen cities that are this big. It was the best decision of my life to follow Sir Eugenie. My life's been worth living. Myrian continued hopping around Eugene's head and shoulders, shouting with joy and enthusiasm. Although he wasn't as shocked as the two, Eugene was also thoroughly impressed by the greatness of the city. It was the first metropolitan city he saw. Meran was easily 5 or 6 times larger than the largest town he had seen in his previous life, a place he lived in hiding from his pursuers. What kind of person is the lord who rules over this city? A count. A marquise. What? Ha ha ha. Partik burst into laughter at Felid's question. A commercial city like Meran has no lord, young master. What? Then who rules over the people of the city? Who do they pay taxes to? Meran has various guilds of different professions. Grain farmers, cotton farmers, blacksmiths, and mercenaries. Most of the professions with many members will have guilds. Of course, the merchant guild holds the strongest power. Anyhow, such guilds send representatives to elect a mayor, someone from a family with deep roots. A mayor. So that person is the master of the city. Not the master. Once every 3 years, the guild leaders gather together to discuss whether the current mayor will serve a second term, or another person will be elected. And among the guilds, the merchant guild is the strongest. The amount of tax they pay is on an entirely different level. The current mayor was also strongly recommended by the merchant guild. Then Meran must be centered around the merchant guild. Is the mayor from the merchant guild by chance as well? Partik turned towards Eugene to answer. The current mayor is not a merchant, but he is indeed very wealthy. He is quite influential and has good relationships with nearby lords. Oh, if you would like to see the mayor. Not at all. Let's take care of business and return. Yes. Partik answered swiftly. During their time together thus far, he obtained a rough understanding of Eugene's personality. The knight he decided to follow did not have much interest in power, nor did he want personal gains to suck up to a titled noble. From Partik's experience, such a knight usually followed one of 2 paths. You either grab the title yourself or become a Templar. Partik hoped Eugene would choose the former path. Thinking as such, he spoke confidently while looking back towards Eugene. I have some connections in the Meran gods, so we should be able to get passage without trouble. Just follow me from here on out, I guarantee it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Indeed, Partik's words had not been a bluff. Shockingly, the group was inspected with great hospitality instead of an inspection, then guided straight to the Palin Association. It was rather surprising that the guards of such a large city would forego a formal inspection, but Eugene did not mind it. Oh. Partik. Welcome. Bilmo spoke warmly and embraced Partik. His stomach seemed to have become larger since their previous encounter. Sir Eugene. It is a pleasure to see you again. Nice to see you as well. Bilmo greeted Eugene politely, then turned towards Felid. The young man's gaze was constantly shifting as he marveled at the city. The young master of Taiwan is here as well. Hello. Yes, yes. Bilmo grovelled all too naturally, then glanced towards the group's carriage with an interested expression. Are those the goods, Sir Eugene? Would you mind if I took a look? Go ahead. Bilmo headed towards the back of the carriage with a face full of expectations, then became stunned at the sight that greeted him. Huh. He drew a sharp breath, and his mouth became agape with shock as he saw the box full of monsters' materials. What are you all doing? Get to work. Bilmo rubbed his palms together while the association's workers quickly unloaded the goods. Sir Eugene, why don't you come inside for now? I have some business to take care of at the guild. Please take your time, Sir Eugene. I will. Eugene and Felid entered the Palin Association as Partik's group moved away. The merchants and workers in the nearby areas stole glimpses at their backs as the two entered the building. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? The knight who opened the Taiwan family's dungeon is here. Yes. Moreover, Bilmo addressed the accompanying boy as young master. I think he may be the bastard son of the Taiwan family. The Palin Association's headquarters was located in Meran. It was quite a large and prestigious organization, even advancing their business to the Carlsbagens Peninsula. Priscilla, who was toying with an expensive pen while resting her other hand on her chin, was the daughter of the executive of the Palin Association's main establishment. Although she was only in her mid-20s, she was quite competent, which was reflected in her position as the vice executive of the association. The knight himself came to dispose of the materials. Perhaps he's an impersonator. That cannot be true. Not only Bilmo, but all of the mercenaries who returned after participating in the expedition are certain of his status. And some of the clerks overheard the young boy calling him master. Is that so? Then he must be a real knight. This is a little strange. I was surprised as well. The man talking to Priscilla was Grail. He was responsible for managing the personnel of the main establishment. He continued after looking around the office to make sure no one else was present. Maybe he's extremely greedy for money, or he wants to start a business. A knight would. Come on, that's going too far. Then he should have used an agent since there's no reason for him to come personally. Moreover, why would he do such a thing? If the rumor gets around that a knight is doing business, his reputation will plummet to the ground. Besides, he's a knight who even succeeded in opening a dungeon. Well, that's true. Grail scratched his head with curiosity. If one asked merchants who they hated the most, the majority would say knights. Although the aristocrats were arrogant, they often established relationships with merchant associations if their interests aligned. But it was different with knights. Knights were only interested in battles and gaining fame, and they despised the merchants who sought wealth. Then why do you think he's here? Priscilla thought for a moment, then soon raised her head. That knight. You said he accepted Lord Taiwan's bastard son as his aide, right? Perhaps he's here to represent the Taiwan family using that child. On the surface, the boy will be the agent of the Taiwan family, but it would actually be the knight named Jan Eugene. He's looking for money and business, but also trying to keep his reputation as well. I think it might be better if I met with him personally. Our association is on friendly terms with the Taiwan, and they are probably looking for an association to take care of their mana stones and materials on a regular basis. Where is the knight now? He is meeting with Bilmo. Will you head there right away? No matter how unique he is, that might come off as being rude. Ask him for his opinion and schedule us an appointment with him today. Yes. Grail's face lit up. As always, Priscilla would surely score something big once again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why me? Sorry. Well, if you meet with the vice executive and share a conversation, perhaps you could find a better opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Eugene asked simply out of curiosity. But Eugene emitted a cold atmosphere, and combined with his gorgeous appearance, Grail became quite flustered. I apologize if I offended you. I never meant to be disrespectful towards Sir Eugene. If you offended me. Once again, Eugene asked in ignorance and puzzlement. But Grail was now afraid of the red-eyed knight. I really did not mean to offend you, sir. I apologize once again. Well, then, I shall be on my way now. Please enjoy your time. Grail left less than a minute after he arrived, never even given the chance to sit down. Eugene was confused. The man suddenly appeared and spoke of meeting the vice executive. When Eugene asked for the reason, he became flustered and spoke of an opportunity and randomly apologized multiple times before leaving. A vice executive. Well, Bilmo is good enough for me. Galfredic also said that it's not good for a knight to become too deeply involved with a merchant association. Eugene disregarded the random encounter and turned back towards Bilmo, who was seated in front of him. What's wrong with you? I am deeply touched, Sir Eugene. Touched? I cannot believe you refused a meeting with the vice executive because you wanted to keep the faith between us. Kugh. Bilmo, will work hard until my feet and hands crumble into dust. If you so desire. It was truly hard to understand the merchants. Eugene continued. So you will take care of my aid? Of course. I will take responsibility and assist the young master to the best of my abilities. It's only natural since you entrusted me with such a huge opportunity. I will tell you in advance, just in case, but if I catch you doing anything behind my back or if you do something shady. Don't worry. Although I may be a little bit behind in terms of performance, I swear to you that I have never done anything dishonest when dealing with customers. Precision and transparency. I will continue to honor the dealings with the Taiwan family and Sir Eugene. All right. I will trust you. Obviously, Eugene did not fully trust Bilmo and the Palin Association. But Partik spoke of their reliability. In the first place, it would have been difficult for them to obtain a license in a commercial city like Meran unless they were credible and had a sufficient history. That was why Partik recommended the Palin Association to Eugene, regardless of his ties to Bilmo. Well, Master, then You will be staying here. You and this man will be taking care of all the mana stones and the monster byproducts from the Taiwan family's dungeon. So you will need to learn the ropes for the time being. Felid was finally able to realize the exact meaning behind the words Eugene spoke when they left the Rose Castle. His master was trying to provide him with a new opportunity, a chance for him to proudly do his part. Eugene misunderstood Felid's surprised expression, then hastily spoke. You have to do it even if you don't want to. It's better than living while being bullied by your second brother in the castle. Since you are my aide, no one will dare to touch a single hair on you here. I already spoke with Lord Taiwan as well. Alia. Of course. Who would dare to mistreat the young master, especially when he's representing Sir Eugene and the Taiwan family? I will take responsibility and I will do my best. Master. Felid bowed deeply and spoke with tears in his eyes. I cannot believe you provided me with such an opportunity after saving me. I will live and die for my master. Eugene wondered what was wrong with the kid, but he just nodded. Myrian's voice snaked its way into Eugene's ears. Now you've completely mastered the art of seduction. I heard from my seniors that vampires are natural con artists and destroyers of families, the true undead seductors. I guess they were right after all. Asterisk. He said he would not see me. Yes. He was glaring at me and asking me why he should meet with you, and I was almost scared to death. He seemed to have quite the temper. Grail reported back to Priscilla with his own interpretation of events, and Priscilla, unaware of the truth, frowned. Is it because he considers himself an outstanding knight? Since he's succeeded in opening a dungeon, perhaps a vice executive like me isn't sufficient to even catch his eye. What did Mr. Bilmo say? He was silently sitting on the side without making a squeak. That knight's surely got a firm hold over him. Perhaps the knight has some dirt on him. Despite his poor performance, Mr. Bilmo isn't the type of person to get cornered like that. Are you sure you were being polite when you asked? You specifically told him I wanted to see him. Yes. I'm telling you. Although I made a small mistake at the end, I didn't say anything offensive when I delivered the message. All knights are truly. Grail started to vent his anger towards the knight, but Priscilla cut him off by waving her hand. That's enough. Please find out what the Sir Knight needs first. What? Sigh. He's a knight, right? Weapons, armor, horse, whatever. Do you think a knight goes around naked? And you told him he came here without a horse, right? Then. Priscilla came to a realization while speaking, then spoke while snapping her fingers. Search for a war horse. One with pedigree. That will not be difficult, but why? Grail exclaimed after belatedly recognizing her intentions. Priscilla gave a mysterious smile while speaking. No matter how arrogant or hot-tempered they are, there aren't any knights who dislike horses. He's going to be a long-term client, so don't you think we need to show him some courtesy by giving him a gift? Truly a brilliant solution, Vice Executive. Favorite. Thank you. No problem at all. Then make yourself at home, Sir Knight. A young employee of the Palin Association bowed deeply before leaving. Eugene inspected the chainmail and the short sword brought to him by the clerk. Eugene had left it in their hands after they said they would take care of it, and judging from the equipment's condition, they were quite skilled. His chainmail and the short sword had been damaged from fighting various monsters in the dungeon, but the equipment in front of his eyes had returned looking almost brand new. It's certainly a big city. The artisans are quite skilled. It was even better because it was free. Bilmo seemed hell-bent on earning favors with Eugene. Of course. The food is wonderful and the taste of alcohol is amazing. I would just live here for the rest of my life. Myrian had been rolling around on the table for hours without even flapping her wings a single time. She popped her head out of a large piece of cheese she had been devouring. Of course, even though she had been indulging, only a tiny piece of cheese was missing. No one would even notice that it had been consumed. We will be heading out soon, so get ready. If you want to eat more, you can stay here. Go ahead. This little one needs some rest. Kya. How nice. The spoiled spirit plopped down on her back while patting her bulging stomach. Eugene looked at her with a pathetic expression, then stepped out the door. Asterisk. Hello, Sir Eugene. Eugene nodded after a moment's confusion. He had almost failed to recognize Partik. The latter's hair and beard were trimmed, and he washed himself thoroughly. Partik had almost become an entirely new person. Now I look a little human, right? I wouldn't bother if I were alone, but since I have to serve Sir Eugene. Well, that's fine. Let's go. Eugene felt rather awkward that such a burly man was acting shy. He replied half-heartedly before moving away. By the way, is young Master Felid going to stay in the Palin Association from now on? Fortunately, Bilmo rather liked the idea. It's common for merchants to teach one or two assistants, so the association won't say much about it either. That's good to hear. There are many merchants who can write and read that are illegitimate children of noble families. If it's young Master Felid, I have no doubts that he will do a great job. The Taiwan family needed a merchant association to consistently take care of the mana stones and materials gained from the dungeons without any problems. In that sense, the Palin Association, which was centered around Meren, was one of the best options. However, it was a little risky to leave it all to the association. However, when Eugene recommended Felid as the family's agent, Camera's worries were solved. Felid's status as the younger brother of Lord Taiwan and an aide of a knight was sufficient to protect him from any mistreatment at any associations. Moreover, Felid already knew how to write and knew numbers. If he learned from Bilmo, he would do his worth soon enough. In addition, Bilmo would do his best to secure ties to the Taiwan family, since his performance had been rather lacking recently. Teaching Felid well and maintaining good relationships was the only way he could continue to manage the dungeon business, and he was well aware of it. Lastly, Eugene also benefited from the event as well. He would not need to pay a high commission to process monsters' materials separately, but rather, he could proceed alongside the Taiwan family. In other words, Eugene, Camera, Felid, and Bilmo, all of them benefited. I told him that he could increase his benefits if he set up an agent from the Taiwan family to sell his materials, but, my goodness. Partik had made the suggestion while looking out for Eugene, but he never imagined the knight would weave it into something so large. He shook his head in wonder. He still got the chills whenever he recalled the knight's performance in the dungeon. It seemed the knight had both the brains and the brawn. I guess my instincts are still quite useful. Now. This way, please. I will show you to the best armor craftsman in Meren. Partik made a determination to follow Eugene until the end, and he proudly walked the streets of Meren while guiding the knight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene could not buy dwarfen weapons and armor. Anything dwarfen made was more expensive than anyone could have ever imagined. However, he was able to purchase equipment with excellent performance at a reasonable price. Partik introduced several artisans to Eugene, and he was able to purchase strong and practical weapons at a good price. Plate mail will take a while because it's custom made, but since there aren't any extra requests, I will be able to make it in a couple of days. But I'm a little surprised that you did not buy a long sword. I'm a bit more familiar with short swords. It felt a bit wasteful, but Eugene sold his repaired weapon and bought a new short sword and a rondel dagger. On Galfredic's advice, he also purchased 2 small battle axes and 3 javelins. Including the plate mail, he spent more than 80 silver coins. But it was still worthwhile, considering he would have spent at least 20 extra coins without Partik's presence. In addition, he still had money left over from selling the materials to the Palin Association, so there was no need to worry about money. Now, for the finale, shall we go take a look at horses? I guess so. Eugene felt a little excited to finally purchase his own horse. Knights were all about horses, after all. But then, Brother Partik. Sir Eugene. Sir Knight Eugene. Eugene and Partik simultaneously turned their heads towards the tumultuous voices. Blade and Lavin were running towards them in a hurry. What are you two doing here? You said you were going to the guild to pay off your debts. We already did that. Anyhow, that's not the problem right now. What's going on? Blade regained his breath before speaking. You heard that there have been quite a few roamers spotted around this region lately, right? Apparently, they've just been spotted in the eastern outskirts. What? Something like that. The city guards can take care of it, right? There are more than 100 armed goblins, and the orcs are commanding them. What? Orcs? How many? If there are 100 goblins, wouldn't there be at least 2 or 3 orcs? Well. Partik hurriedly turned to Eugene with an alarmed expression. This is rather worrisome, Sir Eugene. Is it because of the orcs? Yes. They must have descended from the Brandish Mountains. Every few years, the orcs from there gather roamers and come down. There will be quite a few of them, and they are quick to hit and run. Partik hesitated for a moment, then continued in a determined voice. Sir Eugene, I think the city of Meran is going to hire knights and mercenaries to deal with the monsters. Why don't you participate? Me. Is there any reason to? It is a great opportunity to increase your reputation. Moreover, the certificate issued by the mayor of Meran will be much more useful than Lord Tywin's document. Is that so? Eugene sank into thought, and Partik carefully added in. And in such a case, the city will pay for the recruitment. Most importantly, all the plunder will belong to the participants. I will do it. The expression of Partik and the two mercenaries brightened after hearing Eugene's answer. Mercenaries took on requests and commissions, but their real interests were in battles. Killing enemies and looting them was an absolute right of mercenaries and a code for them to follow. Plus, if they were acting together with a knight as powerful as Eugene, we will follow Sir Eugene as well. Partik felt the rush of adrenaline as the three men accompanied Eugene to the mercenary guild. His blood boiled as if he was 15 years younger when he first started his career as a mercenary. Black Scorpion mercenaries, Garfiend, and 10 others. Horn Helmet mercenaries, Glick, and 16 others. Mercenaries were gathered in a disorderly manner. Some of them raised their hands at the shouts of Trevik, the head of the Meran Mercenaries Guild. Although Meran was a large city, the number of mercenaries was limited. In addition, more than half were outside the city fulfilling commissions and requests, so there were currently less than 100 people gathered in the guild. Why aren't you calling us? Scram. You don't even have 5 successful commissions yet, we don't need you. You will only serve as a distraction. The man who asked flinched and reared back at the shouts of a rambunctious mercenary, who was dressed in decent gear. A total of 42 people, Sir Madrika. It's not like there'll be much anyways, but I guess it's enough to threaten the goblins. Anyways, if you get scared by the roamers and start running, I, Ron of Madrika, will cut you down myself, so keep that in mind, recruiter. I would not have it any other way, Sir Madrika. I have confidence in you, sir. Trevik bowed deeply while speaking in a polite tone. He had grown long accustomed to the confidence and arrogance of the knights. Regardless of his position as the head of the Meran Mercenary Guild and the recruiter, it was the wise thing for him to keep his head low and please the knight who would chase away the roamers. Wait a minute. Guild leader Trevik, we will join as well. Trevik turned his head with a big frown, prepared to scold the third-rate mercenary who spoke out of place. Partik. There are 4 of us in total. Is that all right? Of course. 4 mercenaries who successfully opened a dungeon, I would make room even if there wasn't any. As Trevik's loud voice spread throughout the crowd, the eyes of the gathered people immediately turned towards Partik's group. Oh. If it isn't Partik. I heard about the dungeon opening. Some mercenaries acted friendly to gain favor. A dungeon opening. Those guys. Some mercenaries showed great surprise. What? They've returned already. But weren't there 3 of you? You already found a new recruit. While others were those that joined the Tywin family's dungeon expedition and arrived in Meran first. However, those who belonged to the last group were the most shocked. The face of the knight who slowly raised his helmet was one they could never forget. It's Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene. When did you get here? Several mercenaries who participated in the dungeon opening flocked around the group. Although he was no different than the devil in their eyes, Eugene was still their hero. This morning. Will you guys join the fight against the roamers as well? Oh, no. We've already done a big one, so we're going to take a break for a while. We came out just to watch. But to think Sir Eugene will be taking part. The expressions of the mercenaries started changing little by little. The image of Eugene pulling out the head of a troll was still vivid in their minds. If they were fighting by the side of a knight capable of single-handedly defeating an intermediate rank monster, even if the enemies were orcs and goblins, perhaps. Sir Eugene. Who is that? Get out of the way. The man who made his way through the crowd of mercenaries was the knight from before. I am Ron of Madrica. I am a knight, and I served 4 years as an aide by the side of Sir Capron. He exuded a different atmosphere compared to Galfredic. Although he was tall and well-built, he felt a bit cheesy compared to Galfredic. Jan Eugene. You, sir, opened the dungeon in the Taiwan territory. I heard Sir Galfredic participated. Were you with him as well? What about the monsters? Which monsters did you face? Galfredic was quite talkative, but it appeared this night was even worse. Eugene frowned, but Galfredic had advised him to maintain an amicable relationship with other knights unless they were openly hostile towards him. I opened the dungeon alongside Sir Galfredic. There were kobolds and gnolls, 3 trolls with goblins, and giant cave spiders. Naturally, he took the same informal tone as the knight. Is that so? It must have been quite troublesome. It wouldn't hurt for us to go into a dungeon together sometime. By the way, are you planning to fight for Marin as well, sir? I think highly of your decision, but I have no plans to take care of you, so do as you will. Madrica spoke rapidly without giving Eugene the time to respond, then turned around and left the way he came from. Eugene found the situation slightly ridiculous, but most of the knights in his previous life had acted in a similar fashion. Thus, he let it pass. Black scorpions and horn helmets. Follow me. You guys are the most worthwhile. The rest of you, do as you like. Madrica climbed onto his steed, then started riding away. The mercenaries scurried after him. Fortunately, his horse wasn't galloping, so the mercenaries managed to keep up with his pace. Sir Eugene, right. Are you also planning to participate in the Roma subjugation? Trevik spoke with utmost courtesy, and Eugene nodded in response. That was my plan. But I don't have a... Yes, Sir Eugene. There you are. An unfamiliar voice called out, and Eugene turned around. You are... Yes, yes. I am Grail from the Palin Association. We were acquainted yesterday. I brought Sir Eugene's steed with me. My horse. Eugene asked with surprise, and Grail turned to one side with an awkward smile. Eugene's gaze naturally followed Grail's eyes. A healthy, muscular black stallion with grey armor on its head, neck, and hips was nickering. Hoo-hoo. After confirming that Eugene reacted positively, Grail spoke after inching closer towards the knight. This one has the pedigree from the Agile Stables, the supplier of steeds for the Empire's knights. Our vice executive prepared him as a special gift, specifically for you, sir. It would be an honor if you could accept our humble gift. Eugene's forehead creased in confusion as Grail spoke in a quiet voice. He wasn't quite sure what was going on, but it appeared he just netted himself an expensive war horse. Favorite. What did you say? The Taiwan family and Sir Eugene have signed a contract with me. Here is the Mana Stone and Monster Materials Disposal Agreement as well as the letter to prove the identity of Lord Taiwan's agent. Bilmo held out a document and Priscilla's hand trembled as she received it. She had been planning to personally sign a contract with the knight named Eugene after meeting him, but apparently, Bilmo and Eugene had already signed a contract amidst their short meeting. In addition, the terms of the contract were not half bad, or rather, quite good for the Palin Association. We have decided to lend them 5,000 silver coins with 3 dungeon expedition rights as collateral. It is on a 2-year repayment basis. During the repayment period, we have all the rights to purify and sell mana stones from the Taiwan dungeon. The materials from monsters are also. I get it. Ha. Priscilla let out a long sigh, and Bilmo tilted his head in confusion. This was a very good contract for the Palin Association, so why was the vice executive sighing?
Vice Executive, are you not fond of the terms of the contract? I like them. Phew, it's nothing. You can get back to your business. Oh, and please call Mr. Grail in. Yes, of course. Bilmo stood up from his seat after answering, then walked towards the door. As his hand reached for the door, he turned his head after he suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. I saw Grail heading to the Mercenary Guild earlier. The Mercenary Guild? Why? He said he was going to see Sir Eugene. What? Why is Sir Eugene in the Mercenary Guild? Ah. So, you don't know about it yet. A group of roamers have been spotted in the woods around the eastern outskirts of the city. The city recruiter is gathering a subjugation squad. It appears Sir Eugene is going to participate. I see. All right. Was Mr. Grail by himself by chance? He was with Tivin. Oh, and I'm not sure where he found it, but he was pulling along an incredibly handsome horse with him. It even had armor, and wow, it was just pat. Priscilla jumped up from her seat and bolted out the door before Bilmo finished his words. What the heck? Did she need to use the toilet? Anyways, no one will be able to say anything about my performance now. He. Bilmo expressed puzzlement when Priscilla darted out the door, but soon, a bright smile hung around his lips. ****. Eugene armed himself after stopping by an inn, then left Meron's gate alongside the mercenaries. Clop. Clop. The horse gifted to him by the Palin Association was very much to Eugene's liking. Although he was quite ignorant when it came to horses, he assumed his steed was quite outstanding since the man from the Palin Association had boasted proudly of the horse's pedigree. Moreover, his horse apparently cost 300 silver coins, excluding its armor. He once heard that no one would dare to form cavalries or knight orders, except for a few select nobles. Today, he finally understood why. Equipping a proper knight was genuinely akin to throwing money into an endless pit. Your horse taming abilities are amazing, Sir Eugene. Well, I guess it's not too shabby. Partik showed his admiration, and Eugene responded dryly. It's a good thing you did as I told you, right? Hoo. Myrian laughed proudly while lying on the head of the horse. The horse was given the name Cillian after one of the spirit monarchs, and although he did not answer, Eugene accepted Myrian's words. Just a moment ago, he heeded her advice and threatened Cillian. Well, he utilized a vampire's fear to cause the horse to submit, rather than threatening it, but he managed to successfully establish a perfect master and servant relationship with the horse. Adding in a vampire's excellent athletic abilities, he quickly learned to ride the horse on a similar level as a regular knight. Hey, Cillian. Consider yourself the luckiest of horses. As for our Sir Eugene, he's an amazing con man, He pulls out the heads of trolls with his bare hands, yeah. Hey, he's the master of everything and anything. You've netted yourself a master who's bound to lead you to greatness. Sir Eugene, the Earl of Blood. Eugene, the Count of Darkness. Nay. Cillian nodded his head as if he could understand Myrian's nonsense. It was surprising, but it seemed Cillian could understand Myrian's words on top of being able to see her. According to Myrian, special animals and monsters were able to see spirits. It appeared Cillian fell into that same category as well. Is it because of his extraordinary pedigree? As Eugene thought to himself, a group of mercenaries came running towards him while shouting. They had volunteered themselves to scout ahead. Sir Eugene. There is trouble. Trouble. Sir Madrika has been surrounded by roamers. It seems most of the mercenaries are either dead or have fled, and Sir Madrika is struggling alone. Let's go quickly. Yes. The mercenaries who were familiar with Eugene strode forward confidently, while those who saw him for the first time began running with both doubt and expectations. ****. What a mess. A huge mess. Eugene found himself agreeing with Myrian quite a few times today as he looked towards the entrance of the forest. He could not see about half of the mercenaries who left earlier with Madrika. Most likely, they were dead or had already fled, but the remaining survivors did not look to be in good shape either. Firstly, there were just too many goblins. In addition, they weren't equipped with crude weapons such as wooden clubs. Instead, they held iron weapons such as sickles and daggers in their hands. Even so, each mercenary would have been capable of handling 1 or 2 goblins at a time. But there were so many goblins that each mercenary had to fight against 3 or 4 goblins at the same time. The only salvation was that Madrika was playing a big role with his excellent horseback swordsmanship.
Orc. The orc warriors had been firing crossbows from the back line until now. But they suddenly charged towards Madrika. Perhaps they noticed the arrival of Eugene and the other mercenaries. The orc warriors were holding battle axes in both hands and had long, braided hair. Their appearances were truly terrifying. Sir Eugene. Looks like the orcs are trying to subdue Sir Madrika to take him into the woods as they escape. Take him and run. They can get a ransom for a night. Even if they can't, taking his horse and equipment will be extremely beneficial to them. Sir Eugene, we are running out of time. In the meantime, the orc warriors ran forward and arrived in front of Madrika's horse. The frightened horse stopped and reared on its hind legs, and 2 orc warriors rushed to the horse's sides. Madrika had already used up all the javelins, so he attempted to retaliate with his longsword, but he struggled against 3 opponents. Partik, take these men and save the mercenaries. I will help Sir Madrika. Yes. Around 30 mercenaries charged while shouting valiantly. Originally, there were less than 10 applicants, but the situation changed when it became known that Eugene played a massive role in the dungeon opening of the Taiwan territory. Some mercenaries who fought alongside him began to join the subjugation without hesitation, which caused other observers to join in as well. Sir Eugene will take care of the orcs. We only need to kill the goblins. What? Leaving behind the brave shouts of the mercenaries, Cillian dashed through the meadow like the wind. Fast. To think that a war horse with pedigree was this amazing. Eugene was greatly shocked and pleased with Cillian's speed as he grabbed a javelin from the side of the saddle. The horse was easily faster than himself, a vampire, even if he sprinted at maximum speed. Let's go. Let's go. Ki-o-ara-hu-u. Myrian shouted excitedly while hanging off Cillian's mane, and Eugene leaned back after placing the javelin on his spear thrower. Perhaps hearing the sound of Cillian's hooves, one of the orc warriors surrounding Madrika turned towards Eugene. Kuvua. The orc's roar resonated in the air, filled with the power of its fear. Eugene's eyes turned a shade redder as he invoked his vampiric powers to resist the fear. This is... In that moment, Eugene sensed an intangible power emitting from his body and shooting towards the orc warriors. Fear. He worried that he might scare Cillian, but the horse continued without pause, as if to prove that he wasn't an ordinary war horse. Hap. Eugene released his breath and threw the spear as hard as he could. Fwoosh. The 1.5-meter javelin shot forward like an arrow. It flew 30 meters in a blink of the eye, then pierced the chest of an orc warrior. Kuuvuha. The orc warrior flew back and collapsed while screaming bitterly. Even the chainmail it wore on the inside was pierced through. As soon as the monster screamed in pain, the other 2 turned their heads. Madrika was a competent knight as well, and he did not miss the moment of opportunity. Queef. Madrika's longsword drew an arc through the air and struck an orc warrior on the shoulder. Subsequently, Eugene narrowed the distance in a single breath on Cillian, then swung down with his battle axe. The orc warrior stiffened in front of Eugene's spear, which was much stronger than its own. Thunk. The remaining orc warrior's head was decapitated in a single blow, and the orc warrior fell forward without a scream. Good. It will be very effective if I can secretly utilize fear like this in the future. Combined with the powerful charge of Cillian, it would surely be a devastating weapon. Kueuk. Thuck. The surviving orc warrior was trying to escape with blood spouting from its shoulder, but Madrika's long sword was quickly thrust into its back. I owe you a huge deal. Madrika turned his horse gracefully while shaking the blood off his sword. Sir Eugene, right. Your honorable deeds and outstanding performance. I, Ron Madrika, have trained under Sir Capron for many years, yet I truly... Yes, sir. There are still goblins remaining. Stop talking and join the subjugation. Of course. Madrika was about to go off on a cheesy speech even in such a situation. But he quickly scurried after Eugene's chiding. Asterisk. As soon as Eugene and Madrika joined, the battle quickly ended. The process was rather dull. Cavalry could display their greatest power in a meadow, and mere goblins could not repel the attacks of knights amidst their charge on top of armed war horses. The goblins scattered and fled when the two knights swung their spears and swords on top of their horses. The mercenaries easily took care of the disorganized monsters. In the end, only about 10 goblins managed to survive and escape into the forest. The mercenaries shouted rather vigorously after having confirmed their victory. What followed was the exercising of the victor's rights. At Madrika's command, the mercenaries looted the monsters' weapons and the objects they looted from various villages. At the same time, Partik and a portion of the group tore open the stomachs of larger goblins. Orcs did not possess mana stones because they were a race rather than monsters, but goblins, even roamers, sometimes possessed mana stones. Sir Eugene. We found 6 mana stones. Good work. The number was incomparably less than what he gained from the expedition and the size was significantly smaller as well, but Eugene placed them inside a leather bag regardless. Hey, Sir Eugene. Home. Do you have business with me? Well, it's just that. Madrika coughed awkwardly before continuing politely. Blood was painted all over his armor. I want to apologize for being disrespectful towards you earlier. Although I have not been sworn in yet, I can proudly say that I follow the creed of knights more faithfully than anyone else. I pursue honor and chivalry, and I find that you are a true example of chivalry. Anyone who lives by the sword might find you exemplary. That's enough. Just pass this on to the recruiter after you're done organizing the battlefield. I am new to Meran, so I am unfamiliar with the process. Eugene threw the leather pouch towards him while speaking, and Madrika nodded as he received it. Oh. Leave it to me. Anyway, let us have a drink together next time. It's on me. Actually, if you have time today. Yes, next time. Please excuse me. Eugene had no intention of having a drinking party with such a talkative knight, so he quickly pulled on the reins and made his exit. Goodbye. You were truly amazing today, Sir Eugene. I will see you next time. Madrika shouted brightly while standing on the bloody battlefield, and Eugene returned to Meran with Partik's group. Asterisk. No, but why did you purchase the horse so quickly? Vice Executive was the one who ordered me to process it quickly, right? Sir Eugene liked it very much. He asked me to let you know that he was very grateful. Well, of course he would be grateful. I would be too, if someone gifted me something worth 300 silver coins for free. So why are you acting this way? You were the one who asked me to get him a horse as a gift. Did something happen? Priscilla responded with a sigh. That Sir Knight, he already has a contract with Bilmo. The conditions weren't so bad for our association either. What? So, before he even came to our association. That's right. Mr. Bilmo told me that the knight hinted at it even when they were at Lord Tywin's castle. What? Why did Bilmo not mention something so important until now? Grail raised his voice, and Priscilla answered with a bitter smile. It was a dungeon opening. They had a shortage of troops and there was less than 50% chance of success. Mr. Bilmo was already underperforming, so he could not speak of something that was only speculative. Anyway, he seemed quite shocked that the night actually came. He never even thought the Taiwan family would sign a long-term contract to get loans. My goodness. So there was no need for us to give him a horse. Yes. There was absolutely no need to give him such an expensive horse. They paid a huge price for their speculation. But the terms of the contract with Knight Eugene was so good that these two did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Favorite. That's a shame, Grail spoke while licking his lips vainly. Priscilla responded with a smile. Still, we aren't making a loss since the terms of the contract are quite good. Besides, that Sir Knight apparently played a huge part in the dungeon opening at the Taiwan estate. How good could he be? Even if he is indeed quite capable, he's probably less than Sir Galfredic. You know the materials that were brought in today. I heard he took care of more than half of the monsters. Come on, don't joke around like that. Vice Executive. Vice Executive. The door burst open and a clerk ran in while shouting excitedly. What's going on? The subjugation squad has returned from the East Forest. That Sir Knight named Eugene, he saved Sir Madrika and killed 2 orc warriors by himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The area in front of the Mercenary Guild's headquarters was bustling. The bodies of fallen mercenaries were placed neatly to one side, and the corpses of goblins and orc warriors were placed on the other. In honor of those who willingly raised their swords, spears, and shields for the free city of Meran, which is protected by faith. The guild leader and recruiter, Trevik, solemnly recited a tribute, and all the gathered residents of Meran took off their hats and bowed their heads with respect. Although mercenaries sold their services for money, they deserved respect for fighting in response to Meran's recruitment notice. The short joint funeral ended shortly after, and priests from the church transported the bodies of the dead with the help of other mercenaries. There were about 20 casualties. The bodies of those who were killed while fighting monsters could be tainted with evil energy, so a prayer was a necessity as well as a show of respect. Anyways, where did Sir Eugene disappear off to? Trevik asked while looking around. Eugene, the protagonist of today's battle, was nowhere to be found. He should be resting in his home right now. Well, he did kill 2 orc warriors and dozens of goblins by himself. He must be exhausted. Anyways, I heard that Sir Eugene's skill with the javelin is incredible. Is that true? Phew. There's no need to even mention it. I saw him lean back slightly after taking his hands off the reins, then he threw his javelin like lightning. It crossed 50 meters in the blink of an eye, pierced through the chest of the orc, then flew another 10 meters. It was actually 30 meters instead of 50. The javelin also did not pierce through the orc, but was instead stuck in its body. Unfortunately, these mercenaries had been too occupied during the battle that they could only speculate based on the corpses of the monsters Eugene had killed. Furthermore, the rumors about Eugene were starting to get out of hand thanks to a particular person's testimony. I, Ron Madrika, can say with certainty that it was the first time I saw a knight so brave, honorable, and chivalrous, since my master, Sir Capron. Sir Eugene is truly one of the greatest knights I've ever met. Madrika spoke in a rather cheesy voice. Sir Eugene's spear attacks were like lightning bolts. When he wielded 2 battle axes in his hands, it was as if a legendary dwarfen warrior had descended. As a man who lives by the sword and walks the path of a knight, I respect and admire Sir Eugene. Madrika was well known for his arrogance and bad temper. When he spoke endless praise about Eugene, the people surrounding him burst into admiration. In addition, there was another person who told stories that ignited the curiosity of the crowd, though he was not as influential as Madrika. I'm telling you. He pulled out the head of a troll with his bare hands. Even though it was a dark, dim dungeon, I swear I saw a halo behind his head. And that's not all. After he killed the immature troll and its mother, he fought against a giant cave spider. He did all of that in a few hours. By himself. He fought against intermediate rank monsters in succession by himself. A mercenary asked while gulping loudly, and Lavin responded with a sigh. Huh. Of course, I was there as well when we ran into the giant cave spider. Back then, I was about to help Sir Eugene win. The stories of his past feats and today's performance, combined with an appropriate dose of exaggeration, spread throughout the city in no time at all. As such, Eugene became a celebrity on his first day in Meran. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is that so? How many were killed? 17 in total. Saint Valiant's church will cremate and store the remains in the charnel house. By the way, about the night I mentioned before. Sir Jan Eugene, right. What about him? Meran's mayor showed curiosity at Turvik's words. The stories regarding Eugene had already reached the mayor as well. The mercenaries may have exaggerated a little, but we would have missed the orcs and the roamers from the Brandish Mountains without the night. Hoo. That's why I was thinking. Although there were only 3 orcs, it's the first time we've achieved victory in 2 years, right? I don't think it's a bad idea to promote it. What do you think? Didn't the knight say he was going back to the Taiwan estate soon? He's going back anyway, so is it really necessary? It's not for Sir Eugene. It's because our city needs it. The royalists have been snooping around since last year, correct? At such a time, a knight from outside responded to our city's recruitment notice and wiped out the orcs from the Brandish Mountains. Hoo. So you're saying we should send a message to some of the nearby royalist lords? That's exactly right. We should not limit ourselves to only the city of Meran, but also keep the security and stability of the surrounding areas. But what did our distinguished king and the royalists do? They're so greedy for money and mana stones that they're only focused on plundering it. Yes. Right. Doing that alone will have a significant effect. Why don't you put his feats into the city report and spread it to the nearby lords and nobles? Even the king could not easily mess with a large commercial city like Meran, but that did not mean that Meran could rise against the monarchy and become independent like the cities of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. As such, the city sent quarterly reports to the royal castle, though it was mostly formality. The reports outlined mundane activities of the city, but for some reason, the reports always included military activities. It was an underlying message and warning against the royal castle and the surrounding nobles, an open display of power and the level of combat ability that the city could mobilize at any time. It's a brilliant idea. But will the guild leaders approve of this? The mayor was just a representative of the city. The general intentions of the city stemmed from the guild leaders. If the majority of the leaders disapproved of their decision, their discussion here would be in vain. I agree. The Merchant Guild will definitely agree as well. Really? Yes. The Palin Association is taking care of Sir Eugene right now. They have an established contract regarding the dungeon of the Taiwan estate. It seems to be a rather large deal. The current guild master of the Merchants Guild was the previous master of the Palin Association. Although he wasn't the kind of person to use his status for his own people, since the issue regarding Eugene would be helpful to the Merchant Guild and the city of Meran, he would surely agree. Hoo. That's great. Then let's get it going. We'll provide him with more than enough compensation and give him sufficient treatment. Yes, it would be nice if we could give him a gift while representing the city as a whole. What would be good? Well, Trevik pondered for a while, then spoke while snapping his fingers. I saw that knight earlier and he was only wearing a chain mail. Why don't we give him a nice set of plate mail? We can also engrave the small symbol of our city on the armor as well. That is an excellent idea. The more the knight is active and the more he performs brilliantly on the battlefield, the more popular our city would become. No, forget plate mail. Let's go bigger. We have our city's reputation to think about, right? Yes. The commercial city was overflowing with money, and the mayor of such a city was quite generous in his thinking as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You want me to move? Yes, Sir Eugene. Our vice executive rented a first-class room from a top class inn that shares a strong relationship with our association, specifically for you. Naturally, the Palin Association will pay the fees. I would appreciate it. But what about the mercenaries who came with me? They will be accompanying me when I head back to the Taiwan estate. It would be rather difficult if we were separated. Grail was taken aback by Eugene's words, but he answered after quickly regaining his smile, and naturally, they will be given rooms at the same inn. And the Palin Association will pay for it as well. Yes, Grail answered rather hesitantly. He looked slightly sullen as well. Good. Let's go right away. Eugene took off his helmet while answering. For some reason, he seemed to be getting lucky in many ways. When Grail saw Eugene's revealed face, his sullen expression transformed into a daze. His appearance is truly. Do you have anything else to say? No. Nothing. Then I will be waiting outside. Our employees will move all of your equipment, so you only need to take what you need for now. Grail bowed before hurrying out. Sir Eugene, I would be careful of that rat-like merchant if I were you. The way he was looking at you. It was the same as those bastards who were sucking and biting each other butt naked in my pond. Shut up and take care of Cillian in the stables. Yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene moved to the new accommodations along with Partik and the rest of the group under the guidance of the Palin Association's employees. Befitting of its name, the Heavenly Constellations, the first-class room from a top-class inn was truly grand. Not a speck of dust could be found on the maple furniture and the bed. The walls and floors were smooth and shiny as well. We need to live in a place like this in the future. If we get a castle one day, we need to make it exactly the same as this. Glamorous, noble, and elegant. So that anyone will be struck with awe the moment they walk in. We can cover the whole place with gold. Please. Myrian chattered with excitement and greed. Rather than the spirit of water, she sounded like the spirit of desire. Ignoring her, Eugene quickly unpacked before heading to the room of Partik's group. Sir Eugene, you're here. Partik greeted Eugene with a bright smile. Even the general room was unbelievably spacious and pleasant compared to the room of the Rose Castle, where they had been squeezed together. I never thought I would ever stay in a room that costs 2 silvers per night. It is all thanks to Sir Eugene. The Palin Association's paying for it anyways. Anyway, we will be leaving as soon as I get my armor, right? Is there anything else we should do before we leave? Well, since they've gifted you a horse and moved us here, don't you think it would be appropriate to meet with the vice executive of the Palin Association at least once? Is that so? Yes. I think the vice executive wants to establish a good relationship with Sir Eugene. Obviously, they must be treating you more generously after considering your relationship with the Taiwan family, but I think it would be good to thank her for the gifts. And one more thing. Lavin and Blade left the room as Partik gestured. I think the results of today's battle will be reported to the mayor. Guild leader Trevik hinted earlier today. The mayor. Eugene responded with a frown. Even if a major was different from lords, he was rather reluctant to meet with those in power. No matter what anyone says, Sir Eugene was the greatest contributor to today's battle. Besides, it's been a while since we killed any of the orcs from the Brandish Mountains. They will praise your performance at the city level. It will make your identity even more perfect than before. I see. Then should I meet with the mayor? Probably not. They will send an agent to give you appropriate compensation, and perhaps even award you a medal. A medal has no real uses, so you could just put it away somewhere appropriate. So I shouldn't face anything bothersome, correct? The celebrities of Meran could send you invitations starting tomorrow, Sir Eugene. Eugene showed signs of discomfort, and Partik quickly continued, if you want to refuse, use your injuries as an excuse. If you say your broken wrist from the dungeons acting up again, they will understand. And you can say you have a couple of broken ribs as well, since it was a very fierce battle. That sounds believable. Eugene nodded satisfactorily. Partik was certainly skilled, but Eugene liked him because he was quick-witted. Excuse me, Sir Eugene. You have a guest, Lavin spoke after carefully opening the door. A guest? Yes. From the Bistis Arkhama workshop. Bistis Arkhama workshop is... It was one of the places he stopped by earlier when he was shopping for weapons and armor. The Bistis Arkhama workshop was the #1 armor shop in Meran, and it was run by a pair of dwarf brothers. Of course, as soon as Eugene heard that a regular plate mail cost 80 silver coins, he immediately left. Hello there, sir. It is an honor to meet the Orc Slayer of Bengal Forest. When Lavin opened the door, a sturdy dwarf spoke while entering the room. Nice to meet you. You came to see me. That is correct. I received a request for armor under your name, sir, so I came to see if there was anything you wanted to request specifically for the armor. But I never ordered armor from your workshop. That can't be. You are Sir Jan Eugene, aren't you? The knight who beat up the Roma goblins and the orcs at noon today. That's right, but... Eugene tilted his head in confusion. Partik stepped in. There seems to be a mistake. Sir Eugene ordered a plate mail from the Lane Defense shop located right next to the Bistis Arkhama workshop, not the Bistis Ark workshop. No way. The mayor personally placed the order not too long ago. Moreover, it's not regular plate mail either, but plate armor. That's why I am here to get the sir's dimensions and to see if he has any special requests. The mayor. And what did you say? Plate armor. Partik was not easily surprised, but his mouth went wide agape upon hearing the dwarf's words. Eugene did not fully comprehend the situation, so he stayed silent. Well, how about this? Lane, he's probably just started tapping the iron plate. I'll cancel the order. He's the student of us brothers, so he should listen to us. Unfortunately, you won't be able to get the deposit back. The dwarf spoke while stroking his beard, then continued with a shrug. Let's just say you bought plate armor for the price of a down payment for a plate mail. What do you think, Sir Eugene? The mayor's already paid the full price, so I can't cancel the order now. Let's measure the dimensions. A plate armor for only 10 silver coins was a deal that anyone in their right mind would never refuse. Sir Grandolph of Easel is inviting Sir Eugene. Lady Martina, the successor of the Yingsman family, will prepare a banquet for Sir Eugene. Partik's expectations were on point. The next morning, people from Meran's noble and influential families flocked to the heavenly constellations to invite Eugene to various events of their hosting. The Yingsman family. A nobleman who only knows how to chase after the royalists would dare to invite a Sir Knight who responded to Meran's recruitment notice. Do you have no dignity? Doesn't your master associate himself with the rebels of Kyle's Baggins? Do you really think a dignified knight who lives by the code of chivalry will clink glasses with the traitors of the kingdom? What did you say? Is that all you can say? If you want me to, I can talk like this for a day without stopping. As a result, arguments broke out between families who were on bad terms. However, it did not matter to Eugene. Thank you for the invitations, but my injuries will prevent me from moving about. I must get some rest for the next few days, so unfortunately, I will have to decline this time around. Ah, I thought that would be the case. My master, Sir Raznik, prepared the finest mana stone as a gift for you, Sir Eugene. It will be of great help for you to recover, Sir Eugene. Some even offered highest quality mana stones, which were extremely expensive. However, Eugene turned down all of them. One of my ancestors is an elf, so I will recover just fine with 3 or 4 days of rest. I am truly grateful. Please let Sir Raznik know that I am thankful for the gesture. Ah, I see. They nodded after hearing his explanation. His gorgeous appearance and outstanding resilience could be attributed to his ancestry. Moreover, elves would never consume a mana stone that originated from a monster, no matter how purified it was. Mana stones are useless to me. Eugene was a vampire. Purified mana stones imbued with the sacred power of a high priest would restore energy and slightly increase the lifespan of a human, but it was no different than poison to Eugene. However, those present did not know the truth. They were simply shocked that someone would refuse such an item, even if they did possess elven blood. In an instant, they felt admiration and goodwill towards Eugene. I cannot believe that such a knight still exists. Sir Eugene is a knight who knows true honor. Such a knight was difficult to please, but once they made up their mind, they would never betray their lord. I must bring him to our family. Only a knight like him can stand next to my master. Although Eugene had rejected their invitations, the desire to recruit Eugene in the hearts of these butlers and servants, who came here on behalf of their families, burned even brighter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later. The plate armor produced by the Batizark Armor Workshop finally arrived in Eugene's room. Usually, such a piece of equipment would take more than 7 days to manufacture. However, the mayor had paid the enormous sum of 300 silver coins and personally placed the order. As such, the Dwarfen brothers were able to reduce the production time by a ridiculous amount. Kya! Look at that glow! The plate armor produced by the Batizark Armor Workshop boasted a splendid appearance. Even Myrian found it hard to nitpick such an excellent plate armor. The plate mail worn by knights such as Galfredic and Madrika were formed from many pieces of iron plates that were connected by leather straps. Each plate protected different areas of the body. However, Eugene's plate armor was joined together with hinges and links, making it much easier to wear and remove. Above all, its defenses and durability were vastly improved by etching wave-patterned grooves and carving radial lines on the surface. This piece of armor is made from a special type of steel from our Batizark workshop. We mixed iron from Elsyke with ogre bones. I hope it will be of help to Sir Eugene as you practice your chivalry. Perhaps because it was a luxury product that the manager of the workshop personally delivered it. Eugene looked over the armor with a satisfied expression, then narrowed his eyes when he noticed something strange. What is this? Eugene asked while pointing at a small engraving. The symbol was located on the part of the armor between the neck and the chest. Ah, that is the symbol of Mirren. The mayor specifically told us to carve it on the armor. He felt a little displeased, but he could not voice his discontent since he received it for almost free. He could not possibly complain about a tiny symbol of Mirren. Moreover, the Dwarfen brothers also complied with all of Eugene's special requests without fail. In particular, the front section of the helmet protruded forward. Whether he raised or lowered the visor, it would perfectly shade the vampire's eyes from direct sunlight. By the way, it seems Sir Eugene is quite fond of the color black. The manager asked carefully, and Eugene nodded. That is true. In addition, it would be troublesome if the armor reflected light at night or inside a dungeon. It wasn't completely true. He asked for it to be black because he did not want the armor to reflect sunlight during the day. As expected. The masters of our workshop also guessed that would be the reasoning behind Sir Eugene's request. They know a knight's thoughts, as I would expect from excellent craftsmen. Anyways, I am grateful. I will be careful with it. Thank you. Unless it is completely wrecked, we will repair it free of charge for 3 years. If you ever run into any problems with the armor, please visit the Batizark workshop at any time. I will. The manager and the workshop employees left, and Eugene exchanged his chainmail for the plate armor. It was definitely easier to wear, and there were almost no inconveniences in terms of moving around. It was certainly a piece of armor created by the best dwarfen craftsman in Meran. Since I have black scales, I will not need to wear extra armor inside either. Eugene was very satisfied. Not only was he able to dispose of the monster materials at a more generous price than originally planned, but he also received rewards from the battle as well as a high-end plate armor, which was no different from a verification of identity from Meran's mayor. I obtained Cillian as well. Eugene left the room, certain that he had made an excellent choice coming to Meran. Even if he considered his plate armor as a reward for taking care of the Roma goblins and orcs, Cillian was a different case. The warhorse even possessed an extraordinary pedigree. Before he left the city, it would only be right to give his greetings to the one who showed him such favor. You still haven't met that knight named Sir Eugene. Not yet. Priscilla bowed her head while answering. Her grandfather was the head of Meran's Merchant Guild and the former head of the Palin Association. He was well over 60 years old, but Priscilla still found it difficult to deal with his energy, even though he had retired many years ago. A pedigree horse from the Agile stables, a first-class room at the Heavenly Constellations. You showered him with quite a few gifts. It must be because he is worth the investment, right? Inquired her grandfather. Of course. If he yields similar results from the Taiwan family's dungeon one more time, we will fully recover the investment. And you are satisfied with only recovering the investment? How could I be? I believe Sir Eugene is a knight worthy of a solid investment from the headquarters. On what basis? Firstly, the boy who has been working as Bill Mo's new assistant is Sir Eugene's aide. He is also the younger brother of the new Lord Taiwan. Perhaps the knight thinks little of his aide, since he is sending the child to an association. That is possible. But I don't think that Sir Eugene sent his aide to our association because he thinks little of him. Who? Her grandfather showed curiosity. Priscilla hurriedly continued, he seemed like a very ambitious knight. According to Bilmo, he headed to Lord Taiwan's castle to have his status verified. But even in front of the castle's knights, he remained extremely confident. Is that so? Yes. The eldest son, the new Lord of Taiwan, was indifferent towards Sir Eugene at first. But after only a few days, he started acting very friendly towards Sir Eugene. Moreover, Priscilla recounted the stories she heard from the 3 mercenaries who were following Bilmo and Eugene. Of course, she did not forget to flavor the stories appropriately, processing it according to her interests. In fact, 70% of it was true, 20% of it was exaggerated, and 10% of it reflected her expectations. He was arrogant enough to not visit his benefactor, even though several days had already passed since he received such an expensive gift. Priscilla was mistaking his arrogance as ambitions, which fueled her expectations. He rejected all the invitations from the city's influential figures, right? He apparently attributed it to his injuries, but when I asked the Heavenly Constellations employees, he did not appear to have any trouble moving around. He was only making excuses. That is why a lot of people are a little frustrated. They are only staying still because the knight's achievements are so great, and because he did not accept even a single person's invitation. Priscilla's grandfather, the Merchant Guild's leader, stroked his beard while recalling the views of Meran's influential figures regarding the knight named Jan Eugene. See. He must be a knight aiming for someplace higher. A knight's value can only be measured by his skills and merit, right? Even though his appearance and rise is akin to that of a shooting star, I think that he is still valuable as an investment. Hoo. It's good to see you speak so confidently after a long time. In fact, my thoughts are not much different from yours. Thank you, grandfather. In fact, she exaggerated a little because of her pride, since she felt that she spent too much money on the warhorse. But Priscilla felt confident after receiving her grandfather's positive response. Even though it's only recently that he became popular, fame has always been spontaneous like that. We never know, one day, a random person on the street might become popular out of nowhere. Right. It is a merchant's virtue to recognize and catch such talents before others. Even though he hasn't shown much yet, only amateurs would say that his investment value has yet to be verified. Then, the investment, go ahead with it. I will speak to your father separately. Even if he stops after making a name for himself in this region, do not feel too pressured. You will definitely recover the investment no matter what. Yes. Thank you for trusting me. Priscilla's expression brightened at the words of her grandfather. Even though he was now retired, he still held the majority shares of the Palin Association. Anyways, he's not going to leave just like this, right? Do I have to visit him personally? He wouldn't turn me away at the door, would he? Priscilla was having such thoughts when an employee carefully opened the door and entered. Vice Executive, Sir Jan Eugene is here. How timely. I agree. Priscilla held back her desire to jump up and down, secretly clenching her fist in joy. Asterisk. Nice to meet you. I am Priscilla, Vice Executive of Marin's branch of the Palin Association. Jan Eugene. Thank you for giving me the horse as a gift. Don't mention it. Here, please. Take a seat, Sir Eugene. Eugene expected her to be extravagant as the vice executive of a large business association, but to his surprise, Priscilla appeared more modest than his expectations. Eugene sat down after shaking hands with her. But unlike Eugene's first impression of her, Priscilla was quite shocked. This is the terrifying knight who pulled out the head of a troll with his bare hands. The knight who pierced a hole in the chest of an orc warrior with a spear. Really? Eugene looked tall and fit, but most knights were both tall and fit anyway, so there was nothing new. However, his face was the problem. His long black hair was rich and thick. His soft, delicate skin was pale, and his red eyes radiated a strange heat even in the middle of the day. Such a person was too good to simply describe as a handsome man. Was the horse to your liking? I heard you rode around the horse without any problems in the battle a few days ago, asked Priscilla. I am very satisfied with the steed. Thank you once again. I am glad to hear you speak such words. It wasn't just a formality. Priscilla actually felt happy. Firstly, she managed to score a few extra points with her grandfather due to Eugene's excellent timing. Moreover, he said thank you twice in a row, even though this is our first meeting. Although she obtained information regarding the knight in advance from Bilmo, Priscilla was not naive enough to believe everything she heard. All the knights she knew were barbaric and violent, treating all merchants as their subordinates regardless of the size and the status of their business associations. But Eugene, whom she finally met, was somehow different. It was extremely rare to find a knight gently expressing their gratitude to a merchant. I heard you were going back to the Taiwan territory. Are you planning to continue to clear the dungeon there? To do that, I would have to become a knight of Lord Taiwan. Unfortunately, I have no intention of becoming Lord Taiwan's knight. But since I took on Feelit as my aide, I plan to clear the dungeon one more time out of obligation. If it's Feelit, you are referring to the young master who is learning from Mr. Bilmo, right? Rumor has it in the business community that he is very clever. Of course, an outstanding knight like Sir Eugene would not have taken him in if not for that. It's nice to hear that. So I take it that our association will be taking care of young Master Felid for the time being. Considering your relationship with the Taiwan family, wouldn't that be in the best interest of the Palin Association as well? Ah, yes. You're right. She was trying to establish a relationship with Eugene, Felid's master, under the pretext of taking care of Felid, but Eugene cleverly changed the subject and involved the Taiwan family. This isn't easy. Eugene's looks had charmed Priscilla, but she quickly came to her senses. However, she realized now that the knight in front of her was not an easy opponent to deal with by any means. Sir Eugene, you said that you will use our association to dispose of materials gained from monsters in your next subjugation, is that right? Correct. Just like this time, I will still be using the Taiwan family as my proxy. Yes. Then, forgive me for asking, but are you willing to participate in other dungeon or labyrinth subjugations? If I get the chance, that is what I am planning. Eugene nodded in agreement. For now, that was the only way he could obtain red mana stones. Ah. Then could I make a suggestion? A suggestion? Yes. I am not sure if Sir Eugene is aware, but our association operates outside of Meran as well. This is the main branch, but there are other branches all over the kingdom. Our branches also exist in 2 ports of the Roman Empire. And our branches also conduct business with families that have evil lands in their territories, just like the Taiwan family. So, maybe. No, I am certain that we can arrange a subjugation related to the Palin Association for you to participate in, Sir Eugene. It was an exceptional suggestion. What Eugene needed now the most was to enter as many dungeons as possible other than the one in the Taiwan territory. He would have to clear as many dungeons and labyrinths as possible to kill special monsters and obtain red mana stones, which in turn would grant him their abilities. In addition, he would be able to rid himself of the tattoos covering his body. What will happen when all the tattoos disappear? What if the first 2 incidents were mere coincidences? The memory that resurfaced after he consumed the red mana stone of the giant spider cave was a clue to trace his past. Perhaps more memories would resurface if he continued to consume more red mana stones. In the end, Eugene still had to enter many dungeons to confirm his theories. However, he was not foolish enough to jump at Priscilla's tempting suggestion right away. I think you are offering me such a deal because there is something you want from me in return. That is correct. That is why I am making you an offer, Priscilla calmly continued. It seemed that she was finally making some progress. Until you are officially sworn in, the Palin Association will sponsor you, Sir Eugene. Sponsor me? Yes. Naturally, we will provide you with as much support as possible whenever you participate in subjugation and throughout your journey. In return, we will take an exclusive responsibility with the families possessing the dungeons. Of course, the terms and contents of the contracts will be discussed with Sir Eugene in advance. I promise you the best treatment. This is not a decision I can make right away. Of course. We do not want to rush it either. Truthfully, she wanted nothing more than to close the contract right away, but Priscilla feigned a leisurely smile and continued, for now, focus on the second subjugation of the Taiwan family's dungeon. The next time you return to Meran, you can let us know your decision about this offer. All right. But let me ask you something. Ask away. Why me? It's not like I'm the only knight in Meran. I am certain that there are many outstanding knights out there. Eugene asked in a calm voice. His eyes seemed to penetrate through Priscilla. It was hard to explain, but his clear red eyes and low, deep voice seemed to contain a strange power. Was it charisma? An instinctive fear of knights? Whatever it was, Priscilla was once again convinced that Eugene was not an ordinary person. The first reason is Sir Eugene's skills. I've already heard and confirmed Sir Eugene's skills from the mercenaries who participated in the dungeon subjugation. I apologize for doing this without your permission. That is fine. And yes. In addition, we also verified the results of the battle that occurred in front of Bengal Forest. From these two events, we were convinced that Sir Eugene has exceptional skills. And lastly, Priscilla gulped before continuing, I don't know how to say this, but business associations tend to shy away from sponsoring knights. There are quite a few unique figures among the knights. Should I call it an uncertainty? We want to establish a stable relationship, but knights tend to be unpredictable. Priscilla felt anxious while gauging Eugene's response. She spoke such words because she was somewhat confident, but she was still worried that he would be offended that she was speaking badly of knights. I fully understand. There are definitely many knights who are impatient and unusual. Eugene's reaction was unexpected. Priscilla quickly continued whilst she tried to calm her beating heart, yes. But we came to the conclusion that Sir Eugene was different from those knights. As such, until you are officially sworn in, we would like to sponsor you. During that period, Priscilla's explanation was long, but the main points were simple. It's not much different from being sworn into a noble, right? At least, the duties expected of Eugene by the Palin Association and their support during their sponsorship would be similar that of an appointed knight and a noble. He was quite certain, since he heard all the details about being sworn in from Galfredic. In fact, the large knight had jabbered on and on until Eugene started bleeding from his ears. If there were any differences, it would be that the relationship would not be hierarchical. Rather, it would be an equal relationship with both parties bound by a contract. In addition, he could terminate their cooperation at any time depending on the situation. It's not bad. He would have to give it a closer look, but the conditions appeared fine. If he was appointed by a nobleman with a certain status, his freedom to participate in different subjugations would be limited. On the other hand, he could enter numerous dungeons and labyrinths through the many branches of the Palin Association without any restrictions. What do you think? Priscilla asked with anticipation, and Eugene nodded. It seems fine. Let's go ahead with it. We will fill out the contract next time we meet. Thank. However, I will not sign a contract based on a period of time. Let's go with the number of subjugations. For now, perhaps 2 or 3 times. We can talk again afterwards. What do you think? That's. Priscilla stopped herself from saying that she needed to discuss it with her superiors and nodded as naturally as possible. I think that is a great idea. Let's do that. She needed to finish this contract by herself, by whatever means necessary. She could not discuss it with her grandfather or father at this moment. Going by the number of subjugations, the terms had never crossed her mind, but she could make it work somehow. Even if the terms stated that the knight would only have to participate in 3 subjugations before the contract ended, it still meant that she could tie down the knight to the Palin Association for at least a year. We can discuss the details next time. Oh, by the way. Yes. Priscilla raised her head with a pleasant sense of accomplishment. However, her emotions disappeared without a trace as soon as she met Eugene's bright red eyes. I want to let you know just in case, but if you were planning to employ trickery, you better call this off right now. If anyone ever tries to attack me first or backstab me, I will not leave them be. Regardless of their age, race, or gender. Oh, of course. That will never happen. I swear. She forgot. Even though he had a gorgeous face, the man in front of her valued pride and honor above all else, and that he would rather speak with spears and swords to protect his values than with words. Asterisk. After receiving a rough, informal draft of the contract from Priscilla, Eugene found Partik. Since the mercenary was illiterate, Eugene read out the contents of the contract one by one. What do you think? Well, I think the conditions are quite good. But I have never heard about this kind of contract before. So I was thinking, why don't you ask for advice from people who are well versed in these kinds of things? Are there people like that? Yes. I know some trustworthy people. Afterwards, Partik introduced Eugene to three figures. One was formerly a clerk of a large mercenary group, one was a retired merchant, and the last was a legal advisor to a mercenary group. The last person was Trivik, and he also served as the mercenary guild's leader. As such, there are no legal problems with the contract proposed to Sir Eugene by the Palin Association. If there's a good reason, Sir Eugene can terminate the contract at any time, and the conditions look quite good in many ways. Eugene nodded after hearing Trivik's explanation. He has the same thoughts as the other two. Then if it's beneficial for me, wouldn't the Palin Association be losing money? Not at all. Regardless of how many subjugations you put forth as the term, the Palin Association will receive the rights to dispose of all the materials gained from the subjugation. If we assume a similar amount to the last subjugation, the Palin Association will benefit quite a lot. More than anything else, the Palin Association will benefit from the act of signing a contract with a knight like Sir Eugene, someone who has guaranteed skills. The Palin Association can brag to other associations based in other cities. What does that mean? Knights with excellent skills aim to become sworn in. As such, they rarely associate themselves with business associations. That is why associations mainly sign contracts with mercenaries. To be able to sign a contract with Sir Eugene is the Palin Association's fortune, and they can then show off their capabilities to their competitors. That seems a little complicated. Ha. It's nothing to mull over. I think the contract is mutually beneficial. Is that so? Yes. Before they are sworn in, the average knight often struggles financially. To maintain their honor and abilities at the same time, they sign contracts with business associations. It's relatively common since keeping appearances as a knight uses quite a bit of money, right? That's true. Eugene nodded in agreement. Although he received armor and a war horse for free, knights were truly money-devouring monsters. There was a good reason why knights wanted to be sworn in to serve nobles with status. Although knights valued honor and glory, Eugene was convinced that stable income was also an important driving force behind their desire to be sworn in. Anyways, thank you for the advice. I've learned a lot. Eugene spoke, and Trivik shook his head with a smile. Not at all. It is the least that I could do for the hero of Meran. Then will you be returning to the Taiwan territory? I should. Eugene stood up while nodding. As if remembering something, Trivik spoke up once more. Right. Perhaps because of the roamers and the orcs from the Brandish Mountains, I heard that several lords of nearby territories have been gathering mercenaries. You may come across some problems on your way, so please be careful, Sir Eugene. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Of course. Then please take care. Eugene and Partik left the guild's office door, and Trivik muttered to himself as soon as the door closed. He's truly a fine knight. If I were 10 years younger, I might have picked up my sword and followed him like Partik. It wasn't just because of Eugene's skills. It had been a truly long time since he met a knight that was in his right mind, someone that he could properly communicate with. *****. Eugene started heading back to the Taiwan territory along with the three mercenaries. The appearance of the group today vastly differed from when they first entered Meran. Back then, they only had a single horse and a carriage. Today, however, Eugene was adorned in plate armor while riding on Cillian. He truly looked like the definition of a dignified, courageous knight. The mercenaries had also invested in new equipment. They were generous with the money they earned from the dungeon subjugation. Partik wore a leather coat laden with an iron plate on the inside, chores, which were pants armor for the legs made from mail, and a shield and mace on his back. All of his equipment were new purchases. Most of his old equipment, including his old hauberk, chainmail top, had been sold off. Glade and Lavin also purchased chainmail to strengthen their defenses and switched out their main weapons to new ones. Wow. To think that even these three would look dapper with new equipment. Jan Eugene and his dregs, no, his loyal subordinates. The legend of the Count of Blood begins. Myrian, the spirit of desire, continued circling the party while shouting excitedly. Eugene and the mercenaries continued on their journey. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 days later. Eugene and his party arrived at Mount Marcus without running into any problems. When passing through Mount Marcus, which marked the end of the Brandish Mountains, one had to use the road that connected the foot of the mountain to its ridge. However, even though it was located at the end of the Brandish Mountains, notorious orcs often appeared. Moreover, rumor had it that a group of goblins and orc warriors had recently made an appearance near Meran City. As such, the village at the foot of the mountain was crowded with people trying to find others to cross the mountain together. Okay, knight. It's a real knight. The ones with him must be mercenaries. When Eugene's group appeared, everyone's gaze converged on them and people began whispering. Wow, look at that armor. It's plate armor. That's got to be incredibly expensive. And what about the horse? Look. It's even equipped with armor. Naturally, Eugene received the most attention. Unless they were a knight serving a great noble, it was very rare for knights to own plate armor like Eugene. Moreover, his armor, horse, and robe were all black, which played a part in attracting everyone's attention. However, people only stole glances. No one dared to approach him nor the mercenaries around him. Eugene's group exuded a powerful and intimidating aura. Excuse me, Sir Knight. Can you give me a moment? A middle-aged man wearing a long-brimmed hat politely bowed after approaching Cillian. What is it? Yes, Sir Knight. I am a general goods merchant named Delduin. Please excuse me, but I was wondering if you would like to cross Mount Marcus along with my party. I will compensate you appropriately. When Merchant Delduin's words fell, everyone's gaze focused on him and Eugene. Are you requesting an escort? Eugene questioned. Delduin cupped his hands together and gave a deep bow. Yes. There are a total of 5 people, including my group and the 3 carriages. If you accompany us over this mountain, I will provide you with 20 silver coins. Please, sir. Eugene wasn't lacking in money anymore. But since he would cross Mount Marcus anyway, it wasn't bad to earn some pocket money on the way. I will allow it if it's just crossing the mountain together. Yes. Sir Knight. You are truly gracious. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Delduin quickly retrieved 20 silver coins with great joy. Partik. Yes. While the 2 men settled the account, people who had been watching from the side suddenly started flocking. Sir Knight. Can we join in as well? Sir Knight, we would like to accompany you as well. Sir Knight. Almost all of them were merchants carrying loads on their backs. Eugene felt a little puzzled by their earnest pleas. All of you. Why did you not recruit mercenaries? Whether they carried their goods on their backs or on wagons and carriages, almost all merchants hired mercenaries. Even settled merchants such as those that belonged to the Palin Association hired mercenaries when they traveled. It was only natural. However, none of the merchants gathered in the village had recruited any mercenaries. Something like this would not happen unless all of them were out of their minds. Well, that's because the Bommel Barony and the Fairkild Viscounty have been hiring all the active mercenaries from around this area. People like us usually hire mercenaries after arriving in these villages, but all the mercenaries must have been swept up by the lords already. As you can see, there's not even a single one left. Eugene expressed his curiosity. Partik quickly stuck to his side and answered, Baron Bommel is the lord of this area. I heard that the relationship between the Bommel barony and the Fairfield Viscounty has been worsening due to their shared territorial border. I think they must be preparing for a territorial battle. I see. Unless it was a noble family that everyone knew by name, it was quite difficult to find a lord with a large, proper, standing army. The reason was, naturally, capital. It was much cheaper to hire mercenaries when needed rather than to organize and maintain an army of more than 100 soldiers. In the end, it would have been the same with the lords named Bommel and Fairfield. With their status, they would be in better positions than the Tywine family, but they could not fight a territorial war with only dozens of troops. As such, both sides would have to resort to recruiting as many mercenaries as possible. As a result, the merchants were stuck in this village. What should I do? His plan was to cross the mountain anyway. He allowed Delduin's group to accompany him, so he could earn some cheap change. But after witnessing the merchants' clamor, Eugene noticed that things were about to go out of control. He couldn't help but worry. Partik inched closer and whispered, "Why don't you allow them to come with us? 1 silver coin per head, and 2 silver coins for every horse. It will be difficult to take all of them with us, so I think we could take about 5 on a first-come, first-served basis. We can escort a group of that size easily enough, including that merchant's group." "That's what we'll do then." Eugene gave his permission. Partik shouted to the surrounding merchants. They appeared quite nervous. "Everyone, listen carefully. This esteemed figure is Sir Jan Eugene. He successfully subjugated a dungeon in the Tywine family's territory, and he defeated a group of goblins and orcs in Meran City. Oh. That sir is truly Sir Eugene. He's said to have gutted 2 orcs with a single strike of his spear. I heard he ripped apart a troll alive." Although the stories were exaggerated compared to the truth, Partik felt pleased with their reactions. He raised his voice once again. "That is correct. The troll slayer of the Tywine territory. The orc slayer of Meran City. Our Sir Eugene feels sympathy for your situation and will take you with us on a first-come, first-served basis. Me. We were the first ones to ask. 2. I will pay 2 silver coins. Sir. Sir Eugene." Chaos ensued even before Partik finished speaking. ******. In the end, Eugene's group decided to escort 13 merchants in addition to Delduin's group. Originally, at least 7 or 8 mercenaries were required to safely escort such a large group, but with the presence of a knight, the number of mercenaries did not matter. Bandits, robbers, and even monsters shied away from groups with a heavily armed knight. They could not risk dozens of lives just to kill a single knight. "How much did you earn?" 44 silver coins. Wow. Lavin stuck out his tongue in surprise. He never would have imagined earning so much money by simply crossing a mountain until today. "If we follow Sir Eugene, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. I told you, didn't I? Sir Eugene is a very special person, even amongst the knights. But you shouldn't rely too much on Sir Eugene. Are you even keeping up with your regular training?" Of course. You saw me dueling against Glade last night, didn't you? This little bastard, he's finally worthy as a man now. After surviving the dungeon, he must have come to his senses. He. Is that so? Keep working hard." Partik patted Lavin's shoulders reassuringly as the latter flashed an awkward smile. Partik Eugene suddenly called out. "Yes. Sir Eugene." The rest of the group hurried forward. "Those people." Partik moved his gaze to where Eugene was pointing towards. He flinched. There was a group of about 10 people sitting on a wide, flat area located in the middle of the mountain. Their gazes were fixed in the direction of Eugene's group. Probably mercenaries, right? Yes. From their numbers, They seem to be employed by the Lord here. Meanwhile, the merchants whispered worriedly with pale expressions after discovering the presence of mercenaries. What if something bad happens? They were hired to fight in the territorial battle. They wouldn't do something like that. Right. And Sir Eugene is protecting us. Merchants were well aware that mercenaries unrelated to them could turn into robbers at any time. Their gazes naturally turned towards Eugene. All of you can wait here for a moment. Yes, Sir Eugene. Clop, clop. Partik and the rest of the party followed behind Eugene, who rode forward on Cillian. The group of mercenaries rushed up. Who are you? Eugene questioned. We belong to the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps. We were hired by Lord Bommel, the lord of this area, to protect this road. Please excuse me, but which family do you stem from, sir? After coming face to face with a knight adorned in a plaid coat, a sharp-looking mercenary wearing two swords politely asked. Partik stepped up in Eugene's stead. This esteemed person is Sir Jan of the Eugene family. The mercenary bowed deeply with a startled expression. So it's Sir Eugene. I heard about your great contributions in the city of Meran. I am Mashburn of the Red Scorpion Mercenaries. Mashburn, I see. Good job protecting the road. Anyways, you wouldn't mind if we passed, would you? Of course not. However, what is the relationship between those people over there and yourself, Sir Eugene? The mercenary pointed to the group of merchants. Partik stepped up once again. They are merchants that Sir Eugene and our group are escorting. They were stranded in the village at the mountain foot because they could not find any mercenaries to escort them across the mountain. Sir Eugene decided to help them out. Forgive me for saying this, but even though we can let Sir Eugene and your group pass, we cannot let those merchants pass as well. What? Partik's eyes narrowed into slits. The mercenary continued talking, stealing glances at Eugene. After passing Mount Marcus, you will find a road that leads to the Fairkild territory. Some of those merchants could be heading to Lord Fairkild's castle to sell war supplies, and Lord Bommel doesn't think too kindly of it. Huh. How ridiculous. Are you really treating those people as military depot merchants? Do you not see that they are carrying their luggage on their backs? I never said that they were military depot merchants. Anyway, let's say, although not likely in the slightest, that those merchants did head to the Fairkild territory and conducted business. Is it not customary to leave merchants untouched even if there is a territorial dispute? Merchants were motivated by money. Even if they sold supplies to one lord yesterday, they could trade with his rival lord tomorrow. Although nobles despised the merchants' attitude, they did not escalate the issue in consideration of practicality and face. I never said I would touch them. There will be no issues if they do not cross Mount Marcus. Mashburn's attitude remained uncompromising. Partik was speechless. Mashburn was acting far beyond his place. A mere mercenary could not act as such in front of a knight. Moreover, it was clear that he knew of Eugene's reputation. Is he acting like this because of the Bommel family? It became certain from the attitudes of the other mercenaries standing behind Mashburn. They were hired by the lord of the land. Who would raise an objection when they were simply carrying out the lord's orders? The mercenaries were surely having such thoughts. Eugene stepped out. I have been commissioned by them and I am determined to complete it. If you want to stop me, go ahead and try it. I cannot take responsibility for whatever comes next. Are you meaning to go against Lord Bommel? Mashburn could not hide his tension as he retorted. I only said I would cross this mountain with the merchants. How is that equivalent to going against Lord Bommel? But we were ordered by Lord Bommel to. If I kill all of you here and explain the situation to Lord Bommel, I think he will understand me, wouldn't you agree? Those merchants over there will stand witness for me. The eyes of the mercenaries became filled with disbelief. They were members of the Red Scorpion mercenaries, and they had experienced all sorts of hardships and battles. How could this man try to threaten them in such a casual manner? Eugene flicked back his robe to show the mercenaries that this was not an empty threat. A short sword was hanging next to the saddle at the side of the plate armor. The mercenaries stepped back with a nervous expression upon seeing it. That is. Mashburn became startled after observing Eugene's armor. Right beneath the pitch of the helmet, there was an engraving of Meron's symbol. He has a close relationship with the city of Meron. I thought he was simply recruited to fight against the monsters. Mashburn became conflicted. Even though Lord Bommel was a noble with a title, he could not become enemies with a large city like Meron. As such, if the knight did kill them all and explained the situation to Lord Bommel, the situation would most likely be resolved with a little compensation from Eugene considering the knight's relationship with Meron. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, Mashburn hurriedly spoke, well, whether it be a knight or a mutt, it's all the same in front of numbers. Fucking hell. Someone commented. Mashburn jerked his head around. That crazy bastard. He was a newbie from the countryside. He had been recruited because he possessed some skill, but since he was from the countryside, he was completely oblivious as to what a knight was truly like. Even in the past, he often uttered similar nonsense. Sir Eugene. That bastard is. Keek. Eugene raised his hand to silence Mashburn, then slowly turned his head. The rookie flinched after meeting the red gaze coming from inside the helmet. However, he shouted loudly after looking around at his colleagues. Don't you agree? Let's just kill him. We have more heads and with our skills, a single measly knight. Fuck. A dagger pierced the forehead of the newbie who shouted with excitement. Russo. Damn it. The rookie fell stiff to the ground like a log, his eyes still wide open. The rest of the Red Scorpion mercenaries were startled and pulled out their weapons at once. No, wait. Just wait, Mashburn shouted urgently to stop his colleagues, then froze on the spot. Without ever crossing his vision, Eugene's short sword was now resting on his left shoulder. Just now, he wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What choices will the rest of you make? KUK. It appeared as if Eugene would cut off Mashburn's head at a moment's notice. The Red Scorpion mercenaries were at a loss as they looked alternatingly at the silver blade and Eugene. No, rather, they were shocked by the dagger sticking out of the rookie's forehead. Some of the mercenaries were skilled at throwing daggers, but no one was as fast or as accurate as Eugene. No one even saw how and when the knight threw the dagger. Please forgive us. We will let all the merchants pass. Why you can pass, esteemed sir. How could I simply trust your words? Sorry. Mashburn asked while trembling. He could feel a coldness around his neck. Give me all your weapons. Shouldn't you pay a price for trying to attack a knight? I never meant to do that. But contrary to his inner thoughts, Mashburn quickly gestured towards his comrades. Hey. Everyone, put down your weapons. Sir Eugene is saying that he will show mercy. Hurry it up. When the mercenaries hesitated, Partik and the rest of the group stepped up with their short swords and shields. Damn it. They formed into a perfect formation facing 3 directions, and the Red Scorpion mercenaries gulped with anxiety. In the mercenary community, it was common sense to gauge the opponent's skills with the equipment they carried. Some knights were sometimes ordinary in their skills, but plastered themselves with top-notch equipment after being born into rich families. However, all mercenaries were born commoners or serfs. As such, they needed to obtain their own equipment. In other words, a mercenary possessing good equipment either resolved a huge number of commissions or was successful at looting in various battlefields. In that respect, the Red Scorpion mercenaries saw Partik and his comrades as veterans with excellent battle records and skills. Thud. Starting with 1, the the Red Scorpion mercenaries were forced to drop their weapons one by one. Hey! At Eugene's call, Delduin and the other merchants hurriedly ran forward. Collect all the weapons. Partik, if any of them tries anything, you can kill them. Yes, Sir Eugene. Partik glared at the mercenaries, and they dropped their heads. Soon. We finished collecting their weapons, Sir Eugene. Good. You guys pass by first. I will follow behind. Yes. The merchants flocked while avoiding eye contact with the mercenaries. When the merchants were far in the distance, Eugene removed his short sword from Mashburn's shoulder. Phew. Mashburn started to sigh with relief. Thuck. Then, he crumpled after being struck on the head with the short sword's pummel. Eugene looked over the mercenaries after raising his visor. Remember clearly. My name is Jan Eugene. If you ever run into me again after today, you will die. You will die even if you meet me in a dungeon or labyrinth, and you will die if you see me in the battlefield. And I plan to see Lord Bommel right away to personally complain, so keep that in mind. Now, take this bastard away. The mercenaries trembled while hastily supporting Mashburn. If what Eugene said was true, then they could no longer return to Lord Bommel's castle. They had brought him humiliation and were even robbed of their weapons. It was obvious how a nobleman would dispose of such mercenaries. In the end, the Red Scorpion mercenaries headed back down the mountain with drooping shoulders. At the least, they were relieved that they survived after picking a fight with a knight. Go. Eugene pretended to pet Cillian while quietly speaking to Myrian. The spirit had been stretched out on the horse's mane. Aha! I got it. Myrian quickly grasped Eugene's intentions, then flew in the direction of the mercenaries. Let's go. Yes. Partik and the two mercenaries proudly followed behind Cillian. After a short moment, Partik carefully spoke, Sir Eugene, will you really go to Lord Bommel's castle? With all due respect, I am wondering if we could even receive an apology, and if Lord Bommel decides to. I have no intention of going. What? Partik blinked with bewilderment, and Eugene shrugged in response. It was a lie. Why would I bother heading there? But if I threaten them like that, they won't be able to run back and report to Lord Bommel, right? And he's about to get it on with another lord, so there is no need to bother him without reason. Ah! Partik exclaimed after realizing Eugene's intentions. Lord Bommel would be mystified and distressed by the disappearance of more than 10 hired mercenaries, but it would result in positive outcomes for everybody except the Red Scorpion mercenaries themselves. Anyways, let's hurry it up. We should cross the mountain before sunset, so that the merchants can rest. Yes. Partik and the two mercenaries answered vigorously, gazing at the mercenaries who were waiting for them in the far distance. The group joined with the merchants and started walking once more. After a few minutes, an exhausted Myrian returned with strained flaps of her wings. Phew, I am so tired. As expected, I run out of energy way too quickly when I'm away from my contractor. Myrian landed on Cillian's mane, then spoke while diligently rubbing her arms and legs. I think those bastards are going to leave the neighborhood. They did curse our esteemed sir quite a lot, but weren't even dreaming of taking revenge. They have no intention of going back to the Lord. They said they would go back to Kyle's Baggins or somewhere after robbing some passers-by. Anyway, I'm tired, so I'm going to rest. After reporting back, Myrian headed inside the leather pocket filled with water. That's a relief. He expected his threat to be effective, but he was still worried that the Red Scorpion mercenaries would return to Baron Bommel. But after hearing Myrian's report, he felt relieved. Although it wouldn't be a big deal even if the mercenaries did report back to Baron Bommel. ****. Eugene's group crossed Mount Marcus in half a day. Although they encountered a group of kobolds, the monsters fled right away as soon as Eugene slayed 5 of them at once after charging at them with Cillian. Thank you so much. Sir Eugene. We were able to cross the mountain thanks to you, sir. You will be blessed. May God's grace be with you forever. The merchants continued expressing their gratitude and bowed after witnessing Eugene's overwhelming skills. I only did what I had to do. Let's part ways now. Oh, and you should dispose of the collected weapons on your own. Just give me whatever you see fit. After discussing amongst themselves for a while, the merchants collected and politely offered 50 silver coins, a sum larger than their escort fee. Here it is. I think they paid us more than the market price. Sir, they certainly know how to show their sincerity. Eugene nodded satisfactorily at Partik's words. Good. Then take care. Yes. Please take care, Sir Knight. Like that, Eugene parted ways with the group of merchants and headed to the Taiwan territory. Although their meeting was short, he earned a considerable amount of money through it. The merchants also left for their respective destinations. Until then, Eugene had no idea that today's events would grow into something bigger than he expected. Eugene didn't know, but there were truly a few merchants among those he escorted that were heading to the Fairfield Viscounty. ****. It is all thanks to you, sir. You really worked hard. Ha ha ha. Don't mention it. Camera spoke with a boisterous laugh, and Eugene responded with humility. It was Eugene's first time seeing the Lord after a month, and Camera appeared a little different from before. Originally, he was a little sly, but now, he was relaxed in his demeanor. Moreover, his attitude was also more upfront and confident compared to when he was still a successor. Perhaps he was becoming more comfortable in his role as a lord. Even so, he is still a small lord without a title. Camera wasn't the only one who changed in a month's time. Eugene learned how small and shabby the Taiwan territory was after experiencing many things and meeting many people in a city as large as Meran. When he had been on the run in his previous life, he had been ignorant. Now that he could afford to relax a bit more, his worldview was widened and he felt like he was definitely learning many things. Then feel it will stay with the Palin Association for the time being. About a year. Is that enough? What do you think? Since you are his master. Eugene wasn't sure why Camera was asking him such questions, but he answered regardless, it depends on how he performs. He is still young, so he might need some more time. I hope he can prove himself soon. Lord Taiwan. Are you planning on bringing Felid back to the Rose Castle? I heard he's quite intelligent, right? He already knows how to read and write. I think it would be good for him to take a position in the territory if the Palin Association teaches him well. He could work as the castle's treasury officer, or maybe he can oversee Brahms as an official. Camera spoke while stroking his chin, and Eugene felt a little puzzled. The castle's treasury officer would be in charge of the castle's finances, and an official overseeing an area would be managing it on behalf of the lord. Both were positions usually delegated to relatives trusted by the lord. Felid was still too young, and he lacked the experience for both roles. However, a year should be enough for him to mature. Thus, it wouldn't be strange if he took up either of the positions after his return. But in Eugene's opinion, there was no reason for Camera to trust and bestow such a position to Felid. Hoo. You must be wondering why I care about Felid so much. Should I tell you? Camera inferred Eugene's thoughts at his whim, then whispered after inching closer. I am planning to get rid of Bertil after this dungeon subjugation. Since he's worked hard so far, I will give him a fair bit of wealth and tell him to leave. Since the eldest son has been successful in the lordship, it wouldn't make sense for the second son to remain as a knight of the territory, right? It's not like we're a wealthy family either. But it doesn't matter for an illegitimate son. Felid doesn't have the capabilities nor the right to replace me. Besides, unlike Bertil, he earns me money rather than spending it, right? Ha ha. I wasn't really curious, but I hope for the best. If you really mean it, please perform as well as the previous one in this subjugation. Bertil brought in another knight, and it's been bothering me. A knight. Sir Maverick. I've heard of his name before, but I don't really know him. His equipment is not too shabby, but the problem is the mercenaries he brought along. Do you remember the men Bertil sent to bring Felid? For some reason, they give off a similar vibe. Eugene recalled Timothy and his group. Eugene had personally taken care of them. At first, he assumed Camera and Bertil had hired them together, but it turned out that Bertil had been fully responsible. In other words, Bertil hired the group of third-rate mercenaries to bring back his younger brother and the illegitimate son of the late Lord Tywine, despite knowing that they were incapable. Did this knight named Maverick hire the mercenaries? Yes. He said he was planning to build a mercenary group after raising his reputation this time around. Well, it's not uncommon for knights without connections to become a mercenary captain. But it bothers me that he chose our territory at the start of their journey. In addition, you are bothered even more because he's a knight that your brother brought in. As expected, you know me too well, sir. Camera grinned, then continued. Anyway, if once again, you, sir, can play a bigger role than the knight Bertil brought, then there is no reason for him to participate in the subjugation in the future. The problem with a dungeon subjugation is with the first or the second attempts. After you succeed a couple of times, free knights and mercenaries come flocking, right? I am capable of picking out the capable ones, at the least. Camera's words certainly made sense, so Eugene nodded. We even signed a formal contract with the Palin Association. If they want to reclaim their loan, they won't stand by and just watch our territory fall into danger, right? Maybe the association can even recruit and send us mercenaries from Meran. Ha ha. Camera explained. Although he had no talent as a knight, Camera was quite intelligent. If everything went as he planned, Bertil would lose his place in the Tywine territory. On the other hand, Tywine territory wouldn't suffer much from the absence of Bertil. Of course, Eugene held the key to Camera's plans, and Camera knew better than anyone else. So I'll leave the subjugation to your capable hands, Sir Eugene. I always do my best. Ha ha ha. As I would expect from you, sir. You gave me a very satisfying answer. Camera had no doubts that Eugene would produce even better results than before. It would surely be the case, since he was now in possession of excellent armament. In addition, he was commanding twice the number of mercenaries as before. By the way, Sir Eugene, don't you think you should meet Sir Maverick? Even though I named you as the subjugation's captain, he is still your fellow knight and both of you will enter the same dungeon. I'm the subjugation's captain. That's, Eugene came to a realization, and Camera grinned in response. Now that I am the Lord, I can do as I please. Sir Jan Eugene, you are the captain of the dungeon subjugation this time around. Unless Sir Galfredic returns, there is no knight more suitable to be the subjugation's captain over you, Sir Eugene. No, rather, even if he were to return, he would not compete for the spot. He would pass it on to you, sir. Anyways, I will try to schedule something, so that we can all meet each other. Now that we are on the topic, what do you think about having dinner together tonight? Let's just meet in a little while. I will return after I've found a place to stay in the lower village. He had no desire to have dinner with the Tywine brothers and a knight he had never seen before. That's too bad. I wanted to hear about how you managed to obtain your armor and war horse. If that's the case, then I hope Sir Eugene comes back in a couple of hours. I will. Thinking he had been right to pass on the dinner, Eugene left the manor house. *****. After finding an accommodation in the village of Martella located downhill from the Rose Castle, Eugene handed down instructions to Partik and Breen before returning to the castle. He entered the castle while receiving the clumsy salute of a few guards, then headed to the castle's cabinet under the guidance of a servant. "Welcome." As usual, Camera welcomed him with joy, but Bertil only gave a curt nod. A large knight with a fierce appearance strode forward. "Are you Sir Eugene?" "I am Rowan Maverick." Although they were indoors, Maverick was adorned in chainmail, which was engraved with the symbol of a crow, from head to toe. He reached out his hand. "Jan Eugene." It was natural to respond in kind, so Eugene spoke informally and took Maverick's hand. However, Maverick's expression distorted upon hearing Eugene's words. He seemed surprised by Eugene's response. Then, he tightened his grip. "Come on." Eugene mercilessly tightened his grip as well. He recalled Galfredic's advice that it didn't matter whether the opponent was a knight or a mercenary. If they provoked or challenged him first, he must crush them with force. KUGH. Maverick's face turned red, and he was eventually forced to shake off Eugene's hand. "Ha ha ha. You shouldn't act like this. Remember, both of you are comrades who will go into the dungeon together. Now, everyone, take a seat." Camera spoke with a satisfied expression. He was clearly pleased that Eugene had taken a silent victory. Of course, he did not forget to send a meaningful smile towards Bertil, who had a horrible scowl. "Right." After glancing at Eugene, Maverick sat down while massaging his hand. "First of all, there are 12 mercenaries under Sir Eugene, and 9 brought by Sir Maverick. Including both of you sirs, there are 23 warriors in total. The number of porters will be the same as before, but the minimum conditions for a successful subjugation have been raised slightly." Camera continued while looking around at the 2 knights. 100 low-rank monsters and 3 intermediate ranks. The number of troops is slightly smaller than before, but we managed to procure quite a bit of information about the structure of the dungeon and the monsters within, so there shouldn't be too many problems. Am I right, sirs? Eugene nodded silently, but Maverick gave a verbal response. What about the share of the soldiers who will die in the dungeon? Simple. If they have a family, then it will be sent to their families. If they do not, the others will split it. Isn't that customary? So, will it be the same even if a knight dies? What? Camera's expression stiffened. Are you speaking of Sir Eugene's death, Sir Maverick? Not necessarily, Lord Tywine. I am also a man who always wrestles with death. I thought it would be absurd for a true knight to enter a dungeon without such resolve and determination. Would you not agree, Sir Eugene? Maverick's arrogant eyes turned towards Eugene. After silently gazing at the knight for a moment, Eugene slowly opened his lips. It is hard for me to believe that such words are coming from the mouth of a knight who has never experienced an opening of a dungeon, but it is a relief for me that you, sir, are always ready for death. Maverick's eyebrows rippled with aggravation. Eugene stood up while removing his gaze from Maverick. I do not think that we have anything else to discuss. Since we have already greeted each other, I will be off. I will see you all in 3 days then. Eugene headed for the door while listening to Myrian's furious shouts. Let's kill him. Let's slit the throat of that muddy catfish-looking bastard tonight. Kill. Ki-eek. Sir Eugene, take care. Camera's lips constantly twitched with elation, and the vehement eyes of Bertil and Maverick stayed glued to Eugene's back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That haughty bastard dares to look down on me. Maverick shouted while slamming his fist on a table. Bertil responded with a malicious gleam in his eyes. As you saw, sir, we cannot leave that man be. Someday, my brother will be controlling him to his wishes. No, he might even try to take a piece of the territory for himself. That is why you have to take care of him. HMPH. A little pale bastard like him. I don't know where he came from, but someone like him is not my match. You better not underestimate him too much. Even if it had been a mock duel, he still managed to beat Sir Galfredic. I'm sure you know what kind of a knight Galfredic is. Ha ha. If I participated in last year's tournament, I would have made it to the finals instead of him. Unfortunately, I couldn't participate because of my father's death. Anyways, whether it is Galfredic or Lou Gates, I am not afraid. Maverick shouted confidently. However, Bertil had directly witnessed the showdown between Galfredic and Lou Gates. Maverick's words felt absurd. Can I trust this person? But I have no choice. It was extremely difficult to find a knight who was skillful and could be controlled at the same time. In that respect, Maverick was greedy, but he was not dumb enough to be played around on top of one's palm. Besides, it's inside a dungeon. The chances are pretty good. No matter how skillful a knight was, he would definitely find it hard to react to an ambush from his allies. In addition, they would be inside a dark dungeon. At the least, Maverick and his subordinate mercenaries could easily inflict a major injury on Eugene. It would be best if a monster finished the job, but even if he came back alive, then I will finish him off. While Bertil was having such thoughts, Maverick spoke with a grin. He. Anyways, if I take care of that pale bastard, then I can take his armor and horse as my own, right? Only if you succeed. I'm telling you not to worry. So this is a done deal then. I'm looking forward to this subjugation. Maverick stuck out his tongue and slowly caressed his lips. His face was filled with greed. He looked so repulsive that Bertil was forced to turn his gaze somewhere else. A glimmer appeared in Bertil's eyes. What's wrong? Without answering, Bertil stood up from his seat and walked to the closed doors. Then he bent down. Why is there water in this place? Bertil mumbled while sweeping the floor with his palm. The bottom of the door was wet as if water had leaked from the outside. It's so wet. Did a water fairy come to visit? Ha 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 ha. What a stupid joke. Bertil glared at Maverick, then stood up. This knight was truly simple-minded that he could find amusement in such nonsense. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is what he said. Keek. How dare a muddy catfish and ice face aim for our esteemed Sir Eugene? Myrian shrieked while running amok like a moth in front of a flame. Eugene's expression turned cold. I knew they were a little suspicious. Eugene felt skeptical after hearing Maverick speak such words after their first meeting. As such, he left behind Myrian as he crossed the drawbridge. The Rose Castle was quite small. It was only about 100 meters from the manor house to the drawbridge. Myrian had been able to eavesdrop on Bertil and Maverick and delivered the conversation to Eugene without any difficulties. No, that muddy catfish really said that. He's looking forward to the subjugation. I barely held myself back from spitting on his face. Yes. Great job. You helped me this time. Right. He. Myrian broke into a huge grin, then sat down on Eugene's shoulder. So what are you going to do? What else? Since he wants to die, I will fulfill his wish. Keek. As expected of the Count of Blood. How blazing hot. Eugene soothed Myrian's frenzy, then glanced back at the Rose Castle in the distance. You are looking forward to the subjugation. I'm looking forward to it as well. In the last lights of the setting sun, the vampire's eyes shone with a mysterious gleam. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day of the Taiwan Territory's second dungeon subjugation arrived. After spending 3 days in the village located a short distance from the castle, Eugene entered the Rose Castle along with the mercenaries. Thud. Thud. Members of the Black Sheep mercenaries followed behind Partik and Breen. They walked in an orderly fashion just like a regular army. Although their loyalty and obedience towards Eugene could not match Partik, who had been by Eugene's side the longest, Breen's mercenaries were quite deferential towards Eugene as well. Breen and his men were greatly shocked to see Eugene return from Meran with a completely new appearance. He was on Cillian's back and adorned a plate armor with the city's symbol. But after hearing the details from Partik, they decided to fully submit themselves to Eugene until they parted ways. The mayor of Meran had personally gifted a set of plate armor, and the Palin Association, a large merchant group, had supported him with the highest quality warhorse. It wouldn't be strange if Eugene was recruited by a great noble even at this moment. Although they wouldn't continue following Eugene like Partik's group, there was nothing to lose by acting their best behavior in front of a knight like Eugene. Eugene and the 12 mercenaries lined up in the middle of the Rose Castle. Maverick and his mercenaries took their place beside the group. They had been staying in the castle until now. Maverick glared at Eugene, who pretended not to see him, and his lips twitched in annoyance. However, Maverick held back his anger. He recalled Bertil's advice to somehow lower his opponent's guard before they entered the dungeon. As such, may God bless the 2 knights and the brave warriors who follow them. Woerarat. Camera gave a speech and prayed for the subjugation forces' extraordinary performance and their safe return. The people of the Rose Castle erupted into a cheer afterward. It was still a wonderful sight to see knights and mercenaries entering a dungeon to fight monsters while risking their lives. Then, Sir Eugene, is there anything you want to say as the captain of the subjugation squad? Camera asked with anticipation, and Eugene turned towards the mercenaries. As soon as we enter the dungeon, all of you will unconditionally follow my orders. If you don't like that, you can leave now. The mercenaries flinched, in particular, those who followed Maverick. Most of them had already received the down payment, so it would be impossible and ridiculous for them to bail out now. Those who do not comply with my orders shall be cut down regardless of the reason. If you have any objections or want a fair trial, leave now. As Sir Eugene said, do not forget that I, Camera of Taiwan, delegated all authority over the subjugation to Sir Eugene. Camera reinforced Eugene's position with his authority as Lord. The mercenaries could only steal glances at each other. No one dared to step forward. Then let us depart. I wish you luck once again. Unlike the opening of the dungeon, Camera did not follow the group to the entrance of the dungeon. A little while later, the castle gates opened, and the group set out on the second subjugation led by Eugene. Guides were stationed at the forefront of the group. Bertil stood silently in place, and Maverick climbed onto his saddle. They exchanged a brief gaze, which Eugene didn't miss. Do you think that I'll be easier to deal with in the dungeon? Eugene smiled coldly after lowering his visor. Everyone now saw him as a regular, human knight. However, Eugene was a vampire. A dungeon without light was his domain. After leaving Cillian behind in a farming village near the forest, Eugene led the subjugation squad through the deep forest and arrived at the low hill, where the dungeon was located. Eugene first ordered the troops to conduct a search around the entrance of the dungeon, just as Galfredic had done during their first subjugation. No new monster holes were discovered, perhaps due to the fact that they exterminated quite a few low-rank monsters during the first subjugation. If there are no problems, we will enter right away. Eugene walked towards the entrance, and Partik followed right behind. A large latch was blocking the passageway into the dungeon. Eugene had replaced it after the first subjugation. I will help you, Sir Eugene. No, it's fine. After shaking his head, Eugene placed his hand under the latch without any hesitation. Maverick and his mercenaries scoffed after seeing the 3-meter-long latch. Its surface was wrapped in steel, and it was thick. Even if he wanted to show off, he was clearly overestimating himself. How could he possibly lift a latch that weighed as much as an intermediate rank monster by? Boom. Himself. The latch fell with a heavy thud. Maverick and the mercenaries stared with blank looks. What are you standing around for? We will be entering right away. The mercenaries were shaken awake by Eugene's voice. They quickly shook themselves out of their daze and started entering the dungeon in orderly rows. HMPH. It doesn't matter. You will still die if I stick a sword in you. It's all the same. Maverick also headed into the dungeon whilst desperately trying to disregard Eugene's display of incredible strength. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Aruuf. Keem. The last kobold collapsed while letting out pitiful cries. Its head was almost decapitated. Confirm and report the damages. Eugene turned around while shaking the blood off his battle axe. No issues. One with minor injuries. None are dead or have serious injuries. After listening to the reports of both Partik and Breen, Eugene turned his head once more. After receiving Eugene's gaze, Maverick spoke with a stutter. None are dead. None are seriously injured. Minor injuries, 3. There are 3 of them. A completely crushed arm. Are you calling that a minor injury? Or perhaps he's left-handed. Maverick shut his mouth after glancing at the injured mercenary. His wrist was in tatters after being bitten by a kobold. So there's 1 who is seriously injured and 2 with minor injuries. To think it would be like this after only the 2nd battle. Sir, it's been half a day since we've entered. Do you know that we still haven't met even 30% of the minimum conditions? I know. It doesn't matter, does it? I can still fight, and there are 5 more without any injuries. I'll cut him all down, whether it's kobolds or goblins. What if an intermediate rank monster shows up? Do you think you can handle it by yourself, sir? Fucking hell. I can take care of it. Maverick shouted while throwing his helmet on the ground. Make sure you take responsibility for your words. Partik, Breen, get it started. Yes. Sir Eugene. With Partik and Breen in the center, the mercenaries began gathering the monster corpses along with the porters into piles with familiar movements. About 20 bodies of kobolds were dismantled at a rapid pace, and a small mound of mana stones and byproducts was soon formed. In the meantime, the mercenaries following Maverick sat down awkwardly and rested. 9 of them entered. But 1 was already dead, and 2 of them had sustained heavy injuries. The other 6 weren't unscathed either. They jumped in surprise from time to time, looking around with faces filled with anxiety. It was clear from their reaction that they were filled with fear, rather than moderate tension. Eugene wouldn't have known why they were acting as such in the past during the first subjugation, but now he could make an educated guess. They've only ever dealt with roamers. I guess they assumed monsters inside a dungeon would be the same. Unlike the outside world, evil energy flowed inside of evil lands like these dungeons. As such, the monsters inside dungeons matured much faster than roamers. In addition, they were stronger and much more ferocious. Since Maverick's mercenaries only ever experienced dealing with roamers, it was only natural for them to suffer a setback after entering a dungeon for the first time. From their current reactions, it appeared that Maverick's mercenaries had never dealt with monsters inside of an evil land. At the same time, they seemed unaware of a dungeon's unique environment. It would have been much better if Galfredic was here. Decent mercenaries in nearby areas could only be found in cities such as Meran. Galfredic's predictions had been spot on. He was correct when he said that only inadequate nobodies would flock to the Tywine territory. Moreover, Galfredic had led the mercenaries with strong leadership skills even though perhaps half of them were powerless nobodies. Eugene realized once again that Galfredic was an outstanding knight. He focused his senses on the deeper parts of the dungeon. A group of goblins about 300 meters ahead. They are screaming while almost running. Based on the strong smell of blood. There is an intermediate rank monster ahead. Eugene examined the map created during the first subjugation, then looked over the terrain and the passage that existed between the humans and the goblins. Then, he spoke to the resting mercenaries. Until they are done with the dismantling process, we scout ahead. You, and you. Follow me. Eugene pointed towards 3 of Maverick's mercenaries. Compared to the rest of the group, they were in relatively good condition. Ah. I can also. Breen started volunteering himself as well, but Partik blocked him and shook his head. Sir, Eugene has a reason for everything he does. Just stay down. Breen grasped Partik's thoughts from his expression, and slowly lowered his hand. The 3 selected mercenaries slowly stood up. It was obvious from their expressions that they were reluctant to go, but they dared not raise any objections, especially when they recalled Eugene's outstanding performance from the previous battle. Maverick snuck up in the meantime. I will go with you as well. Who knows, perhaps an intermediate rank or a high-rank monster will make an appearance. How could he not know that at least one knight must remain with the main army? This was just too much. Maverick was truly pathetic. As you please. However, Eugene nodded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dogshit bastard. You dare insult me. Eugene took the lead with a torch and a short sword in hand and a spear slung across his back. Maverick glared at him with contempt. Ever since their first meeting, Maverick felt distaste for the arrogant bastard. He did not like the fact that Kamara Taiwan, the Lord, had favored Eugene and secretly rated the bastard higher than himself. Even so, he's only good at catching monsters. With such thoughts, Maverick observed his surroundings. Up ahead in the distance was a dark area without much light. Patches of glowing grass were sparse. Good. I'm very lucky. He. Maverick licked his lips. He had been troubled because he couldn't find any chance during the battles, but to think that the bastard would scout separately from the main army of his own volition. Moreover, the 3 mercenaries that Eugene called out were the strongest in the group he led. Once again, God is on my side. God showed favor to powerful knights and blessed them with blessings and luck. Maverick thoroughly believed that this was evidence of his superior fortune. What are you going to do if I pierced you from the back through the gap in your armor? Those born in better families are always haughty and arrogant, but they always shriek like a dirty pig when they die. It had been the case with the previous owner of the chainmail he currently adorned. He remembered the pathetic expression of that night as he begged for mercy, desperately trying to bargain for his own life that his cousin would pay a handsome ransom. He felt even more thrilled imagining the pale-faced bastard begging for his life. A man with a pretty face like a girl was about to beg for his life like a dog. Where should I stab you? Maverick scanned Eugene's back to search for a point of attack. Soon, the group arrived in an area without any glowing grass, and the mercenary walking next to Eugene glanced back. As soon as Maverick gave a small nod, the mercenary threw his torch far away. What are you doing? Even before Eugene could finish his words, Maverick charged like a bison and stabbed his rondel dagger under Eugene's armpit. Although plate armor boasted invincible defense, the gaps in each joint were connected by chains rather than metal plates. A rondel dagger possessed a pointed tip like an awl. It was a weapon designed to drill into the tight holes of chain mail. Crack! Maverick felt the weapon penetrate through the chainmail as he tackled Eugene. A loud metallic noise resounded as 2 sturdy knights in metal armor rolled on the ground. Perhaps because of the shock, Eugene floundered around. A torch dropped and rolled away from a nearby mercenary's hand after making contact with Eugene's foot. Fire! Bring the torch. Kill this bastard. Maverick repeatedly stabbed the rondel dagger into Eugene's armpit while shouting crazily. Another mercenary continued hitting Eugene's leg with his mace. Boom! Boom! However, there was a good reason why plate armor was known to possess the strongest defense. Even though the mercenary struck Eugene's leg several times with his mace, it failed to make even a single scratch, let alone a dent. Damn it! Aim for the joints, you fucking idiot. Motherfucker. Maverick was also feeling a sense of urgency. The rondel dagger had penetrated the gap between the chain mail. He was sure. He should have immediately felt the sensation of his dagger digging into flesh, but it still felt as if he was stabbing into something hard. Was he wearing inner armor as well? Thinking as such, Maverick hurriedly attempted to peer into Eugene's armpit. However, the torches lying on the floor were suddenly extinguished one after another. None of the mercenaries could even guess that a water spirit was responsible for this. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. Since Maverick deliberately chose an area without any glowing grass, perfect darkness engulfed everyone. Lights. Turn on the light. Ha! You are. Maverick started yelling in the darkness, then was taken aback. Although he could not see an inch in the darkness, it felt as if his body was being lifted into the air. Could it be? Maverick hastily gave strength to his limbs, but he could not finish his thoughts. Boom! Kiwu! He crashed into a wall before falling to the floor. His vision started swimming from the shock. His entire body throbbed in pain. It appeared that he had also broken quite a few bones. Ah! Then, a desperate scream tore through the darkness. What is it? Maverick forced himself up and unsheathed his longsword. Perhaps a monster had appeared. However, he couldn't give strength to his left hand. It seemed to have fractured when he was thrown against the wall. Ah! Another scream resonated through the dark. And that wasn't the end. Help! Save me! Save! KUGH! The remaining mercenaries' pleading words suddenly disappeared beyond the darkness. Whoosh! A gust of wind from inside the dungeon swept across Maverick's body. He felt his hairs standing on end, and an eerie silence permeated the oblivion. Maverick looked around while letting out ragged breaths. All he could see was overwhelming darkness. He couldn't even find where the north and south were. KUGH. Fear of darkness was inherent to humans, and it was gradually eroding Maverick's mind as well. Come out! Come out, you bastard! Fuck you! Shitting! Shishing! Maverick continued swinging his longsword with his uninjured hand like a madman. The sword sliced through the air, then erupted into sparks after hitting the wall. Even as he reeled back from the impact, he never stopped making his blade dance. Come out! Come out, you! Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared in the dark. Maverick instinctively stabbed his sword in its direction. Clang! His longsword was reflected by a tremendous force. KUGH. A vicious grip latched onto Maverick's neck and lifted him up, even though he was a giant weighing well over 100 kilograms with the addition of his armor. The owner of the grip easily lifted him off the floor as he struggled in the air. Kiwu. Kek. He struggled to breathe, and saliva began dripping down Maverick's mouth. He tried kicking and thrashing with all his might, but the opponent did not budge. The only thing that he could see amidst his blurry vision was a pair of burning red eyes. Those eyes seemed to have become a pair of spheres that melted the darkness around him. Didn't you say that you will kill me? KUGH. Keru. A weakling like you. Cure. Chewed you duck. As Maverick slowly lost his mind from the overwhelming fear, his chainmail was ripped off from his head to shoulder. The red eyes drew closer and closer. Soon, a deep gloomy voice resonated in Maverick's ears. I had originally planned to kill you right away, but I'll need you to hold on to that dirty life a little longer. Crack. Something sharp dug into Maverick's thick neck. Did you hear that? What? I didn't hear anything. No. Just now, I definitely. Ki-eek. The wind carried faint screams from the other side of the dark dungeon, where glowing grass only grew in small patches. Damn it. The mercenaries quickly rose while grabbing their weapons. Partik quickly stepped up. Calm down. Everyone, be quiet. Ah. The faint screams resonated once more. Partik shouted after sharing a gaze with Breen. Everyone, prepare yourselves for battle and stand by. What the fuck? What do you mean, stand by? Sir Maverick went that way. One of Maverick's mercenaries shouted furiously. Partik pointed his short sword towards the mercenary and replied, Sir Eugene ordered us to wait here. I will cut down anyone who does not follow orders. Fuck you. Who do you think you? The mercenary retorted and started approaching Partik. Then, he hesitated before stopping. Blade, Lavin, and all of Breen's mercenaries had aimed their weapons toward him. If you want to get cut down, then keep talking. We follow the orders of Sir Eugene. Lower your weapon, you bastard. The fierce spirit emitted by 12 people caused the complexions of Maverick's followers to change at once. They only had a few people left that were suitable for combat. Thus, they did not dare to stand up against these 12 warriors. You ill-tempered babes. You all are so weak that you can't even cut off a goblin's dick. Keep your mouth shut and stay in formation. Breen's vulgar words were befitting of his dirty impression. Maverick's mercenaries were forced to gather themselves into formation. After a short while, a torch could be seen swaying inside the dungeon. It's coming. Everyone's anxious eyes gathered on the glowing torch. Sir Eugene. Partik ran out alongside a few mercenaries as soon as the plate armor became visible. It was a grotesque sight. Eugene carried a torch and a short sword, and his armor was painted with blood in various places. We were ambushed by monsters. We will move out right away. Yes. The mercenaries and porters hurriedly followed behind Eugene. After walking for a few minutes, a terrible sight unfolded in front of the group. Some of the weaker porters knelt down on the spot and puked. Bodies of dozens of monsters were scattered all over the place, and mercenaries with torn limbs and shredded bodies lay in between. The smell of monsters, blood, and human excrement from death created an unbearable stench. Goblins. There's a hop as well. They were annihilated. No. Over there. Not all of them were dead. The only survivor was crouched in a corner with his legs curled together. Sir Maverick. The mercenaries rushed forward after seeing the full-body chainmail. Eugene's black robe was covering Maverick. As the soldiers came forward, Maverick slowly raised his face. After seeing his blood, unfocused eyes, the mercenaries became shocked. Less than 30 minutes had passed since the scouts had left for a survey, but Maverick had already transformed into a completely different person. Maverick looked around the mercenaries with a blank expression. He opened his mouth wide. Then he started screaming with a horrified look. Huawara. Keek. Sir Maverick. What's wrong? Get it together. Keek. Keek. Doo-hoo. After covering his head with the black robes, Maverick began trembling while moaning like a beast. What is? He's been like that ever since his neck was bitten by a war boar. Thanks to that, I had to deal with the monster alone. War boar. The mercenaries were stunned. Among the monsters classified into intermediate rank, war boars were known to be one of the fiercest along with dungeon trolls. Where is the war boar? One of the mercenary asked. I took care of it. If you go further in, you will find its carcass. Eugene pointed in a direction. Breen rushed towards it along with 3 mercenaries. Eugene continued to speak while looking down at Maverick. I think he must have lost his mind after experiencing such an event for the first time. I tried everything I could think of, even slapping him on the cheek, but I couldn't get him to come to his senses. Hugh. The mercenaries revealed dejected expressions when they saw Maverick trembling like a tree. Some of them had experienced such cases before. Those who failed to overcome the lingering effects and fears of a battle would mentally collapse and would act just as Maverick was. He had become nothing but a cripple. Maverick's life as a knight ended. No, rather, as of today, he could no longer function as a regular human being. Hey! Come help us! Breen shouted to the mercenaries. He was struggling to drag a humongous corpse of a war boar along with 3 mercenaries. The monster was easily the size of 2 or 3 regular wild boars combined. It's real. It's a war boar. Look at its fangs. The mercenaries were stunned by the war boar. Its fangs were as large as a human's forearm. The monster's body was riddled with various injuries, and Eugene's spear was deeply embedded in its large forehead. It was obvious at first glance that Eugene had killed the monster by himself. Since things turned out this way, we will dismantle the corpses of the monsters here and return. Those who followed Sir Maverick here, retrieve the bodies of your colleagues. Yes, Sir Eugene. Starting with their leader, most of their colleagues were either dead or crippled. The heads of the survivors hung helplessly as their faces revealed dejected looks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, isn't Sir Maverick acting a little strange? At Lavan's words, Partik glanced back towards Maverick, who was curled up into a ball at the back of the cot. He was still trembling while groaning with Eugene's black robe wrapped around him. It was impossible to look at him as a knight anymore. He won't eat or drink anything. I tried feeding him the emergency mana stone, but you saw it, right? He only screams like a crazy person. 1 or 2 mana stones were provided to an evil land subjugation party. It wasn't to be used sparingly, but rather to give to knights when they were seriously injured. Of course, a mana stone wasn't an elixir to bring back the dead, but it could extend a person's life for some time. It's amazing that he hasn't died after being bit by a war boar. But why is he not taking the mana stone? How would I know? Partik responded in an uninterested voice. Maybe Sir Maverick has truly gone crazy. Lavan whispered after sticking a little closer to Partik. Well, Partik narrowed his forehead. He also could not understand. Maverick's skin turned blue like a corpse, and he continued to behave erratically. He would suddenly rush at the mercenaries with a beastly growl, then fall flat on the ground with fear whenever Eugene stepped out. However, Eugene did not hit or attack him. If he had, it could have explained his fear toward Eugene. All that Eugene did was block Maverick's way and stare at him. Even so, Maverick was rendered helpless and would always fall on his stomach, trembling. He acted just like prey in front of a predator. The symptoms worsened when they exited the dungeon. He could not even raise his head. He curled up into a ball and continued making pained moans. If Eugene had not been there, perhaps the mercenaries would have chosen to leave him behind. Both his body and mind had been ruined to the point of no return. Soon, the mercenaries began having similar thoughts in regard to Maverick's changes. Maybe he got cursed. He definitely got cursed by a monster. In their line of work, violence and murder were commonplace. Perhaps as such, mercenaries were susceptible to various superstitions. For the mercenaries, there was no other reasonable explanation for Maverick's bizarre transformation other than he was cursed by a monster. Anyways, that night is done for. I know. Phew. I am glad that Sir Eugene was there. Maverick was crippled, while Eugene proudly rode his horse under the bright light of the sun. The difference between the 2 knights was magnified even further. Naturally, none of the mercenaries were aware that such a brilliant knight was the one responsible for crippling Maverick. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? What do you? Huh? Camera could not find any words to respond after hearing Eugene's stories, who returned a few days earlier than scheduled. We could not push ahead with the subjugation anymore. Sir Maverick has become like this, and more than half of the mercenaries he brought with him are either dead or have been seriously injured. Of course, even though we did not meet the minimum conditions, I think I have done enough on my part. TSK. Camera clicked his tongue after seeing Maverick, who was curled up and trembling between Partik and Breen. It didn't matter to him whether Maverick died nor not, but it was difficult to refute Eugene's words. Well, you did manage to catch quite a few low-rank monsters. For the intermediate rank monsters, you killed a war boar, so the results aren't too shabby. Anyways, thank you for your hard work, Sir Eugene. Eugene nodded, then turned his gaze. Bertil wore a dazed expression this entire time with his mouth slightly opened. He flinched after receiving Eugene's gaze. Come to think of it, Sir Maverick told me a very interesting story. What do you mean by that? Camera asked with a puzzled expression. However, Eugene's gaze was no longer on camera, but rather on Bertil, whose forehead glistened with drops of sweat. He told me that someone instigated him to kill me inside the dungeon. What? Camera's shock was even greater than when he heard about what transpired in the dungeon. He approached Eugene. What do you mean by that? Who ordered him to kill you, sir? And why? No, who? I think that's a question that you can ask your brother. Eugene spoke in a cold voice. Camera abruptly jerked his head around. Why you? Brother, are you crazy? What are you trying to say? Bertil roared, then glared at Eugene with malicious eyes. Sir, I do not know why you are spouting such nonsense. You are speaking words that can seriously smear my honor and reputation. To say such things without evidence. We can ask Maverick, can't we? Everyone's gaze turned to Maverick. Even now, the latter still kept gasping like a beast. What are you talking about? What testimony could a crazy man give? Why don't we just ask first? What do you think, Lord Tywine? Camera's expression became complicated. It was true that he wanted to get rid of his brother, but it was a different matter entirely for his younger brother to become involved in an attempted murder against a knight. Even in a territorial dispute, captured knights were never killed recklessly. Even if they were an enemy, it was a long-standing tradition to respect the honor and bravery of the knight. As such, they would usually release the knight for ransom. But if someone attempted to kill a knight, not on a battlefield, but in a dungeon. Moreover, if the target was a knight who participated in their own family's dungeon subjugation. Such an event would not only be called a disgrace, but it would also taint the honor of the entire family. As Camera agonized over the decision, Eugene whispered in a cold voice, if Lord Tywine refuses, I will head to Merin and ask for a formal trial. Camera was shocked to his senses. He hurriedly met Eugene's gaze. Is he threatening me? If the matter became widely known and a trial took place in Merin under the supervision of the mayor and the priest, it would quickly escalate into something bigger. Since Eugene personally received armor from the mayor, he could have gone straight to Merin and asked for a trial without telling him. Despite this, Eugene insisted on telling him first. Then, is he giving me a chance? It was either the entire Tywine family or Bertil. Camera did not hesitate in his choice. Okay. Let's hear what he has to say. Brother. Shut up. As you said, Sir Maverick is out of his mind and can't even speak properly. What is there to worry about, especially if it's not true? Bertil's expression became pale, and he started trembling. After turning away from his brother, Camera walked to Maverick. Sir Rowan of Maverick. Hugh. Maverick struggled to raise his head. Camera asked in a low, but powerful voice. Did you attempt to kill Sir Jan of the Eugene family in the dungeon? Maverick's quivering eyes suddenly headed to a certain place. His cracked lips opened slowly. Yes. Brother. Fuck. Shut your mouth. Camera muted Bertil's words with harsh swears, then asked Maverick once again. Did you decide on that on your own? Or was there a mastermind? Hugh. I was instigated. Camera closed his eyes. But he soon exhaled a heavy breath and asked the last question. Who instigated you to kill Sir Eugene? That's. Maverick's face slowly turned to one side. Then, he raised his trembling finger and pointed. That man. Bertil Taiwan was the one who asked me to. No. Along with a loud scream, Bertil pulled out his dagger and ran towards Maverick. Kang. Thud. Eugene drew his short sword like thunder and knocked Bertil down on the spot. Kugh. Kiwu. With his elbow pressed against Bertil's back, Eugene whispered, "You're done for." Everything. I only did as I was told by that man. I just did what he told me to. Kai-he. Kai-ha. Maverick's frightened appearance disappeared, and he started screaming and laughing in a strange manner. He broke free from Partik and Breen, who had been holding him in place, then started talking like a madman. To think that I tried to kill that man. Yes. Because of the request I received from Bertil Taiwan, I tried to. Hayek. What did I even try to do? Do-hoo. After confessing his sins, Maverick suddenly began to cry with his hands wrapped around his head. Camera and the mercenaries were stunned. It was then. Kaya. Someone like me needs to die. Yes. People like me don't deserve to live. We don't. Maverick suddenly shouted, then jerked around. Grab him. Camera shouted. Partik flung himself towards Maverick, but it was already too late. Maverick rushed towards and threw himself out the window. No one had expected such a dramatic turn of events. Thud. What the? Partik and Breen stuck their heads out the window, then stiffened at the sight. After falling down, Maverick had been pierced by a sharp wooden picket installed inside the moat. An unpleasant silence descended after the sudden, vain death of Maverick. Eugene's voice broke the silence. His testimony was unmistakable, and we have many witnesses. Lord Taiwan, what will you do? Camera flinched and turned around. The face of Bertil, his younger brother, was crumpled into a hideous expression. Be brother. Surely you won't believe in the words of a madman, right? He only said what he wanted to before killing himself. Sir Eugene, you can take care of it however you want. Camera gave his permission. Bertil's eyes filled with emotion, and Eugene raised him up by the neck. I will give you a choice. How dare. Unsheath your sword. Beat me in a place where all of the castle's residents are present. If you win, I will let it slide. Everyone in the room was shocked by Eugene's declaration, including Bertil. To demand such a thing from a person who attempted to kill him could only mean one thing. Asterisk. Wow. You really are dogged. To make your first slave commit suicide. That was his original purpose anyway. After answering Myrian's words, Eugene equipped his armor. It was maintained and polished. Originally, it was a job for the Knight's Aide, but Eugene had Myrian. She was fast and agile, and she liked expensive objects. As such, she volunteered herself to take care of the plate armor, and she performed better than expected. Anyway, it will be very useful to have a few of such slaves. Some of my seniors said that high-ranking members of the Knight's tribe had dozens of slaves as their guards. That's something to think about later. It would be dangerous to have that many slaves right now. Moreover, anyone could tell that Maverick wasn't in his right mind. If I kept him alive, it would have definitely created more trouble for me. That's true. All humans are full of suspicion. Eugene had turned Maverick into his slave in the dungeon. Vampires drained blood for two purposes: they either restored their energy and filled their stomachs, or they turned the subject into a vampire by enslaving them. The former only required sucking the subject's blood, while the latter required a slight injection of the vampire's own blood into the subject. Enslaving was quite draining for the vampire, so Eugene had attempted it only once in his previous life. The slave obeyed all his orders without question but was not very strong nor mentally sound. Like how Maverick behaved before death, the identity of the slaves would be quickly discovered because of their altered mental state and their fear of sunlight. As such, Eugene only used Maverick to have him confess his sins, then ordered him to commit suicide. But I'm glad the muddy catfish played its role before dying. How dare he try to hurt our esteemed Sir Eugene? Myrian complained in spite. In the first place, Myrian had no affection for humans. She only acted and thought in the best interest of her contractor, Eugene. You have to make that ice-faced bastard pay as well. If you let someone like him slide, he'll do something stupid again, she continued. Did I say I would let him slide? Why do you think I gave the Lord a choice? Eugene could have gone to Merin and asked for a formal trial, but the procedure was cumbersome and could only be held with a priest in attendance. Above all, he could not punish Bertil with his own hands if he headed to Merin. However, by forcing Camera to make a choice, Eugene could now punish Bertil legally. As expected, the slyness of the tribe of the night. Keek. This is why I like our esteemed Sir Eugene. After putting on his armor, Eugene placed his battle axe on his belt and left. The grim relationships from my past life have finally come to this point. It was Jung Dirt who cut off his head, but Bertil was also one of the biggest contributors. Including this lifetime, Bertil had already attempted to kill him twice. Thus, Eugene had no intention of letting him off. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The second young master tried to kill Sir Eugene. Apparently he instigated Sir Maverick. The knight confessed the truth in Lord Tywin's presence before committing suicide. Huh. That's truly. At sunset, the people of the Rose Castle were all called out by the Lord's order. They were in a state of extreme confusion. The subjugation was only half successful, and one of the participating knights had committed suicide. On top of that, the younger brother of the Lord had instigated a knight to kill Sir Eugene, the hero from the dungeon opening. The story sounded especially convincing since there were several witnesses present at the scene. Moreover, the Lord himself had made an announcement. But they were especially surprised by something else. A duel of honor. So what happens if the second young master wins? He gets to keep his honor. But the people of the Rose Castle had known Bertil for a long time. They knew him for 3 or 4 years at the shortest, and some knew him ever since he was born. Nevertheless, they were not convinced that Bertil could achieve victory over Eugene. Even if it was a practice battle, the opponent had once bested Galfredic. In addition, he pulled out the head of a troll with his bare hands and killed 2 orc warriors with a single spear in the city of Merin. Even though it had been only a few months since he made his appearance, the outstanding skills of the knight Jan Eugene were already deeply imprinted on the people of the Rose Castle. He will win. No matter what anyone says, young Master Bertil is the strongest knight in our territory, right? Right. He will definitely win and regain his honor. I'm sure he will prove his innocence, that he's only being framed. Many people were gathered in the courtyard. They chatted in loud voices filled with anxiety. Under the red sunset, the mercenaries created a circle in the middle of the courtyard. The lord of the castle, Camera, appeared on the balcony while facing the dry wind. The gust brought along with it the changing of seasons. We shall begin the duel of honor. Camera announced without giving any explanation. The mercenaries opened the way. Eugene was armed with plate armor and a battle axe, while Bertil wore full-body chainmail, a surcoat embedded with the symbol of the Tywin family as well as a shield and a short sword. It was very difficult to deal with a knight armed with plate armor with only a single longsword unless he was a master of swordsmanship. In that sense, Bertil's judgment of choosing a shield and a short sword was commendable. I will not say much. Since both sides cannot come to an agreement, the winner's words will be announced as truth. The truth to the winner. The truth to the winner. The crowd echoed Camera's words. Then, start. Camera announced. The surroundings became engulfed in silence at Camera's words. Clank. After lowering his visor, Eugene grasped his battle axe with both hands. Bertil was wearing a cylindrical helmet. After covering his upper body with the shield, Bertil began circling around Eugene. It was a basic tactic to probe the opponent before a full-fledged confrontation. I will kill you. I just need to win. Everything will go as planned. Who? With such thoughts, Bertil collected his anxious breaths. It was when he had exhaled 2 times that. Shuik. Eugene narrowed the distance in an instant. Bertil's eyes widened. It was hard to believe that someone could move so fast in heavy armor. Hyup. Bertil instinctively adjusted his position and stepped forward. It was a fast and sophisticated attack befitting of a knight who was systematically educated in swordsmanship for a long time. However, it was a foolish move as well. It was a move that should have never been used against an opponent with plate armor. It had been too long since Bertil experienced battle. The price he had to pay for his stupid mistake was harsh. Karung. Bertil's blade slipped down the groove of the armor. At the same time, Eugene's battle axe drew a sharp diagonal gash in the air. Sharirik. A full-body chainmail provided excellent defense as well. It was difficult to pierce or cut through without sufficient force. However, Eugene's strength was more than sufficient, and he was currently using a battle axe. Killa. Bertil rolled on the floor. Blood flowed from the joints of his legs and one arm. Kugh. Bertil struggled to get back up. The large blade of the red axe filled his sight, and his mouth opened slightly. I will be the lord of... Clang. The battle axe split Bertil's helmet in half, then hacked into his skull, and cleaved his thoughts as well. After a while, Bertil crumbled forward in a kneeling position. The people of the Rose Castle were shocked. The match was decided in the blink of an eye. Although everyone assumed that it would be difficult for Bertil to win against Eugene, no one had expected that the difference would be so overwhelming. The match did not even last a minute. Blood spilled from Bertil's split head. Eugene looked down at the corpse for a moment, then turned around. Eugene raised his visor, and his gaze met with Camera's. Announce it. Eugene's eyes were dyed redder than the sunset. Camera quivered involuntarily, then raised his trembling hands and shouted, "The victory goes to Sir Jan of the Eugene family. The truth and honor lies with Sir Eugene." The mercenaries erupted into a cheer with Partik and Breen at their center. The duel ended abruptly, leaving behind only the horrible corpse of the Taiwan family's second son. ****. Are you leaving now? Camera had a complicated expression. Eugene was the territory's savior, but also his brother's murderer. I should. You wouldn't want me here longer anyways. I won't deny it. Camera had been wanting to have Bertil disappear, but Bertil was still his brother, which shared the same blood as him. Although Bertil conspired, utilized underhand methods, then paid the price of death for his actions, Camera still did not feel at ease with Eugene's presence here. However, he could not blame Eugene either. Rather, he needed to be grateful that Eugene concluded the matter with the death of Bertil. I won't have any reason to return to this castle in the future, so there is no need to worry. You also earned some capable slaves, right? Breen's men will take care of them, so you don't need to worry about that either. Camera sighed deeply at Eugene's words. Since Maverick confessed his sins, the mercenaries who followed him could not avoid their just deserts either. It was common for followers to end up horribly after meeting a bad leader. Thus, Eugene handed over all the remaining mercenaries to the Taiwan family as slaves after having received a reasonable price as payment. Breen and his men accepted Partik's advice and decided to stay at the Rose Castle for the time being as Camera's hired men. Goodbye. I cannot pray for the grace of God in Sir's future. I do not wish for it. Eugene really did not wish for it. He was a vampire, an enemy, and a heretic in the eyes of the church. He did not want the grace of God in his future, let alone any attention from the church. It will be fine for you to stay another day. It's okay, I don't want to stay here any longer anyway. Eugene's luggage was already packed up on Cillian. After Eugene climbed the saddle, the castle gate opened with torches lining its sides. As Eugene was about to turn Cillian, 2 horses were spotted coming towards the castle from the other side of the drawbridge. What's going on? Are they enemies? Soldiers were taken by surprise and blocked the castle wall. Then, the person on the leading horse shouted while waving something. Do not attack. I am an envoy. I have been sent by Lord Fairkild. The person shouted while waving a white cloth. Crossbows aimed toward the figures were lowered. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! The middle-aged man quickly dismounted his horse. He quickly recognized Camera as the Lord and gave his greetings. Would you be Lord Tywine? It is a great pleasure to meet you. I am Lord Fairkild's butler, Mills. Home. Is that so? Camera questioned. I sincerely apologize for visiting you this late at night. This is a small gift from my master to Lord Tywine. He asks for your broad understanding of not being able to attend the funeral in person. The Fairkild family was a noble family with a rank. Camera's anxiety faded somewhat with the butler showing respect. In addition, the baton of pure gold contained in the gift box was enough to let him know that Viscount Fairkild had paid quite a bit of attention in greeting the new Lord of Tywine. I am grateful for the gift. Let Lord Fairkild know that I fully understand his circumstances. By the way, what is the purpose of your trip? The Fairkild family was a real noble family with the title of Viscount. They had little to do with the Tywine family. Lord Fairkild had not even attended his father's funeral. There was no reason for him to send his butler in such a hurry to pay respects to Bertil's funeral. Then, please forgive me for getting straight to the point. I took the liberty of coming all this way because my master, Lord Fairkild, wants to send a message to Sir Jan of the Eugene family. To Sir Eugene. Camera's eyes turned towards Eugene. Mills naturally shifted his gaze as well, then bowed politely towards Eugene. Nice to meet you, Sir Eugene. It would only be right for me to officially greet you, but please understand the urgency of the issue. My master wanted me to deliver this to Sir Eugene. Mills handed Eugene a letter written on high-quality paper. Eugene felt slightly confused by the unexpected situation, but he removed the seal of the Fairkild family and skimmed its content. The letter was lengthy and redundant, as expected from a nobleman, but the gist was simple. Lord Fairkild wants me to come to his castle and assist him in a territorial dispute, asked Eugene. That is correct. Lord Fairkild will grant Sir Eugene the authority to command 50 troops. Moreover, he will pay 500 silver coins regardless of victory or defeat. It was a greater sum than both of the subjugations combined. And that wasn't all. In addition, the mercenaries under Sir Eugene's command will be paid their daily wages separately, and you would be entrusted all rights to the loot gained from the battle in case of victory. It truly is an offer befitting a noble with a title. Sir Eugene. This is a golden opportunity for success. Let's do it. Myrian shouted excitedly without hiding her desires. However, Eugene ignored her and responded to Mills. How could Lord Fairkild trust me when I've never even met him? No, in the first place, how did Lord Fairkild know that I was here? Well, that's... Any other knight would have accepted the offer without hesitation, but it appeared he was truly a bit unique just as the stories had it. Mills continued with a side glance. This man informed us about the stories of Sir Eugene. Everyone's gaze shifted, and the other figure slowly raised his hood. It's nice to see you again, Sir Eugene. The man bowed repeatedly while sweating. It was Delduin, the merchant who recently crossed Mount Marcus alongside Eugene. ******. Wow, I'm truly speechless. So that man really was a military depot merchant, right? Fucking hell. So he lied to us even though he was actually heading to the Fairkill territory. I am speechless as well. His party was so small that none of us ever suspected it. Partik smacked his lips after hearing the words of Lavin and Blade. Perhaps having heard their conversation, Delduin flinched. His head hung low like a sinner. However, he soon crept up to the side of the three mercenaries and gave an apologetic smile. I am sorry about that. But didn't I give appropriate compensation? Huh. Look here. This isn't about the money, Glade started to retort, but Partik interjected, it's fine. What's happened is in the past, and he's right. Then Partik turned towards Delduin, but why did you come all this way? Because I know what Sir Eugene looks like. They might have just passed by him on the road otherwise, so Lord Fairkill had me tag along. I personally didn't have any desire to come all this way. TSK. Surely you won't be able to live a serene life because you're such a blabbermouth. Partik clicked his tongue, and Delduin laughed awkwardly. Just as he said, he wouldn't have had to go through the trouble if he had held his tongue in front of Lord Fairkill. But how did he end up asking for help from Sir Eugene? Lord Fairkill must have a few territorial knights under his command, right? Partik continued questioning. Well, he has 2 knights that could step up as commanders. One is just fine, but the other one is a little problematic. Delduin lowered his voice for fear that Mills, who was riding ahead with Eugene in the front, would overhear him. His name is Sir Robos, and he is Lord Fairkill's cousin. He is a bit lacking, and that he served as an aide for nearly 10 years. And Sir Robos also caused a bit of an accident. An accident? What accident? Sir Eugene defeated the mercenaries at Mount Marcus, right? When he heard the story, he became inspired and led some troops on his own and stormed into Lord Bommel's territory. The problem is that this was before Lord Fairkill declared war on Lord Bommel. It was commonplace for a knight to be eager to earn some merit. However, it was a different story if the knight stormed into another territory before an official declaration of war. Of course, it would be fine if they achieved an overwhelming victory by capturing the enemy's head or their commander, but if they only managed to destroy 1 or 2 villages in an awkward, clumsy course of action, then. However, that's not the main issue. The bigger problem is that he lost all of soldiers and mercenaries in the first battle and was captured. Delduin continued. Rather than a bit lacking, it seemed the knight was entirely incompetent, but Partik did not voice his thoughts. And that is what caused Lord Fairkill to become more agitated. I belatedly regretted bringing up stories regarding Sir Eugene, but what could I do? It's not like I could hide the truth or lie when the Lord asked. Delduin finished explaining himself. TSK. Anyways, from how I see things, Lord Fairkill isn't hoping to win the territorial dispute. As long as a situation can be created where he can save face, he will sign an appropriate agreement. So if you can persuade Sir Eugene. All decisions are made by Sir Eugene. We just follow his orders, so stop with the nonsense. Partik answered sharply. Delduin licked his lips vainly with a wince. It wasn't only the knight who was formidable, but the mercenaries with him as well. This will be difficult. With such thoughts, Delduin turned his eyes to Eugene and Mills. The butler was diligently explaining something to the knight. As such, if you agree, then Lord Fairkill will treat you very well. I see. The offered conditions were fine, but Eugene intended to refuse. His purpose was to kill as many high-ranked monsters as possible in the evil lands to gain the red mana stones. He currently had no need for money. But he was curious about one thing. Why me? Eugene asked. The Fairkill Viscounty was a noble family with a bestowed title from the kingdom. They were on a completely different level compared to the Taiwan family, who had barely gained independence after serving under the Evergrove County for a long time. They would possess 2 or 3 knights and a decent standing army. Even if the Lord did hear about himself from Delduin, it was still strange to invite a knight when they shared no relationship. Ah, that's... Mills hesitated. If you try to give an absurd answer, I will immediately refuse your offer, so you better tell me the real reason. Eugene interjected before anything else. All right. Mills quickly gave up on racking his brains and explained the incident related to knight robos. A knight was captured. Would it not be better to pay his ransom and get him back first? That would be tantamount to acknowledging defeat even before a real battle. It's an undesirable outcome for Lord Fairchild. Lord Bommel would also not consider releasing Sir Robos for a ransom right away either. So they want to consider it after they've had a go. That is correct. Then Lord Fairchild just needs to hire more knights, right? It's not like I'm the only knight in this area. That is also correct, but there is no one my master is satisfied with. In addition, due to the situation, all the candidate knights are asking to be sworn in, but the Lord has no intentions of accepting territorial knights for the time being. Most free knights dreamed of being sworn into titled nobility. However, noblemen with such capabilities were very stringent when it came to choosing their knights. It would cost a lot of money, but more importantly, for a noble to appoint a knight required them to put forth their name. Moreover, if they appointed random nobodies as territorial knights, the honor of the noble family in question could be damaged. I apologize, but I have no intentions of becoming a knight for the Fairchild territory. Eugene spoke as if hinting at his refusal. Mills responded as if he had been expecting Eugene's words. Lord Fairchild has no intention of swearing you in as well, Sir Eugene. What? Please do not misunderstand. Lord Fairchild said he would write a letter of recommendation for Sir Eugene to his father-in-law. A letter of recommendation? Yes. He will write a letter of recommendation to Count Winslan. If you bring the letter to the Count and prove your courage in his presence, he might appoint you as his knight on the spot. You know well about Count Winslan, right? Mills spoke proudly with his head held high as if he were the butler of Count Winslan instead. Unfortunately, however, Eugene had no idea who Count Winslan was. As such, he briefly contemplated how he should respond. But Mills took Eugene's reaction in a different sense. No way. How far is this knight looking? He was truly shocked. How could he mull over the chance to become sworn into Count Winslan, one of the 4 great nobles of the kingdom? How grand are his ambitions? I truly cannot believe it. Mills could swear to God that he never experienced such a response before. He was shocked and confused. However, he could not simply sit still and watch. He quickly continued. Sir Eugene. Count Winslan is known to favor brave knights. There is no need to mention the treatment you would receive, and he does not expect much from the appointed knights. All he desires is for the knights to display their martial prowess and honor under the banner of Winslan. Even after hearing the explanation, Eugene remained impassive. Mills became even more urgent. Moreover, Count Winslan declared that if a knight successfully subjugates a dungeon or a labyrinth in the Lord's possession, the rights to the materials obtained from the Count Winslan has evil lands in his possession. Eugene had been listening with an apathetic expression thus far, but suddenly showed interest. Mills nodded in a hurry. Yes. There are a total of 4 evil lands in his possession, including 2 in the county, and 2 located in the vassal families of the county. It was hard to understand how vast a territory was to possess 4 evil lands. However, Eugene wasn't interested in how large the county's territory was. A nobleman who does not meddle in the knight's affairs. Moreover, 4 evil lands. Does Count Winslan deal with the Palin Association? I do not know for sure. Eugene seemed slightly disappointed at his response. Mills quickly continued. But the Palin Association usually operates their branches on the coast, right? Since the Winslow County is located in the inland of the kingdom, I think they would have little to do with the Palin Association. Really? So that's how it is. Eugene wasn't completely sure yet, but there were about 5 or 6 evil lands that the Palin Association could arrange subjugations for. So what if he could acquire 4 more? But it is a territorial war. Eugene was confident in fighting alone or in small groups in the dungeon, but he was ignorant to the matters of a territorial war. He contemplated. What are you worrying about? You can get into more dungeons. If he's a count, isn't he a really high-ranking noble? Ah, is it because you have to fight with humans? Surely enough, Myrian, the spirit of desire, was hooked on something. My seniors told me that when humans fight a war, there's no need to kill everybody. All you have to do is to take their leader down. And it's a vampire's specialty to sneak in and take down one person, right? She continued. Eugene came to his senses at Myrian's words. She was right. The enemies this time weren't monsters, but humans. Words and threats were effective against them. There was no need for him to fight and kill all of the enemies. I will decide after meeting with Lord Fairchild, Eugene answered. Thank you, Sir Eugene. You made an excellent choice. Mills had been anxiously waiting for a response. His lips curled up into a huge grin after hearing Eugene's answer. Great. The same was true for the spirit of desire. From there onwards is the Fairchild territory. Phew. Mills gave a sigh of relief in front of a small river. Delduin spoke carefully. Senior, what do you think about taking a break before crossing the river? No. Lord Bommel's troops may be on patrol. Let us take a rest after crossing the river. Although there were no villages or even houses in the vicinity, technically, they were still in the territory of the Tywine family. However, the Tywine family turned a blind eye to occurrences in their territory unless it involved villages or hamlets under their possession. They had no interests, and they had no ability to handle such issues. Therefore, mercenaries hired by other nobles could cross their territory without prior notification. There was nothing to be done. Even if they were caught causing an accident, they would be released after having paid an appropriate compensation, and the Tywine family would turn a blind eye unless it involved robbery or murder. Such actions were customary to the noble world. As such, even if Baron Bommel's hired mercenaries were wandering the area, the Tywine family would have no knowledge of it. Even if they did, they would come to an arrangement with some silver coins. Do you think they would send troops all the way here? Didn't you say they were gathering their troops in Langban? Langban is less than a day's distance from here. If we are unlucky. From the looks of things, it seems we are indeed unlucky. Mills became startled at Eugene's words and looked up. I think they are mercenaries. Were they hired by Lord Fairchild? Eugene pointed with his chin, and Mills turned his gaze at the speed of light. Oh no. Those men do not belong to us. Mills' expression quickly turned grim, and he grasped the handle of his short sword. Perhaps because he was the butler of a titled nobility, but he possessed a rather good understanding of swordsmanship. There was a group of about 10 people quickly approaching them along the riverside. All of them were armed, and their gaze was fixated on Eugene's group. In addition, 2 of them were loading bolts onto their crossbows. Mills looked toward the mercenaries with tense eyes. We should try to talk to them first, but if they were hired by Lord Bommel. Nethri. Suddenly, Cillian charged forward. Yes, sir. Sir Eugene. Everyone became shocked at the sudden turn of events, including Mills. What though? The approaching mercenaries were even more startled. The sudden charge of a fully armed war horse was enough to create huge pressure on anyone. Moreover, it went without saying if the person riding the horse was a heavily armed knight with plate armor. In the face of such a situation, there were bound to be people who made mistakes. Hayek, one of the mercenaries holding a crossbow, was unable to overcome his fear. He pulled the trigger of his weapon. What? Is he insane? Eugene's forehead creased in annoyance. Though the mercenaries would not believe it, Eugene had been planning to merely talk and perhaps threaten the mercenaries if required. The video ends here. Thank you for watching. As the last echoes of the battle fade into the broken night, the vampire lord stands alone beneath the blood-colored moon, victorious, yet unchanged by the centuries of darkness behind him. His enemies lie silent, his throne reclaimed, but his story is far from over. For in the shadows, destiny still whispers his name. Remember this night. Remember the rise of the one who defied death, who commands the darkness, who walks the world not as a monster, but as a sovereign. His reign has only begun. If you wish to continue wandering the forbidden paths of his legend, then step forward. The next chapter awaits. Subscribe, stay hungry for the night, and until then, embrace the darkness.